Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
All right. Welcome once again to Alchemizing Energy. Hey, how's it going, guys out there? Alchemizing Energy and Sugar Love. We do this together. We combine efforts when we do our lives. Sugar Love, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
And we have a special guest today. His name is Blue, and he is the leader of a cult called the Dark Side. And we're gonna get into, the dark side and his cult and his how he even began to become a cult member. We haven't done a cult like behavior in a long time. Ever since Nature Boy got arrested, our last interview was Janae, or was it Trey 69? Trey 369? Janae. Okay, we interviewed Janae, the person that got Nature Boy arrested, and that was the last time we did cult like behavior. And I hadn't run across any more cults. I was like, okay, well, maybe the cults are over with, But then I meet Blue.
Peace.
So Blue, give me before we don't want to go too deep into the cult first. We want to understand who is Blue. Okay, what made you, and then what kind of brought you to this point to becoming a cult leader? First, we want to just get like some background on who you are.
Definitely. Originally, my name is Boy Blue. Well, originally I'm Baby Boy Blue. I'm third generation of Blues. Raised in the 40s of San Diego, California. I moved from San Diego to Alabama, probably about 2008. I stayed there for a while. And then after being in Alabama, that's when I kind of jumped online and started getting into more philosophical and scholarly work. Always was kind of like into the Bible. So when I got online, I became like a Hebrew Israelite, so to say. And from there, being a Israelite, I would, follow the camps and different things like that. Actually, one of the dudes of Sakari, Guerrilla Hebrew, that's actually a brother I grew up with in San Diego. So he definitely is somebody that's, that I know, what I mean, is a genuine brother, definitely. So, I always kind of like this group too, but I never got into a camp. I ended up continuing to kind of study further and actually started noticing some discrepancies basically between the Old and the New Testament, or what they call the Old and the New Testament. And so I put myself on a challenge, which was to be able to prove all of the prophecies that were supposed to be fulfilled by Jesus. And so in going through those prophecies in the Old Testament, I started finding that we were taking all of those things out of context and putting them in different time periods and making them fit a certain way. So in studying that brought me completely out of the New Testament. So I became just a Torah and Tanakh only Israelite, in which I was in a debate league, debating different things. Now in a debate league, you typically would debate your doctrine or what you stand on. But as the league began to grow, we began to kind of expand our topics. So you have to kind of start debating outside of your comfort zone. And in doing so, with anything, like anytime I study or even before I became a debater, when I research and study, it's always to prove myself wrong. So I had a debate, I think, with a brother named Swab, and the debate was actually called the Letter of Aristeas. For those of you who don't know, the Letter of Aristeas is a literature that was written supposedly back around 200 AD, and it's supposed to be the validation for the Septuagint. And the Septuagint is the oldest translation of the Bible that we have. So the Septuagint is directly out of the Greek. And basically just in studying for that debate, like I said, studying against myself, and I just started seeing that the other religions that I was going against that were supposed to be in such disagreement, they seemed to be all agreeing on certain things. And what I started noticing was that all three of the Abrahamic religions was holding themselves up on a string. And basically, even though they play like they disagreed with each other, if they prove any of each other wrong, then it destroys the whole foundation of all three of them. And what I noticed is that they all had disagreement on how the Bible was constructed. And what you'll notice is that all of them go back to what they call the ancient Hebrew text. And in studying for that debate, I found out there was no Hebrew. There was no Hebrew text that they could go back to. And I started kind of putting it kind of together in my head, like, well, wait, when we're having these arguments and we're going back and using different concordance, or sometimes some people use the lexicon, and this would be when you see a word in English and you want to know what that word means or get a better understanding, what we would do is go to a lexicon, or what they call the Strong's Dictionary, and which was created by James Strong, and go and search for that Hebrew word and then try to put it in a proper context. And I started to kind of feel like, well, where are we getting this from if there's no original Bible written in the Hebrew? And so once I, and I ain't gonna lie, I had to still do the debate. Now I realized that all of this was a fake, preparing for the debate, but of course I still had to do the debate. And I ain't gonna lie, that night I cried, I laughed. I laughed because I couldn't believe how long I had been going down this route, and how I could even allow myself to be fooled like this. And but then it also hurt, because it was like a foundation that I had been on, that I pretty much had since a child. So it was just pretty much kind of crazy. But I did the debate anyway. And after the debate, I had to tell people that no, I pieced things together and I made the argument in a way to win the debate, but I didn't actually believe the argument I was making, and I didn't think it was true. And in that, it just caused a lot of controversy. And also that season, we had another debater that I was that I studied with and was growing with in scripture. He also came to his own revelation. as far as the discrepancies with the doctrine in the Bible, and also another brother. So one of them named Rob Rack, as you know, and another brother that we have named Lex Vortex.
So,
And
so it sounds like you guys all kind of came together on that one understanding. Is there like a main? So all right, let's get a little bit into like what started this cult. Like what made you decide
okay.
to start a cult?
So what we started to see was that not only was the Bible did it like we started to see the Bible as being not only anti-African but also anti-Black. And when I say that, we started to see a constant attack between the Abrahamic religions, and there being a constant attack on Black skin, Black hair, and just in general our culture, right? And at the same time, you would see this attack. What we would read also is contradictions, because we would see that just for being African, we were being attacked according supposedly to our culture. But when you've seen a lot of the practices in our culture, some of those same things were being brought out in the Bible and being used. And I'll give you an example. Like what they have in the Torah, they have what they call the Urim and the Thummim. And the Urim and the Thummim is two stones that the priests get, right? And they get these two stones, and when they need a question answered, they throw these stones, and then the one of them lights up and the other one doesn't. Then you can you'll know what your answer is, which is pretty much divination, right? But what you will read in the Torah is that he was against divination. But what you actually find out is that no, it's not divination per se. The issue is that we started to see they wanted us to give up our ancestors and take on the Eurasian ancestors. And so the dark side was created as a radical way to counteract some of the conscious psyops that the Abrahamic and the Eurasians have put on us, as well as some of the physical ones too,
So
spiritual.
right. In your religion, you believe that Whoopi Goldberg is the image of the goddess STEMYA. Now, this sounds like schizophrenic a little bit. You know what I'm saying? When you actually say it in one sentence altogether. So please explain that.
Okay. So yeah, dealing with as far as so we had we had already created the deity, and which created the deity STEMYA. And
what is
like I said,
what does STEMYA stand for?
Now STEMYA stands for it's the God of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Because what we seen was if one of the ways that Black people in general that we go hard in our spirituality and what we believe. And so that's just like and just like any other thing, the way that we kind of see it with like how a priesthood would work. If you want to get people to stop trashing the river, what the priest would do is come together, create a deity over the river, right? And to tell you like, hey, when you guys throw, trash into the river and you make this deity upset. And that's the reason why we had the storm last week. And so understanding the psychology of how that kind of works and how people kind of react to authority, we wanted to create not only an authority figure for us, but one that advances us further in society. So STEM being a strong component of something that we need, and feeling like STEM is something that we need strong as a foundation amongst Black people in general, even in order to before we even think about governing ourselves, right, or an independent state or any of that. And so we wanted to put that at the forefront. And we felt like in order to do that, we needed to put a deity as the face of it, and basically turn science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into, not turn it into, but merge it with spirituality. and it's no different than any other African form. When you deal with different African forms of spirituality, um, there's no separation between science and the spiritual. The same thing, they don't separate the spiritual and the physical, right? So when you look at those, you look at them together as a whole. We don't start getting that separation until we get here.
So basically, you have three men come together and organize and create this. This did you guys have meetings? How did y'all come up with this with the law with this goddess? And why did you pick out Whoopi
Right.
Goldberg? Like what? Why is Whoopi Goldberg the guy? What goddess looks like?
Right.
What does it look like?
Well, the actual idea of having a god over STEM, I think we kind of all kind of set on that. Um, the what happened with actually the image of Whoopi Goldberg came later, and what happened was I was on a show, and there was a one of the dark skinned sisters that was on the show was having a was explaining her problem with some of the men that was in her Black Panther organization, and the attention that she felt like they gave to women that was of lighter skin tone, and also with with a different hair texture, and she felt like that whenever these women would come into the organization, the men would kind of forget about the women that was there, and all their attention would go straight to them. And what I seen, to me, it was more of a it was more based on a standard that had been created, based on our time here in America. And
Well, you
one
basically
of the
saying that Whoopi Goldberg was seen as ugly, and you wanted to
right.
a different standard.
Right. And so the reason why I chose Whoopi Goldberg, because I felt like since Hollywood has kind of used Whoopi Goldberg's image as a way to not only attack her features, but also to attack African features. And so and whether it be in Hollywood, the entertainment, the comedians in the 90s and the early 2000s, even just being on the playground, like when people be like, oh, you walking outside looking like Whoopi Goldberg. You could see that she was like this metaphor for basically being ugly, you know what I'm saying, in the community. And so, and which is somebody I don't feel like is ugly. I think she's a very beautiful person. But I think Whoopi Goldberg was not only a metaphor for that, but also an excuse for us to a way for us to call her ugly, but it was also really how we truly felt about ourselves. And I felt like not only did we feel like
Matria says,
that our
so we're out here creating gods and using colorism to justify our point.
that's right. It's an extreme form to the answer of it, but yeah. If
Wait,
I
let
think
me finish first before we pop up the questions.
Okay.
yeah, but yeah, and so basically just seeing how that was, and knowing that how how a lot of not only just women but men in general felt about their maybe their hair texture, their their skin tone, or even the way that their nose and lips was shaped. What we felt like these were the people in the society that needed, or in our community that needed the most uplifting. And so, as opposed to them being set um, as somebody whose beauty or outlooks is below standard, we wanted to set them as the standard moving forward, because we felt like I said, these are our natural features. These are the like Whoopi Goldberg looks like, she holds the features of a Black woman more than anything. And so and it was kind of, and we are a controversial group, so the things that we do are extreme and controversial, so it was a lot of controversy behind it, based on some of the personal lifestyle choices that Whoopi Goldberg has made. But I'll go back at it again. If you look at how people acted and spoke about Whoopi Goldberg in the 90s and stuff, black men didn't speak highly of Whoopi Goldberg. They spoke of her as if she was something that was less than and not a woman to be desired. And so her life, I felt like if she was more looked at amongst us as a standard, I don't think certain relationship decisions that she may or may not have made later on would have occurred.
You mean her marriage to Tony Danza and things like that? The fact that she married mostly white men.
Right.
So why not Viola Davis?
But I don't think Viola Davis is seen as
Ugly.
Yeah, it's seen as ugly. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Whoopi has been a metaphor since we go from back to the even like before The Color Purple. She's been like used as like this metaphor, not only in Hollywood and amongst as a joke, but also an inside joke amongst black people in their own households. Like, people don't be like, you finna walk out the house looking like Viola Davis. They be like, damn, you looking like Whoopi with your hair all over your head right now. You know what I'm saying? That's how they, you know what I mean? Usually if you get Viola Davis, that's more of a term of endearment. If you get compared to Whoopi Goldberg in our community, that's really a term, a sign of disrespect in a lot of ways.
I actually think that she I don't think that she's ugly. I think that she's actually pretty.
Yeah,
I
will
she's
go
ugly.
more for Viola Davis that people talk about and they never see her. I mean, it would be for anybody I know they had to pick one, but basically it's for the darker skinned women that you're
That makes
representing.
you feel like a goddess.
Right.
Or do you literally be like, praise Whoopi Goldberg? I mean,
No, no, it's
bow down. You know what I'm saying?
The praise is going to STEMYA, the image of STEMYA. What we want people to be able to envision is somebody is somebody on the stature of Whoopi Goldberg. But we chose Whoopi Goldberg because it's an extreme answer to it, and not only that, when you hear that, it's going to make you go, "What? Huh?" But
what is Whoopi Goldberg, like old Whoopi Goldberg or young Whoopi Goldberg?
I mean, I've used pictures of a younger or images of a younger Whoopi Goldberg. I've used of an older. It's not really about her age. It's just more about her features, her hair, her nose, her lips, her skin. All of that is us.
That's all mainly to build up the okay.
Right.
Okay, so now that you guys picked the image, what do y'all do with the image?
Right. Well, the image is more so a subconscious ordeal, no different than the same way that they pushed the image that they wanted to become the standard, which is the white girl with blonde hair, blue eyes that weighs 85 pounds. This is the same approach that we taking. So it's not so much as like trying to be blatant. It's more so about it being subtle and subliminal. So it's like the more that, you know, the further that we able to push it and normalize, like we want this to be normal, you know,
So
for you to see somebody like Whoopi Goldberg and think of beauty and not think of ugly. Because like I said, it's still a reflection of yourself.
Right. So the people that's in your group, what do they do with the image?
What do you, as far as like the image,
like you said, y'all pushing it, right?
Right.
Right. So in your group, if this is the person that you have chosen, what do they do with the image?
I mean, we've created different like some people you might see different thumbnails on some of our videos and different things like that with her in it. A lot of the times you might see I think my boy has made a music video with it. We'll push it, you know, subliminally inside of our information, you know what I mean, with the information that we push. Even just throwing it in general in the music or any, like pretty much in all forms and every way that we basically that we interact with people. we try to bring and we kind of try to give it somewhat of some sort of exposure.
So are we supposed to like kneel down to her, like honor her, or people like her? Like I'm not
Oh,
understanding.
you mean okay? So you mean as far as your reverence? Like how do we give reverence? So it like I think this is the separation. So the point of it is that the reverence, the way that you reverence and you honor STEMYA is by being active in STEM. That's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also agriculture. So that's how you would please the God of STEMYA. The image is only for the psychological purposes, right? Because of course the deity needs to look like us, but the actual deity, the way that you actually please the deity, is how you produce for Black people using science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and also, like I said, agriculture.
So you got okay. So now you've created this being. You created this goddess. Um,
Mm-hmm.
um, and a lot of time, I'm sure that's how goddesses are create. You know how that works. You know, people can come up with something. And here's the question though: at what point? I mean, okay, how many members do you have so far in your cult?
Um, as far as we kind of deep. We got two sides to it because we don't actually, as much as it is, we don't all necessarily agree. My side of it is probably about maybe about 11 of us that actually teach the doctrine. We probably got like maybe about 200 or 300 that actually rock dark side, and then on the other side they deal with like capitalism and stuff like that. They're more the capitalist side, but and they probably got more numbers than us. They probably somewhere in the 600-700s. But
So why would y'all put the term cult there? Is it a cult? Is it religion? Like what are y'all exactly?
because the root of a cult is culture, right? So anytime you're creating a culture, you're creating a cult. So we're creating a new culture for Black people. Therefore, it's a cult.
So is it one thought, group thinking?
Nah, actually, is a lot of the ideas and we done it even when we first built it, and we was creating a Bible. We was asking for it. Well, it didn't work out, but we was actually asking, for people of multiple different religions to add things. We wanted to put something together of things that everybody felt like we needed and things that they didn't feel like we needed. So no, it wasn't something that was closed or anything like that. Even now, as we're continuing and constantly creating a pantheon. So we look for other, other people. I've asked multiple times, people, if you have an idea of somebody or of somebody that as far as in our ancestry, in our immediate ancestry, that needs to be that should be deified, bring it to the table so that way we can figure out a place for him in the pantheon. No different than now how for me, I look at what is it, Nat Turner for us would be our God, our deity of war, our God of war.
Okay.
Same thing with like Harriet Tubman would be, the God of, what she would, to me, she would take a similar role to Eshu or Legba, right? Because of, just the history that she had with us and what they call the railroads, and her knowing the roadways and all of that. To me, I could see her personification basically being something that's similar to a Eshu or a Legba, more so, but in our language.
So y'all working on your own Bible?
At the time, this was something that we did when we had first started it, but it got it got a little bit too crazy and personal at that time, because we had a lot of people that was still in the Abrahamic religions that was over it, and they claimed they wanted to help, but it nobody really wanted to do anything outside of the text that they currently had.
All right, so what if
But that is
somebody,
something that we still want to do though.
so somebody, just say somebody wanted to join you guys but don't believe in deities, is that okay?
Yeah, we got some of the, like, if you go to the other side of the dark side, most of them are atheists. You know what I mean? Mostly atheists.
No, I said don't believe in deities.
That's what they did.
That would be an atheist.
That's atheists don't believe in nothing.
Nah, well, really, atheist is the lack of evidence. They believe, they don't believe or not believe. It's just that they don't. They want more evidence of it, should I say? So you would have to prove to an atheist
Right.
that a deity exists.
So here's the question. So you got 1,000 people that's joined, and like here's what it gets kind of. It can get kind of weird. A lot of these groups, they start off with just a few people, and then you have one charismatic person that rises to the top, and then it becomes all about them. Then they become the deity.
Mm-hmm.
Then people begin to worship them because they start to feel like, oh God, now,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So how do you stop your group from ever doing that and ever turning into a nature boy situation or anything strange like that?
Well, our foundation is very simple, and if you stick to the principles of it, is the first thing that we fight against is ideology. Is idolatry, right? And so, the first thing is belief in a God or anything outside of yourself, right? And so, understanding that anything that's asking for an invitation, you know what I mean, is probably your enemy in the first place, because whatever source or whatever connection you need is already in you. It's just understanding the language, understanding where you find it.
So is that like within your doctrine, or is that just something that you just kind of? I mean, how do you know that everybody's?
No. That's within the doctrine, because this is why we come out of the Abrahamic faith in the first place, right? Is because what brought me, and it's the same route. What brought me out of the New Testament, I seen the idolatry with Christ, right? What brought me out of the Old Testament was I was able to see the idolatry and with Yahweh. And the same thing, what would bring me out of any is being able to, now what I started to recognize was that there was idolatry and worshiping things outside of myself in general, right? Now which is why, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to tell Fundi that no, she's you're not asking bad questions. Sugar Love said to hold off on bringing up the questions to let him explain a little further before we actually bring out the questions and stuff. So give us a second. We're gonna get to the questions, trust me. And we're gonna also drop the link for anyone that wants to come up and ask any questions. So go ahead.
So yeah, definitely. But where was I?
Idolatry.
Oh yeah, so yeah, just basically, but at the end of the day, the point of it is fighting against idolatry, which is the belief of anything outside of self, right?
And that's what makes you have a check and balance to not be able to turn into a thing where one needs to be
and not only that, but also, and so the foundation of it, like, even though the like, this is the way that it's like, you can see like the way that it's starting, but what's being built is something that isn't necessarily, because like this isn't something, like this isn't the ideology and the doctrine and all of that. This isn't something that I plan on seeing in my lifetime actually, take go like bear its fruits. Exactly. Like my kids may not even see it. The point of this is to set something up, because understanding that the battle that we have is against different priesthoods, right? Whether you're talking about a government is nothing more than a priesthood. It's the same thing. They just changed the name of it, but it's the same thing. The people give up, and it's because people are more comfortable giving up authority to a few people. And so, you know what I mean? And kind of people want to follow. Like they kind of, you know what I mean? People don't want to lead themselves. They're more comfortable knowing that other people make the decisions and they just get up and put in their 8 hours and go home. Like people want to come home and worry about all of the extra stuff. That's why even when, and this is why I say like the importance when recognizing that you're a shepherd compared to a sheep. Now, knowing that you're a shepherd, there's certain responsibilities that you have with your sheep, because sheep are going to automatically be drawn to you. Now, how you send your sheep out is on you, right? So you need, like you could tell people all day that, all right, man, this information I put out, I want y'all to go research it when this live is over. They're not going to do it. I mean, maybe 2 out of the 10 people are going to go and research all of the information that you put out. So as a shepherd or as a priest, right, it's on you to be honest and really like not give them the best ability to not only to understand what information you just gave them, but also when they go and regurgitate it, because they're going to regurgitate it the next day as if they've been the one that looked it up. That's what they're going to do when they go to work. And they go to work and they regurgitate some information that you gave them and they get chewed up on it. They're going to come back disappointed at you because you sent them out there not ready for war.
So here's the question. Here's the thing. Sounds like to me, okay, one thing that you did mention in the very beginning of this is that you're the first of many blues. So what this sounds like a gang. You know what I'm saying? That you used to be in the Crips at one point, right? Or is your family member really tied to the Crips? What it sounds like is like a gang-like thing where no one is at the top. It's like, you have like that kind of like this kind of spread thing where because I imagine that allows something to be able to spread and there's no main leader, so you can't take it down. So it makes it even more permeable. So as it spreads, there's no main person that you could take down and destroy them. Right. It's like because these gangs go from New York to this. And a lot of the people that created this, were they former gang members?
No. I think I would be probably the only one. But I would say, like you mentioned it as being gang, but I would also say like Christianity spread like who's the leaders of Christianity?
Isn't Jesus the leader?
No,
Jesus ain't alive.
Jesus is not the leader. But I would just like to say, okay, let's just say I'm coming to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What me walking into this, like, what would be the purpose of what are you guys are doing? So what am I learning?
Well, the point of it is that first off, Black people need an independent state. Part of the reason why we don't go for an independent state is because a lot of us are subconsciously kind of comfortable where we are.
Them are the things you want to accomplish. Like, what am I learning to get to them accomplishments? So I'm coming in there, I don't know nothing. So who am I going to? Who am I going to? Like, how is the system set up? Like, is it schools? Is it lessons? Like, how am I going to learn these things before we even get to all of that?
As far as just the teach, I mean, I'll say this. It depends on. We don't actually have like one-on-one. Let me say that we don't have actually like one-on-one lessons or nothing like that. We do get together, go over go over the different doctrines, some of the stuff that we go against and stuff like that.
And then we present them. Remember, I know nothing. I'm totally blank. I know nothing. I'm saying, hey, I would like to learn about the dark side. So I didn't ask for one-on-one, but remember, it's a cult, as you said. Right?
But
it's a cult. So like who am I going to, and what would be my start-off point?
Well, first you would
your doctrines.
Yeah, first it would first depend on, like you said, you're starting from nowhere. Most people don't start from nowhere. Most people kind of come in with something, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, or it may even be atheism. But usually people are going to come in with some form of knowledge that they already feel like they know, and it's usually a challenge from there. So
does it like a Masonic fraternal group?
No, let him. Remember,
no, this sounds like Masonry. Like we know what Masons.
No, we don't know yet. Let him walk us through his dark side.
Okay, so yeah, basically, but so we teach different things. You're gonna come in, you're gonna learn the esoteric teachings of the Bible.
What
You're
would
gonna
that be?
learn the esoteric teachings of what you call it. Just in general, um, for example, just understanding, putting yourself in the stories of of as opposed to being viewing the stories from the outside, looking in. You'll be viewing the stories from more so the inside.
What
So like
stories? From where?
whether it be Christ walking on the water, you should be able to envision yourself walking on water, or even from as little as David defeating Goliath, you should still be able to see yourself in that story.
So this is gonna be in the Bible or the Bible you guys are creating.
No, that would be in the Bible. Some things we would use, and like I said, that's just an example. Some of it is dealing with the Bible, some of it is dealing with the Quran, some of it is dealing with uh, what is it, Islam or whatever, Judaism. But at the end of the day, we one of our main goals is to show that the the attack that it has on Black people, African people, and basically global Aboriginal culture in general. And I don't even know why I just say African, because it's not just African people. It's a war. It's a cultural war that's between um, Aboriginal people globally and the Eurasian. And so you're going to learn not only uh, how they kind of subliminally do it, and how it permeates like through you and how you spill out their doctrine, but also learning how to combat against that. And so even like with what we doing with the dark side, it's not just, it's taking the foundations, it's taking the things that we had in the past, and being able to close off of the holes that put Black people in the predicament that they're in right now. Like the predicament that we're in right now is based off of mistakes that we made because of how we felt about ourselves subconsciously. And so part of the doctrine is getting past our subconscious foolery, and then also being able to to be able to close up those holes so we don't fall back into that again.
So what roles do the women play?
Well, effectively it's supposed to be a matriarch, right? The reason why I'm a womanist, so and I say womanism as opposed to feminism because womanism has a different tone. A lot of people look at different Black women, and such as like a Alice Walker or a Kimberly Crenshaw, or uh, you know multiple different, and they'll automatically label them a feminist. But when you look at a feminism argument compared to a womanist argument, is very separate. And so understanding well, first off, men aren't included in feminism at all. And when you deal with womanism is always looking at how they can make the Black man better in order to be more suitable for them and the family. So
So
like on one, they don't care about the men and how it goes moving forward. But when you deal with womanism, it's about the family as a whole, and it's just understanding, but that in order to lift the family as a whole, it's a certain way that the woman is gonna have to be upheld.
like what?
Well, first we gotta create a society where that's more conducive to a independent independent working mom, an independent working mom. So right now the society is more centered around and built around somebody who's a virgin, and the person who's the mom, right? They're looked at as they're kind of looked down upon in society, and we can see it at a rise right now because every day the discussion is about the single mother this, single mother that. The single mother is the problem with this community, and the single mother is destroying this and that. And so just kind of being able to put her in a position where she can basically be independent financially for herself and for her kids, because and try to get her out of a vulnerable state, right? Because 98% of when we talk about domestic abuse and domestic violence, 98% of it is actually financial. And the issues that you have is that the system isn't set up for a mother to be also financially independent, which puts her at a vulnerable situation to whoever she's with.
So wouldn't that be up for the men to do that for the women? Like,
What do you mean?
I mean, if you want to put us in a better position, right? And we are in this cult together. So wouldn't that be up to the men to put women in that position?
I think so. I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what I said exactly. Did I say something that said opposite of that, or?
Well, you said something about the womanism and the feminism is exclude the men. Womanism doesn't exclude the men, and y'all want to put the women in better predicaments. Oh, right? Like being like financially in a better light. So
Right.
wouldn't that be up to the men in this particular cult to put the women in the better position?
I don't think it's possible right now.
Ah,
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I think when you on that, I think that gets a little bit bigger than just the cult though. When you like put it from like that aspect, because and the reason why I say that it's a little bit different in a position where we govern ourselves. But I mean, just to make a long story short, yes. At the end of the day, yes.
But you're saying, or are you saying that this cult is really about self-governance and self-taking care of yourself, not so much about
No,
family?
no. The government, the government is about. I mean, you talking about the cult being? Yeah, it's about us having our own independent state and us governing ourselves.
Right. So
So,
where does family come into that with this cult?
right.
you said, where does family come into play?
Yeah.
In order, so if no families came, there would be no independent state.
I'm confused.
Like, I don't think you can. Like, can you have a country without families?
So that's what she's asking. What is the family structure in your cult?
Oh, okay. What is the family structure in the cult?
Yes.
I think, well, it's, and I speak of it from this point, right? Anthropologically, and using just anthropology and sociology, the society is what kind of dictates what a family looks like, right? In a family structure. And so that's something that I can't, like, that's not something that we can come up with based on a doctrine. That's something that's agreed upon based on the conditions and the environment. So families, the way a family is shaped, like who's going to be the acting father and who's the active mother, who's
No.
all it.
Not that. I'm talking about in your cult, right?
Right.
Y'all starting a whole new cult. What would your family structure be? Does it is
So
governed on the society, or do
that
you guys yourself, being that you now have a cult, dark side, right? So would that contain women learning STEM? Like what would that be like in your cult? The family structure,
yeah,
the
I mean
man, woman, child.
everybody.
Let me give you an example. When Nature Boy had his cult, he wanted to be polygamous. He wanted all the children to basically grow up in the cult and marry off each other and procreate
What?
within the whole thing, right? That was his cult. That was his family structure. That everybody basically they all like are incestuous, right? What is the family structure in the dark side?
Yeah, we like that, and that's what I mean.
Is it
Like,
polygamous? Is it polyamorous?
no,
Is
no,
it
when you,
marriage not exist? Like what is it?
yeah, that was like the point I was making. Like, that's not something. Like, I see why you asked the question because of based on how they've done it,
No.
but
That's
In
why I told her to let
we're
him finish.
more we're
no,
more
in Islam, polygamy is
right.
in Christianity, in New Testament Christianity, polygamy is allowed, and then I think in the New Testament, that's when it stopped and started being one man, one the what is
Right,
it called? Nuclear family.
Right,
right. That's
but
go ahead,
Let
brother.
me explain. So that's
hold
one.
on. But when you so like like when you so the reason why I say that it's the conditions and the environment, because you can look at it and say, okay, according to the Bible, you're supposed to do this and this and that, right? But that's not you like that's not something that's how could I say, when the Bible is written and those and polygamy is allowed in the Bible, that's written after the fact, right? So that's after the people in the society have already lived that way and they agreed upon that. So and that's why I say, like, in order to decide, I can't decide whether the society will be a society that has that where women have multiple husbands or men have multiple wives.
All
That's
right.
not a decision I
Do
can
you
make.
do
That's a
you have a
decision
wife?
that's made based off of the environment itself.
Okay. Do you have a wife? Do you have a
No.
wife?
No.
Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a partner? Are you solo?
Yes. Yes.
Which one is the yes?
I definitely have
A partner.
I,
healthy relationships.
oh, so you have more than one girlfriend.
He's put your polygamy.
I got kind of a
What?
no,
Hold
no,
on.
no, no,
Let
no,
him
no,
finish. Go ahead. What you say?
no. I just got a lot other stuff going on.
You got a lot of
I
girlfriends
got
going
a
on.
no. I was saying I got a lot of other stuff going on,
No,
but
but I'm just
it's a little bit more
we can
complicated.
get to that. But
Yeah,
I'm learning. Remember, I'm learning. So
yeah.
you have girlfriends.
I mean, it's a little bit more complicated
So
than
so
how it
so
sounds.
so do you have children?
Yes.
And there will be more than one mother.
I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. At the moment. Yeah.
All right. Do
Yeah.
they live together? Do they get along, or are they separate?
Nah, it's separate.
They're separate,
Yeah.
but they all know about each other. Would they be in your dark in your dark coat?
Nah, no. Maybe one of them. One of them probably, but
So
nah, the other
are
not.
you open for more
For more what?
women?
Um, I mean, I'm just kind of vibing. That's not something I'm like,
Just getting it in, just doing
you
his thing.
know.
Keep
I'm
single.
just, I'm just, I'm just vibing.
Okay.
I'm just vibing.
Do y'all consider marriage?
Um, I mean, I wouldn't mind. They don't.
So so would that be to one woman, or more?
um. I mean, if I was, I probably would. I mean, I don't know. I honestly, it just kind of depends. It kind of depends on like the vibe and how it is. I'm not closed off
So
to any of that.
with the womanism, what if she just says, "I just want you, I don't want it"?
You said with the womanism.
Remember you
What did
say
she said?
Remember you say y'all
Right,
about the womanism, right? And y'all
right.
want to put them in
I said,
a
yeah, I'm a
right,
womanist.
right. You're a womanist, and you want to get rid of that stereotype with the single baby mama and all the stereotypes against the black woman. So if this woman says, "Hey, I want to get married just to you," then is that okay?
I mean, like where do I vibe in it? I like
This is your code.
yeah, but I'm saying this is somebody like I'm the one that's getting proposed to. Like I'm a little.
I think I want to make up a rule for the cult that women could be whoever they want to be with, and I'm just making.
I mean,
rules. I want
I
to
don't
just
think.
make the cult.
I think if you saying
I'm
like
just
as far as in the country
No,
or
me
in
and
the
you. Let's say me and you. And I say, you know what? I like this guy. I think I want to go into the dark cult, right? So then,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Do I like you though?
as me and you are talking, right? Just
Right.
hypothetically speaking, me and you are talking, and we start vibing. Let's say we start vibing, and then I go
Okay.
like, listen, I don't want you with no other woman, just me. Now, what was
Yeah,
your
but
response?
that's a I can't just hypothetically say anything to that. That's a person that's a response that would have to be based off of how I feel about you. Like
Okay, so
is
if you
that
don't feel
something
about me like
like
that,
if
mhm.
like I think
so
I
my-
answered it the first time when I
so
said
it well,
I'm
how I
open
feel. All right,
I'm
so my
open
feelings will
to
not be respected. I would just have to. It won't be respected, and
so you
because it's containing to what you want.
Why did we go down this road?
I mean I think I would have to like I mean it's just based off of like so I don't have to like you either. You can just like me and I don't like you and we get married.
No, I'm just saying. Let's say we feel each other, but we feeling each other, and we're just
I mean, well,
conversating.
that's what I'm saying. So if we just feeling each other, then yeah, we good. Like,
But I don't want you another woman but me. So how are we gonna do this?
I mean, but I think what's kind of understood that wouldn't like have to be said like that. I mean,
We got to put these things on the table, right?
I'm saying like if I think that would be like an agreement that we would be able to make. Like, okay, I want you and just you. Okay, I feel the same way. I want you and like if y'all two agree on that, I don't see what's wrong.
All right. So
But
now we together. So now
okay,
what's the next step
as
according
far
to your code?
as far as what?
Your code. What would be the next step?
So doing so that like I think that's flying over y'all heads right now. The cult is not into your personal love relationship. That's not what we're here for.
Right. Okay.
Like
So
we're not here to be. That's why I said that. This is why I said the way a family would be structured would be based off of the environment, just like any other family. There's never been a family structure that wasn't based off of the environment and the conditions around them.
So it's not like to me like it's not a cult. It's not like a fraternal or organization. Because the cult is definitely going to have all of. Because the family is the center of everything. Because human beings don't exist without population. So once you have that structure of giving birth to a child, how that child is raised, man, female, how it's nurtured by nature, etc. Like if that's not even considered or taken account into, what's the family structure of our cult? Then
In the culture, right?
yeah, a culture. How is a culture? Let me give you an example. Hold on.
But
Let me give you an example.
okay.
Okay, in Mali, or was it Mali in Kenya, parts of Kenya, the women build the houses. The men go out and hunt. It takes them 6 months to build the house. The men go out and hunt, come back, and he's allowed to have multiple wives. The more wives he has, the bigger house that can be built. So that's the culture of that thing, right? That's their culture, right? You say a
How
culture.
did they get to that idea?
no, we ask. Remember, you are the
No, I'm
star.
saying how did
You
they get
you
there?
you are
Right?
the star of the show, so you supposed to be telling
So this
us
is my
how
cult, right?
how y'all get there. Correct.
But you're telling me that I have to tell you how to get there, and I'm telling you that's something that the society will decide.
So how your cult society decides your cult.
Yeah, in a lot of ways. That's
So
how we
how
got to the Whoopi Goldberg. Remember, based off of a situation that was seen in the society, right? That's how we got to Whoopi Goldberg as being the image.
so basically that would be like the next step would probably be honoring dark skinned women. Would that be like a part of the steps?
as far as being it. I mean, that honoring dark. I think the honor of them.
Because you spoke upon our nose, our hair texture,
Right.
and she is the perfect one. So the next step in this cult will be honoring the dark-skinned woman.
Okay. Right. Is that just in general, or is this still in a marriage conversation?
We out of marriage. We're talking about the cult, right? So I'm just trying to figure out if I wanted to come on cross over to the dark side. I want to know what am I getting myself into?
Right. Right. So yeah, basically it wouldn't just be honoring I think the black women, I think that's a major part of it, but the reason why the image is there is more of is for a subconscious reason. The point of the deity, and the way that you honor the deity is through science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So that'd be whether you be teaching your kids, you teach yourself, somebody else, however it may be. So and find out, and then the next move would be, what would be your skill in a society for you to bring?
Whose society? The dark society or the regular society? And if I'm joining y'all not going to teach me STEM, I'm joining you. They're not going to teach me STEM.
I'll teach you what their doctrine is. Right?
I think. Okay, so let me start once again. So the reason why that the deity and the point of STEM is so that STEM is made, that STEM in general is something that's more that's made more popular in our own community. The same, it's just as popular as Jesus. So the point of it is to make the things that are useful to us just as popular as the things that hurt us. So Jesus is more, it hurts us more. And STEM is something that could benefit us more. So if the energy that you put in 3 times a week going to church, you put into STEM, then we'd be further along. So that's the point of having a deity there in the first place.
So if I know STEM now, with that, am I part of your group?
I mean, you could be. That it just kind of depends on what kind of doctrine you would spill moving forward. I think you could. I think it's plenty of people who know STEM, but there's still a lot of their doctrines and the way that they feel is kind of anti-African in a lot of ways. So it ain't just, it's multiple phases, right? The point is understanding that we're under attack from multiple ways, and the things and trying to make popular the tools, right? So just as popular as hip hop is, we need STEM to be just as popular, as whatever it is. So, and like I said, this like I said, the point of it in general is so that it's what type of mindset that we have going forward, moving into an independent Black state. It's so that we don't get our own country or get whatever. Well, first off, it's so that we actually want to get our own. But second of all, so that we don't get it and then end up back in the same predicament.
The only thing I would say is that, like, a lot of these people that start these groups, it starts off like a group like this, and then it becomes cultish. You know what I'm saying? That's when it starts to, when people start to really get to take
it's supposed to be a cult. That's the point. If you're creating a culture, that's what I think that's the point, is to create a culture. That's the whole point of it.
Saying it is a cult for them,
right? But they
have to organize it,
right? But because they're not teaching the STEM. He said you got to come in with it. So
no, I didn't say that we didn't teach STEM.
So you got to teach them.
We do computer classes where you can learn coding, all kind of different stuff. Whether it be learning just how to engineer with music or whatever it is definitely multiple things that you can learn, but that's not the basis, is that you're going to come here and learn STEM. That's not the point. The point is, so STEM is a part of the culture. STEM is to be embedded in the culture.
So what is you guys' culture that we going to learn here? What is the dark side of culture? Like, give us a synopsis of exactly what you guys represent. You said STEM, having a deity. So like walk us down this road, because we getting you, but not getting you.
Yeah.
Not society. I'm talking about what you guys do in your cult. Like how many people get together? Like, does this one person handle this? One person handles that? Like, y'all do it over the internet? How does this work? How does this cult work?
For the most part, it's just for the most part is making sure that we educating people, and as far as on the cults that they are pretty much coming out of. So bringing them out of the cults that they are in and bringing them into a culture, and or allowing them to help create a culture that's more fitting for them and for their future.
Like an organization or a cult. Okay, so here's the thing. I did put into the thing the StreamYard link. Sugar Love. If
I
anybody
don't
wants,
see it.
I put it in the private chat.
I can't copy it from there. You got to drop it in here.
Okay, I put it in the thing here.
No, put it in the thing, then I'll copy it. There we go. All right.
Yeah, because we're at the 1 hour mark, so we want to. If anybody got any questions, we don't want to keep them too long, but we definitely want to get a. One thing I did want to ask about, like I said, so you started this group, correct? Or was it like a bunch of people that started it? What, are you the leader of the group, or are you just a member of it?
No, actually, I am the leader of the group. Definitely, as far as right now, especially the face of it, as far as for right now. But we looking for other people who are younger and can kind of take it
I'm sorry.
and kind of go further with it.
I'm sorry. What's y'all mission statement, bro? Oh, so I got my sense of humor. I'm sorry, y'all. What's your mission statement? Google got a mission statement. Every major corporation has a mission statement. What dark side mission statement go?
Yeah, we are the last hope for humanity. The ones that the ancestors have chosen to get rid of your schisms, isms, and all the other things that been holding us back and causing self-hate. So yeah, the point of it is to rebuild the Tower of Babel. We feel like all of us together are Babel, and that's what we'll do.
So you guys together are Babel, okay?
I feel like all of us. I feel like Aboriginal people in general, globally, are the Tower of Babel. When they talk about the Tower of Babel and the let us come down and cause confusion and this and that, that I think that's what we see happening amongst the Aboriginal people. Even from the story, even how the invasion, how they invaded the Canaanites. You can see that play out not only in West Africa, East Africa, but also in the United States with the natives. It's the same thing. So the war isn't the point of it is and like the point of our particular culture of here is to make what we have here more as far as for Black Americans more African. Right. So that's the point of ours, is to make ours more African. But in general, I think the point of it globally, or the global effect of it, is just in general that Aboriginal culture isn't something that's demonized. It's something that's actually that's actually looked at as the standard in how we see the world. Because I think what they've been able to do is change the way that we view the world, and they changed it to where we view the world through like a more of a Eurasian way.
So these are the things y'all teach, or these are the things you want?
These are the things that we teach, and this is what we're gonna get.
So how do you teach these things? I keep asking you that. How do you teach it? Like where you it's lesson books. Like how often do y'all meet? Like
Well, first, I think that's what I was explaining. First, you gotta bring, you gotta meet people where they at. Most of the people that come over are coming out of like a different biblical cults and is Islamic cults and stuff like that, and so they come out of that, not realizing the self-hate that they had, and so
so
once they come out of that,
so
then
so you the leader, but everybody's a teacher.
nah, nah. It's a few teachers. We definitely got teachers, and anybody can be a teacher, but that's not for everybody. You gonna kind of determine on whether or not you're gonna be a teacher or not. Like, and it's
What
just
are
as
you,
simple as you either
what is
gonna
a
hit the
class?
panel.
What is a class with you like?
A class with me,
Mm-hmm.
um, we kind of, it just depends on it, where we going, on what part I would start
Pick
at.
a subject.
So um, if I wanted to just show, one of the last things I did one on was just showing African spirituality and basically showing how it was banned in the court system here in America, and so showing um, like how our spirituality and our culture was attacked over here, but as opposed to some of I showed different Abrahamic religions that they was able to certain things in Abrahamic religions that we would deem as a little unusual or a little weird. Those things was allowed to happen.
Can I ask you a question? Can I
Mhm.
ask you a question? Peace. Um,
Hi, JC. How are you doing?
what's
JC
up?
is joining. Keisha has joined.
Peace to the panel and in the chat and everyone, and to you, sir. Um, I was wondering when you came about this, was it about what you thought, what your experience was in life, like your own experience, and how you thought people could value and benefit based on your experience and not their own? And be real.
A part of it is
In the beginning. And I mean, I know what you're saying, but be real.
y'all ready?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so a part of it is uh some of it is based off of mine, and some of it is based off of others and what other people have experienced. So like I might hear you having a conversation and you raising a problem about something that takes place on a regular that happens amongst in the community, though it might be something that's like the details of it might be unique to you. Usually the situation is kind of a situation that's taking place in somebody else's neighborhood, right? It's not necessarily something that's like so far-fetched to believe somebody else is going through it. So a lot of the times you can look at somebody else's condition, and just look at ways of how you can um, like close off whether it is tie off the loose ends moving forward. So like I said, the problem I seen with colorism, I seen whatever problem it was. So in order to combat that, I came up with an extreme way to combat it. Whether people like it or not, I really, but the point of it, I know it's an extreme way, and I know that things that are catchy and things that are like just stuff that are catchy and things like jingles and stuff, those things stick with people. you know what I mean, and stick in their subconscious. So being able to create something and then knowing that I could stuff it, you know what I mean, try to put it in people's subconscious moving forward, like
Okay.
that was like the point of it.
Okay. And do you know? And this is a question that I'm going to ask you and the panel about the jingles and things that's catchy, and you see how like they use us for everything, our hip hop, our culture, everything. They say we have no culture, but they use us for everything, and we know that we are everything. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that,
Right.
right? Why? Come
Okay.
on. All right, come on. All right, I'm gonna stop.
So here's the deal. Now, a lot of questions we've asked, I think we've asked very direct questions, but when the answer comes back, it kind of seems like it's a lot of vagueness. Is it because the things are still being developed as the cult still kind of developing its what it is, or is it a secret that you can't really say because it's a secret part of the secret cult, or because some things if you ask a Mason, they're not gonna be able to tell you because those that know tell, those that tell don't know, whatever, all that stuff. So is it like a secret, or is it that it's still being developed? Because it sounds like it doesn't sound like it's coming together like the.
Yeah, I think I think I think was the difference is how we view a culture develops, and as far as like the foundation is just kind of different. So the way I view a culture and how it develops is that you end up with a foundation, and then the people kind of grow off of that foundation and they expand it in a way. And so the best thing that you could do is kind of try to set up boundaries to where as far as it expands, it doesn't expand to a way where it begins to hurt themselves or it implodes. And so I think you're looking at finished products, should I say, and more so going, well, in Islam, this is how they do marriage, and this is how they do marriage. But I think the point of it is that I think if it creating a healthy society, I think it's better to kind of avoid telling people how their relationships should look. I think the people will be able to tell you.
So
That's just like they don't. That's just, and I'll just give you one example real quick, right? I'll
okay,
give you one example.
I want to give you
My
I'm gonna tell you.
okay. So like my grandpa, like right now we talk about things like population control, right? So like my grandpa, they had 17 kids, right? But by the time you get from 17 kids, that was the norm back then. 12, 15, 17 kids, that was normal. And but when you get to our age, we're not having no more than like 2 or 3 kids at a time.
Right.
You know what I mean? And a lot of that is just it ain't because somebody had to tell you like, hey, you don't have 17 kids, but the way that the environment and society is structured, it's just kind of pushing you to how many kids that you have. So that's what I mean by the environment, like that'll come based off of what condition we in when we come out of the fire. But I can't tell you what the relationship's going, like what the family structure is going to be, because we haven't even went through the fire yet. Like there's a whole and the reason why I say that, because when you getting into anthropology and sociology, and when you talk about anthropology and sociology, the way that the like war is something that can definitely determine whether whether a woman has 2 husbands or a man has multiple wives. So I don't want to tell you that it's going to be men with multiple wives, and then we get there, what if it's women with multiple husbands? That could be the case. So it's based off of maybe how the war is, how close we are to growing food, whether we got to hunt for food, whatever the conditions is. So like that's not something that you can just kind of, I don't think that you can stamp like that. You know what I mean?
So
I don't think you should.
okay. so any organization has what you call bylaws. They have a mission statement. They have a great understanding. They have a overview. What's it called? That will tell you exactly what it is. Like a synopsis, right? A
Mm-hmm.
synopsis of okay, a 30-second elevator pitch of what exactly this, what direction is X Y Z, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
in that you will understand the culture of it all and what exists and what it is because you put everything into that pitch that 30-second or 1 minute whatever. um I think that's the only thing that probably we probably didn't get. Maybe if we would have got something like
Okay.
that up front, then we probably would know, oh, okay, this is the direction it's going. Now,
So
if you say
right.
science technology, if there's if a what's it called what's some damn bombs hit, if that hits and all this shit goes down, the internet, everything, ain't no technology, your whole religion goes down the tubes.
That's not true. Do you know what technology is?
Explain.
So if you needed to put a hammer in a wall, what would you use to put the hammer into the wall? I mean, excuse me, a nail into the wall. What would you use? I
And
gave
now
you the
into the
answer.
wall.
Something
Right.
hard.
What would you would use? Right. That would be a form of technology.
Okay. Fundi,
So
welcome to the chat. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, sis.
Welcome, Foo.
So you have a question, Fundi?
I do. I'm sorry. I turned off my fan because I didn't want any feedback. Yes, you know I do. You know. Peace, bro. How you doing?
peace. How you doing today?
I am very well, and congratulations on your standing conditions with the FBI. It takes some shit to get on that list, bro.
You gotta be working hard. You gotta be working hard.
I see. I see. Okay. First, I want you to know that I'm not against you. I'm with you, but I need it to make sense before I can stamp it. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Okay. We're building a culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
All cultures have certain things that bind them as a culture. There is
Mm-hmm.
always a structure. Okay. Couple of easy questions about your culture. What language do you use?
Swahili.
So you speak fluent Swahili?
No, we teach Swahili. Nah, we all learning we all learning together. So you'll see shows where we'll go on and teach all the way from basic words to even how we talk about the enemy. Even we got all kind of different stuff.
So, who are you
The
learning the
Mazungus and
Swahili
different
from?
stuff. Uh, Actually, we just kind of been learning it on our own. Like none of us actually speak Swahili. We actually that's a good question that she asked. We actually picked that language like not even a month ago. We was thinking about well, it's been a couple of months now, but we was thinking about what would be our language in order to, because part of the reason why we don't see ourselves as African is because it is a language barrier. And so we were just thinking about, okay, so what language could we pick up that would be a second, language for Black people to learn that could bring us a little bit closer to,
But did a
to being
question
able to
for you, a
communicate
second
with the
question?
continentals.
Did you
Go ahead, Fundi. What was the next question?
did you look up Swahili and their culture and their like beliefs and what they really stood for and the sound of the language and what that that brought about and things like that, and what they did with their language, because you have to understand about these languages. It's not just, you can't just say, oh, I'm just gonna say, oh, this is a language I want to pick. Like, what made you
Well,
saying?
one, we needed a we
And
wanted a language.
that's respectfully.
Yeah. Well, we wanted a language because I think when usually a lot of Africans, they do speak multiple language, but most of the languages that they speak are like Eurasian languages, like French, Dutch, and you know what I mean, different like European languages and stuff in general. So the point of Swahili was that was a language that outside of like the European languages, that was one that was most frequently used amongst Africans. And well, yeah, that's pretty much it. It was one that was most frequently used amongst Africans and was non-European.
If I may, if I may,
Continue.
simply on the fact that my name is Fundi. Simply
Let's go, Fundi. Let's go, Fundi.
that my name is Fundi, and that's the joke, because Fundi is a Swahili word.
Swahili name. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when we're talking about Swahili, Swahili was a language used for trade along
Mm-hmm.
the Silk Road, the gold route, the silver route, and the copper route, which took us through not only the Middle East, but Africa, India, and into China.
Mm-hmm.
Swahili was a language made up of a whole lot of other languages just to be used on the trade route. So
Right.
Swahili doesn't necessarily have a group of origin, because it is a money language. It is a trade language. So when we
Similar
talk,
to the Gays, but they would and not to cut. I'm sorry, sis. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I got a little excited, but I was just saying similar, and it's similar to like the Geese or the Gays, which was also a trade language. But I think both they would still classify them as Afro-Asiatic or Hamido-Semitic languages.
I didn't say that they weren't. I didn't disagree or agree with that.
No, I
I
wouldn't
was
disagree. I was just adding on with you. That's why I said I got a little excited when you said that. I wasn't in disagreement.
okay. So Swahili, okay, got it. Now, again, because cultures have things in common, and that's what sets them up as cultures away from other things, we are building a foundation. Now, we have a language. What is concretely? Now, mind you, in this language, we have a word for everything all together and some things excluded,
Mhm.
encompassing everyone in your culture. What is the family structure?
I think and taking my personal, and I say this, taking my personal opinions out of it, I think if most people, if most of the leaders would answer you, they would probably say man, woman, and child.
Okay. As in singularly, or the structure of a man and a woman in the home taking care, or in a partnership taking care of the children from that partnership.
See, that's where, and that's where I was talking about earlier when we talk about. I'm not and I hate to say it like that, because some of the people actually, that's, you know, some of the other people that are also in the group, they actually disagree with me on this, but I don't believe in that necessarily as being a end all be all to a family structure, or being something that just has to be. I think if that's something that people would like, I think that's cool. But I think based off of to me, I don't think that that's healthy based off of the relationship that men have had with women, like historically. I don't think that's ever been able to be something that's proven to work. And I think that's why when you look at most cultures and societies where that family structure does work, the home or the family structure isn't hinging on the relationship between the actual biological mother and the father. Right. So a lot of times, that's why a lot of times what you'll see is, especially like in the matriarch, where the uncle is the active father, not only because she wants to be able to preserve her culture, her name, and the legacy of her family, but also the traits and stuff that the baby picks up she wants to come from her side of the family. But another reason why I think that is the case, I think that's also done as is just in general. I think it's been. I think that was something that was just done in general to kind of protect the children. You know what I mean?
Do you not think that maybe that was a generational curse of why
Nah,
the uncle was that had to do these things?
nah, nah. I don't think that's a generational curse. Like
I
I think
mean,
that kind of showed you
just
the
using the word because I hate to use these terms
yeah,
anymore, but you know what I mean.
yeah. Nah, I would say I wouldn't say a curse because like I think through like how we look at a patriarch is kind of looked down upon for that, but I think the point of it was that the woman would be able to keep her own self identity. So now I don't see that as a curse at all.
Oh, okay. Okay. I need to nail this to the wall. So let me ask you this. How with everything in mind, because sometimes you speak for the group and sometimes you only speak for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the cult leader, I would think that you would be speaking for the group instead of just speaking for yourself. So let me ask you this. How, regardless of marital structure and this, that, and the Bible and blah, blah, frickety frack, how are the children that are produced through your unions of sexuality, how are the
Mm-hmm.
children cared for?
Oh, this would be a community.
Look, not
Yeah.
done, not done with the
Oh, okay.
question,
I'm sorry.
because there's a nuance to the question. By the biological mother and biological father, and what do those two play in raising the child as well? I land my plane.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
I think
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I wouldn't my ideal of doing it, I wouldn't create a structure that would be based off of where I think that the most importance to me that they would have was that they birthed the children.
So here's the question: Did you guys ever have? It seems like you guys have a lot of discussion about religion and like the Bible and this, that, the other. But you guys didn't really
Mm-hmm.
focus on this aspect of the cult. Did you guys ever just really sit down and just think about like this? Like, it's if down the line, right? Your kids are joining your cult. Is there a structure for how that family is supposed to run? Is polygamy okay? Is it polyandry? Is there no marriage? We don't even believe in paperwork. Do we jump over a broom and get married? Like, is there a ceremony? Like, this is a cult, right? Cultures have
Mm-hmm.
ceremony in which they raise their children, right? They have like a structure of family. Each
Mm-hmm.
That's
culture has
Yeah.
part of
because he said that he wanted the children to carry on his teaching. So that will also start within your own kids.
in your family.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is,
Well,
do
hold
you?
on. Let him he didn't answer it. I straight.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Just repeat the last part of the question again.
How are you?
Sorry, go ahead, Quindy.
How is the structure of your culture to take care of the children that are produced through the
Mm-hmm.
sex that y'all are having? What is the structure? Because there has to be a parameter to taking care of the children. And
Right. Yeah.
and
That.
let's on something. And it's okay to say we're on welfare. That's okay
Right.
to say too.
I guess. I mean, I guess you can kind of. It would. To me, it would be more of of the like the community in itself that would be doing the raising.
So where's the community at? Do y'all
Like to
have
me,
land? Or y'all gonna purchase land?
no,
Like,
no,
where's the community at so they can take care
no,
of these kids?
no. The point is to actually start it with the no. The point is to start the war that goes forward. This is just supposed to be. We just supposed to be shaping the ideology of when we come out of the war, so that we don't go back into Christianity or whatever it
No, no,
is.
no. You said the community would take care of the kid. Where is the
Wait,
community?
wait. So he just said that he's creating kids into
No,
war. That's what you
no.
said?
Wait, hold on. Back it up. Where would the community be?
In the independent black state.
Where? I mean, on the outside of Texas, between Texarkana and
No,
Philadelphia.
you can't build a nation within a nation.
So where are you acquiring the land at?
We're not like
He's saying he
we
is
would be
creating
taking
kids
the.
for
Hold on,
war.
JC. Hold on, JC.
I mean, actually, she just kind of hit it right on the head.
I'm
That's
trying
the
to
point.
tell y'all what he's
It's,
saying to y'all,
I,
man.
I
she just hit
understand
it on the head.
completely, but
So when whatever land
where is
it
this
will
supposed
be,
to take place?
where we when we decide we'll take like wherever we decide to take the land from. So like
So y'all
land,
could
that's something that we have to take. So that's a part of the point of the doctrine in the first place, is to get to a point where we realize that first off, land ain't like wealth, and all of that is not nothing that's bought. That's something that you take.
may I
You
may
taking
I
it from who?
wait, okay. May you can buy it or you can take it, sir.
No,
Yes.
I mean, okay, you can buy
Yeah.
wealth.
Yeah,
You said you
baby.
can buy wealth.
Buy
How
wealth
much is
with
wealth?
you tell me. You brought it up, so you have the parameters, right?
And like I'll give you
You know
right. I'll
what
give
we
you an
not,
example of why you can't buy wealth, right? And I'll tell you why the difference, right?
bro. Let me give you a
Uh,
fallacy in your statement. You said that you can't have land in a foreign country, and let me give you a fallacy
no,
that's
I
right.
did not. I said you can't have a nation within a nation. I did not say you cannot have
Let,
land in a foreign
let me
country.
tell you why that is a fallacy.
That you can have a nation within a nation. Go
Yes,
ahead.
baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'm not slow, and I'm trying to treat you like you not slow.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the wording was correct because I didn't say that. So
Oh no.
appreciate it.
Okay. Then okay. This is what I'm gonna say. Washington, D.C. is not a part of the United States of America. It is not even counted in the 50 states. We have a Washington state and we have a
Yeah.
Washington District of Columbia. Our capital sits in a foreign land, sir, that is not even attached to us. I'm saying that so that you can go back and understand that that can happen, did happen, is happening right under your nose as you speak. So when you say that you cannot, you're also saying that the Cherokee Nation is not the Cherokee Nation because it too is within the nation of the United States of America. You saying they don't exist. You're saying the Choctaw doesn't exist. You're saying the five native civilized tribes do not exist. When you say that a nation cannot live within a nation, and sir, as an aboriginal of Turtle Island, that is a fallacy because we are a nation within a nation, and you're trying to build a nation on foreign soil.
And what about Gullah, the Gullah Geechee? Aren't they their own little nation over there?
Yes.
So when you say that, so if they break any laws, where do they go?
Where do you go?
They go to the same place I go?
Do they?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If somebody of the Navajo Nation murders somebody, are they going to jail or prison, or where are they going?
If they do it on their land, no.
Okay, that's a new one. All right. So what about in Washington, D.C.? Where do they go to jail at? If you commit a federal crime in Washington, D.C., where do they go to jail?
You commit any crime, you're going to federal.
Thank you. Bruh, you talking?
You jaywalk, you go to federal prison. You don't go to.
He talking to us like.
And what nation is Washington, D.C.?
Well, don't every nation belong to, what nation doesn't belong to another nation, first of all?
What does Washington, D.C. mean? Since you questioning us.
The District of Columbia.
For us, but you have no answer.
That's what she just explained to you, sir, though. And I'm not being disrespectful. But the District of Columbia, do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What is it?
No.
JC, let Fundi talk.
I'm just trying to figure out in function. Just strictly in function, not definition, but by function. How does Washington, D.C., how does the state of Washington, or being in the District of Columbia, how does the people in that city, or whatever that you want to call it, how does it function differently from you being in California?
No, sir. What we not gonna do is try to belittle people, because you obviously have. What do you mean? You do something in the District of Columbia, you go straight to the Fed. If you do something in California, you might just go to jail, sir, or might just.
I can give you an example. My friend got caught with LSD. They were going to get him in jail for treason and kill his ass because he got caught with LSD, and getting caught federally with LSD is treason. Is treason. And they could kill you for it. You understand? You get caught with some acid at California, you're gonna go to jail for 30 days.
Now, do you have some land that we can commit a felony on and not go to jail?
I don't know any land that we can commit a felony on and not go to jail.
You can go to any reservation.
I know. Okay, so but if let's say you committed a felony in Cuba, let's say you committed a felony in Cuba, where would you go to jail at, in Cuba or in America?
We're not moving the goalpost. I'm not playing football with you. We're not moving the goalpost. Every question that you have asked me, I have answered. So I would like the same. I would like the same courtesy. I would like the same courtesy.
Okay, so can I?
So when I ask you this next question, I'm gonna get an answer like the same answers, the same concrete answers I've given you.
Can we deal with it? I just want to deal with the nation within the nation real fast. Can we deal with that quickly?
No, sir, because I've already proven that it can be. You the only one that don't believe.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Put the weed down, bruh.
Okay, go ahead.
We can't plan a war if you weed it the fuck out. That's what's got us fucked up. Let us be honest. Let us be honest about what's got us fucked up. They got us following men whose brains are cloudy. They can't think straight for the weed smoke. You planning a war high? Go to school. Plan a war that way. Go get an education. Go do what Dr. Huey P. Newton did. Since you want deities, go do what Justice Thurgood Marshall did. Go follow those men of learned education who had their sexuality on lock. It wasn't ambiguous. There weren't kids thrown all over the place, the Lord knows when, because they weren't irresponsible ejaculators. Bruh, if you gonna be a leader, your brain has got to be clear. You have to give clear, concise understanding. You giving us word salad. We still don't know what the structure of a family is, and that's the basis of any war. Who gonna feed you? Where's your farmland? Where's your pipeline? You can't eat bullets. You can't eat word salad. And I don't think you know what it is to look a baby in the eye that's hungry and you can't feed it. And your word salad does nothing because you can't even tell your woman what the structure of her family is so she can give it to you. You can't even tell us. And we're asking simple questions. You can't even speak the language of your own culture fluently. And you told us that. You didn't even recognize that my name is Swahili. And you talking about the STEM program, maybe look at my other name. That's a base metal. You're teaching? What? You haven't even nailed that to the wall. I can give you a clear, concise, structural outline of how I teach my classes, the structure in which I teach them. I can throw you to it. Here, go look at this video. That's what I do. I love you, but I love you enough to tell you that there's a flaw in your game, and it's huge. Your ass is wide open, bruh. Go back to school. You got it in you. Go get some education. And I'm not talking about liberal arts. I'm talking about a biology degree. I'm talking about go be an electrician. Go learn how to build a machine so you can build that new tech. Then you can teach that new tech. But until you put that work in, bruh, it's word salad. And it looks like word salad. It looks like irresponsibility all over it. You look like Jonestown waiting to happen, bruh. You look, y'all, they're ready to sweep up on you. And what you gonna do? Weed it out. Put the lighter down, bruh. Learn to burn then. And I love you. And that's coming from an older woman that watched men like you get thrown to the wayside because they didn't thoroughly think their plan out. At least thoroughly think your family structure, because that's going to be the basis of your war. And I say that with love. What is your family structure, sir?
Is this for me to answer?
It was a question.
Yeah, and once again, I answered the same way. I believe that's something that society will decide.
Listen, let me give you an example of why it's important to know your family structure and not just let society do whatever the hell it wants to do. Okay? Because right now society is deciding. Society is deciding a lot of different things that I don't agree with, and I don't want to get into it because I might piss some people off that doesn't agree with what I think. But the way the society is going right now, we aren't going to have any more children. It's going to go just down. We're not going to be even procreating at some point, So Tony again talked about, remember I talked to you about the women that were building the houses, the man, what I'm saying, this is in Africa, right? The women built the house, the men would go out and hunt and everything like that. That's what she's saying, war. That is your war, that's your hunting. Even it going off to war, and then the woman is keeping the house up. You know what I'm saying? If you don't understand your family structure and what everybody's place is in there, and you just say, well, just let society just do it, whatever, then you go off to war, and then the woman doesn't even know what to do. Well, she gonna know what to do because women got some sense. But I mean, to be quite honest, if you don't have it set up, okay, listen, this is what we need to do. Like even in America, when the men went off to war, the women was working in the factories. You know what I'm saying? They took over the men's work in the factories. Like there's a structure. So you're saying just let society figure it out, but like if you're the leader of society, then why would you just let society? No, you have to have you got to take the leadership role. But it seems like to me it's just disorganized, just like Tony says. You need to think more about organization.
Yeah, because society already exists, so it goes against itself to say, well, let society decide it. We're already in society, and he wants to change society. So them two that cancels out each other, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, this wouldn't be the society I would be talking about.
So what society are you talking about? Because it's canceling out each other.
I think the point of it would be that and which I had stated earlier, would be in the independent state. I don't think that's because at the end of the day, in the independent, the ideal independent state, there would still be some sort of form of democracy or republic, to where there isn't as opposed to it being a dictatorship. So that's the point I make by, regardless of it, that would be something that would be amongst the people. So that it wouldn't be, the point ain't to have something where it's just where it's one person and one voice. The point of it is to have something in society where when we say we the people, it's a literal we the people, meaning that multiple people are able to, and when I say the society, like the society is going to weed out exactly what they want. So when you say like today, how the society is deciding, no, your society is kind of being dictated and pushed a certain direction. It's not necessarily making a decision itself. It's kind of being dictated and pushed, and it's based on the conditions that we in.
So you want your society that you're creating, that when it says we are the people, you want a flag. It's like, to me, it's like you saying, I want a flag in the United Nations, right? Because if you are because if the rules, if you already have state the rules, this is how we're going to live, then there's no need to say we are the people, because that will be your lifestyle. So you don't have to say we are the people. This is the lifestyle. You created the lifestyle of that. But when you say we are the people and you have to make decisions, so you're making decisions against who?
Against other people.
Right. So then that means you're putting yourself up against other nations.
Okay.
Which is why you have an FBI file, by the way.
You have to understand that even in the beginning of times, it was, no matter what, when it comes down to even ants, and we say, oh, we can learn from ants, they have the best, but they have different tribes and civilizations and different ways that they do things and things like that. You have to understand we all have different ways of doing things, and you have to have something. You can't just say, oh, I'm just going to do my own thing and think everybody's just going to accept that because everybody is people on the outside that's doing their own thing as well. So how do you go about living in harmony with those people, or are you, like I said, ready to go to war?
Living in harmony with I'm missing which people are we living in harmony with?
I mean, either who, even if he has his own
like
community, it's never going to be harmony because it's always going to be differences. So it's always going to be internal friction and external friction. So how are you guys going to deal with that? Everything. So it's going to be more of a democratic system, or there's not going to be a leader, so you won't be the leader anymore because you have to take a vote. Like, how you going to do that?
I think that, I mean, at the end, that's the point of it is to have something that to where it's the society is kind of able to kind of dictate it. Basically, I think I get one. I think one example that was had was well, one idea that we was that was brought to the table was even dealing with W.E.B. Du Bois, talking about W.E.B. Du Bois' Talented 10, and and having a place basically for the Talented 10 to be able to kind of grow, not only with their skill set, but have a place where they can kind of be protected and be able to flourish, where their skill set can be basically something that benefits us, as opposed to the way it is now, where they kind of, Google is able to steal them and it only benefits Google or Apple or whatnot.
So the women and men are equal in your code.
You said, are the women and the men equal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why would they not be?
I'm just asking.
Well, Whoopi Goldberg, so is it dark skinned women are better than the other women, or is it like, is that something like a thing?
I think at this point, because I think the Whoopi Goldberg is more so dealing with something like as far as us healing. So I think that eventually, I think we can kind of develop outside of having an image of somebody outside of yourself. I think the point of it is that that's who I like in any situation you would deal with, who's the most vulnerable first in the society. And so the dark-skinned women would seem to be the ones who are more vulnerable, and I can't think of another word, but yeah, pretty much.
Hey, you can get like, oh, by the way, you can buy islands. You know what I'm saying? You just got to have $1 million. And also there are some townships available and counties and stuff like that are available in the United States. If you really were serious, that is.
Yeah, but then even still, then a lot of systems would have to be, even a bank system would have to be set up, right? You just cannot. Even if you got your own land, money has to be exchanged. So is it still going to be the American dollar, like your dollar, even if they take over a land?
Well, no, it's cryptocurrency.
Even who? A system have to be set up, crypto, money, whatever. It still won't be his system, or it won't be his system. He has to still choose a system from the society.
Have to create his own system,
right? But even if he creates his own system, with the exchange, like, who are they going to accept his money?
I think in the crypto, you can
No, he got to say specifically what type of money he's going to use. He cannot create that. He can, but it's not going to be. If it's going to be seen as real money or monopoly money. I mean, if you think it's to run a household, you want to run a whole entire land.
Yeah, I think for basically, just based off of what you said, that was the point I was making when you talk about building a nation within a nation. The moment that you utter a currency, that is that's actually terms of war. Basically, you can't even utter another currency. So even when you talk about like things like cryptocurrency and stuff, even the people who founded those like the guy Inu what Shiba damn, I can't even think of his name. Oh my God, Satoshi. Even the guy who created, nobody knows who he is, and the person who they thought that was him, they had to donate like 30, like I think they donated like 30 million bitcoins just so that dude could disappear. You know what I mean? Just because he created a new currency. So even with what you seeing them doing, it, and that's just creating a cryptocurrency. But as an anti-capitalist, it wouldn't be exchange necessarily of currency or buying land. The point would be to occupy land
And do what? You got to build on it. So how you want to do that?
The point would be to cultivate it.
All right, that's part. Okay, so how you gonna live? You're gonna still got to make a community.
Y'all gonna bring in teepees. Y'all gonna live in tents. You gonna make money.
Yeah.
You gonna make A-frame.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
And
saying.
then if I give you some corn and then you give me some tomatoes, that's exchange. That's currency. So
But before we get to that, we got to rest our heads and stuff. How?
Right, but he's saying that he's an anti-capitalist. Hold on, he's saying he's an anti-capitalist, but there is never going to be a situation where you're not exchanging something for something else. So it might not be an imaginary fiat currency, but if I give you 3 pieces of corn and you give me 1 tomato, that's an exchange. You know what I'm saying? And
that's the bartering system, yeah.
All you gotta do is be starting from scratch to basically end up at the same
if
place.
they are living there, how are they going to sustain? Like weather, rain, whatever. How they going to? Where he go?
I don't know. Hopefully his phone didn't die.
Oh, what's up, Kev?
King Kev, what's up?
My apologies, y'all.
Hey, King Kev.
And mine.
Welcome, King. Welcome, King Kev. Welcome.
I guess my apologies too.
Hey, I mean, it has been 2 hours, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think that we asked him some pretty good questions, and it sounds like, some more, thought needs to be put into this cult. I think that it must be new, and he must just be starting it. He's got to like get some stuff written down, like organize it a little more and get some people involved to really flesh it out, because it doesn't seem like it's thought out.
But it's going to be hard to do that because it's still stuck in the idea stage. Like this how I want it to be, but it's like throwing a bunch of things at the wall and gonna see what's gonna stick.
Yeah,
Right.
and I think that I think his wife was in the chat too.
No, he said he's not married. I asked.
Is he polygamous or anything like that?
No, he's not nothing. He doesn't have a girlfriend. You gotta come early to class.
Yeah, I'm late. I was late to class. But it seemed like he's
you his wife, Shay, but he said he don't have a wife, Shay Love. So y'all gonna have to
like he's very new to this.
Like I said, we get it, but we also are old enough and wise enough, because even he said that he started out in the different cults, like far as the Israel cults. He started with Sakari, and so then he knows their doctrines, even with Sakari and the rest of them. So he does know the doctrines of a cult, because he said he was with Sakari, right? So I believe that will make him be in LA. Right. And to say that we are the last, what is that? And which is a typical cult saying we are the last of the something breed or something like that. then
Wait, he out here with this?
oh,
With
there
this?
you go. There you go. Hey, my brother.
There we go.
Is Shay your wife?
Y'all better stop playing with me.
Hold on. Is Shay Love your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Why you say you ain't had no wife?
So there's a lot
Yeah,
going
they
on.
say JC trying to join the cult.
Hold on.
That's why the family structure and the code ain't together. Because
No.
It's so weird.
Hey,
Why y'all?
I
It's like
specifically
I mean,
y'all
said,
got nothing better to say.
like,
But
I'm saying, like that.
I'm a-
Understand
I'm a-
that if you gotta get that together first.
don't pay attention
Yeah.
to
Trey,
the chat.
Trey.
Don't unless you want
No,
to go
I'm
in
talking
the
to
chat.
Trey. I'm laughing at Trey.
Yeah, but don't
JC,
pay
please be
attention.
quiet.
Don't pay attention to the chat unless you want to go in the chat. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, as far as that, I don't. I'm not gonna. I can't engage in that part. Like as far
In
as
which part?
just the person on the screen. Like I kind of rather stay out of the way on that. Enough of it kind of played out on YouTube, and I don't really want to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like no good comes out of it on my end, so
I'm lost. What you talking about?
So we're not gonna hit on the wife.
I stay away. You know what I mean, away from that one.
I didn't say it. She said it.
No, I mean,
No, shit, the one
I
she
wasn't
did
saying
too.
anybody personally or nothing like that. I was just letting it be known, like you know.
So basically, I think we kind of left off. We were talking about the family structure. Then we got into that we want to get land. We got into
Oh,
the currency aspect of things. So it sounds like that you said that you're
capitalist.
anti-capitalist. Now you also said that your cult is divided, where you have one part of the cult that is capitalist, and then you're anti-capitalist, but you're the leader. So now you don't. So now you got two cults. Your cult's already divided because that's how the Protestants versus the Catholic. So now it's already getting a division going on because some people think capitalism is the way to go, and you're saying I'm anti-capitalist, but there
Right.
has to be some form of trade, right? Some way to trade. You have to like outline that. You're talking about
Yeah, I think, and that's
go ahead.
yeah. No, I'm sorry, not to cut you, but yeah, definitely. The other side, and that's something that we kind of go back and forth about on a regular basis. Whenever I mean, we kind of have a healthy rivalry on it, and it's basically just viewed on we just got two different points of basically how we view revolution. And
King said want to come up.
I could see.
I think
I got you.
but it's not it's something I think just like anything. I think you have a goal, and it's cool to have the same goal. I think how we go about getting to that goal it can be a little bit different. You know what I mean? So that's just like the same thing. Even even the disagreement that we have with the Israelites or the NOI or whatnot. Somewhat some of the same. The goal kind of is the same, even though it's a discrepancy in the dogma and the doctrine and how we go about getting it.
So how you getting it?
For them, they believe, some people believe that you can basically pay for it. You could buy liberation. I'm a believer that it's either liberty or give me death. And just I'm more of a fan of the works of Huey when he talks about as far as revolutionary suicide. Just understanding the lack of control that we have over the natural raw materials and how those things are held in order to kind of control us. So a lot of the reasons why we don't move a certain way that we move is out of fear that we basically how could I say it? It's out of fear um that basically are being starved, misplaced, or being killed. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, in order for us the independence that we wanted for a while it's not going to happen until the men are kind of get over that fear.
You say you're gonna pay for liberty?
No, I said you can't pay for liberty.
Oh, you can't pay for liberty.
Right. I don't think you can buy. Um, you can't like buy a revolution. You know what I mean? It's something big, and then with especially with the predicament that we in. You
So
know what I
you
mean?
say
Like,
you want to go to war. Who you want to go to war with? Who you going to war with? Or you
I
cannot
don't.
say.
I don't. I don't think we. I don't think we want to. I think we already are in it. I think it's just kind of seeing that we are. I think a lot of people kind of look at it as, we made so much progress, and they kind of look at it as like there is no longer a war. But like same thing as we talk about capitalism, which is the tool of white supremacy, and then you have to ask yourself, is white supremacy something that's aggressive or non-aggressive? And um, which most people agree that it's aggressive. It's just how do you deal how do you go about going heads up with the aggression, or how do you either meet the aggression or neutralize it is the question. And the way to neutralize it, to me, honestly, is built off of what we call agapic energy. um Agapic energy, of course, is a principle that was coined by Diane Nash, and this was the force basically behind the civil rights movement. And when we look at the civil rights movement, in general, it's a it's kind of a small example of what the revolution in general looks like. And the reason why, and what made to me the agapic energy so powerful in the civil rights movement, was that anybody could non-participate. You know what I mean? Everybody can't pick up a gun. Everybody can't fight necessarily. Well, I ain't gonna say fight, because to me it's still fighting. But everybody can't necessarily pick up a weapon, shoot, or punch. But everybody can sacrifice. You know what I mean? That's something that everybody can do for each other. And so when you look at like even something as small as the bus boycotts, you've seen people willing to sacrifice and make themselves uncomfortable, in order for, you know, people that they knew and people that they did not know. You know what I mean? That's the key too. People that they didn't know, people that deserved it, and people that they didn't necessarily feel like deserved it, was able to basically get that accomplished.
Hey, Kev.
What's up, gang?
This is Brother Blue.
What's good? What you got?
What's good, fam? Hey, I had a couple questions if you don't mind, bro.
All good.
Okay, I got a three-part question. So I'll ask you each part and I'll let you answer. Um, when you first was speaking about being anti-capitalist, um, and I know you spoke about it in a lot of esoteric terms, but in the reality, in the sense that we deal with on an everyday basis, what
Hmm.
society do you know of that exists on Earth right now today in 2024 that you can exist off a barter system?
It doesn't exist.
Right. So why are we talking about being anti-capitalist? Everything that we do is based on capitalism. Capitalism itself is not evil. If you monetize your channel, you will get money from YouTube. That is benefiting from capitalism.
Right.
So that's the way
It's
to go ahead, bro.
okay. That's actually, I'm glad you asked. That's actually a good question, right? And so, because basically, like I'll say this, right? When you part of the issue that we have when you dealing with capitalism, right, is based off of, especially in here, right, it's when the corporations are who control the means of productions, right? So like Google, Apple, all of that, that's when they control the means of production, as opposed to the government, right? And which is the government would be us, right? We would be the people. So um the issue with the connection that black people have with capitalism, right, is that we are it when you talk about in a system where the corporations control the means of production, we are the means of production, right? So when you talk about the natural raw material resources in the means of production, but you're also talking about the labor. We're the labor, right? And at one point, we weren't only the labor, but we were also one of the natural raw materials that was stolen. You know what I mean? But the
Can
the,
I
the
can I
role that
interrupt
we
you real
play.
quick, bro?
Uh-huh.
I understand everything you're saying, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I don't necessarily disagree with anything that you just said, but what you're telling us is information that we've been speaking about since the 60s. I'm
Right.
asking you in real time right now, with the information that you know and that we know, how does that translate in today? We know we're the battery to the machine. So in real time today, what is your solution? If you had a group of people that were willing to follow you, how can you explain to them succinctly in a very short phrase what it
Right.
is that you're going to do, all of the things that you oppose about capitalism, how you can put something into action in real time to counteract that so that you can still live without existing amongst what you are against?
Let's go,
Right.
King.
That goes and that goes right back to what I was talking about with the bus boycott, right? Even though we see that on a small scale, the bus boycott, what made it so powerful was the fact that they non-participated, right? Non-participation was the key in that. And so I think to me it works the same way. It's is how we participate in society and in the system, and then also um what is it? It's not. It's also how we how we participate in the society, but also how we view the world.
Okay,
So that's why
let
it's
me ask you it this
let
way.
let me just land.
Because I get what you're saying, but like I said, this is information that we all already know. If you had a group right now and you were sitting in front of them and I asked you to explain to them with bullet points, how are you going to take all this information that you have and extract your group from this capitalistic system and tell them how we're going to survive without being a part of the capitalist system?
Right. So when you say like removing your like you can't based off of how capitalism works, you can't just take your small group necessarily. I mean, you well that's a lie. I mean, if you can go off the grid. We could say
How do
that.
you eat
If
tomorrow?
you
Let me
wanted, you
ask you
could
that.
say
How would your
a
group
small
eat
grid.
tomorrow?
You could say off the grid. I mean, you would have to go back to what they deem as primitive forms of food of
Okay,
eating.
I'm asking
This
just
is
real.
like Nature Boy right now. Already,
How would your group eat tomorrow?
That
If you had a
definitely sounds
group
like Nature
of
Boy.
10 people, how would you feed those 10 people tomorrow?
Um, I mean, you would have to hunt. You would have to do, you know what I
Where
mean?
would
You
you
would have
hunt?
to grow food. You would have to
You
hunt. You would
can't
have to
grow
do a
food
lot
in
of
one
things.
day. You have to eat tomorrow. How would you
I
feed
go
a
to
group?
the zoo and take the animals out the zoo and hunt
I
them.
mean, I think like, and don't get me wrong, like I understand what you're saying, but I don't think like the answer is, you know what I mean, like, well, 10 people tomorrow, because it's similar to, and this is why I'm gonna say like like the I'll give you a problem with the question. It's the same thing when I'm talking to somebody about capitalism and they say black people can control the means of production. We'll just get 10 orange trees, and once we'll get these 10 orange trees, we'll start being the producers of oranges. Like it, the same way it
Well,
don't
here's the
work for that
problem with that.
argument is the
Here,
same way it ain't gonna work for 10 people. Like 10 people aren't gonna affect capitalism. If the point is to affect
it-
it to affect how capitalism is like its reach or its power,
You know what?
then
I can
10
answer you.
people ain't gonna make the cut.
Kevin,
but
I
what,
can answer your question. How you eat tomorrow? You steal some food off somebody else's plate. That's how you eat. If you can't hunt, you better.
Wait,
Well,
wait.
no, they in their own land. They ain't got nobody got no plates over there. Are you listening?
well,
No, he said
Yeah.
if
no, and
today
even when
you
you,
don't have
You
nothing,
know what?
Well, yeah. Now, if you was if
Let me tell y'all. Look, it's always going to be capitalism. Like if you think about it, when when you think about anybody that tells you anything about anything, it's like, oh, we were always kings. We were pharaohs. We we owned the land at one point, and we had this. Do y'all remember that movie, The Floor?
Hold on, let's kind of
stay.
let's stay right here for a second, because I just want to, I really want to direct it toward him, because if you want to be the leader of a group, you have to be able to explain what it is. Okay, so this is what I would say.
But you can't take 10 people though and affect capitalism, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I get it.
And 10 other people
But
going
see,
out
when
and
you
living
say
off the land,
capitalism,
capitalism
that's what I'm
continues
saying.
to go
Hey,
on.
see, please, babe. So what I'm saying to you is right. You can't take 10 people. And instead of trying to convince people to take themselves away from capitalism because you have an alternative, which you do not have an alternative to capitalism, because even the barter system is not an alternative in real life situation today. So what you should do is say, well, I'm not saying it like that to tell you what you should say, but as opposed to saying, take yourself out of capitalism because it's evil and it's manipulative and it's a master slave relationship, we can't undo, or we cannot become the power brokers all of a sudden of capitalism. So why not teach how to make our way within the system that already exists? We know the pitfalls, we know the hurdles that they put in our way within that system. That makes it to me, we should be more capable of avoiding those roadblocks, because we're sitting here talking about all of the roadblocks and the pitfalls of capitalism, but we still have to exist within it. So as opposed to saying
you think we
can
do a
take
bad
ourselves
job
out
of
of it, because that's not realistic. We cannot remove ourselves from capitalism and exist.
Do you
Because
think
you
we
said
do
you
a
can't
bad
take 10
job of
people.
existing in capitalism?
Say that again.
You say you think we do a bad job of existing in capitalism?
Yes, we do. Not because capitalism is bad, because we haven't figured out the ways to monopolize capitalism to benefit us with what we know about it, and the history that we know already exists from our existence from the beginning of capitalism starting in this country. So we know what it does. We know the evils about it. So it's like we're spinning our wheels to keep saying, yeah, we are the labor and blah, yada, yada, yada. I'm saying right now today, if you had a group, say you had a group of 10,000 people, how would you effectively take those 10,000 people and be able to exist in what you're saying by removing that 10,000 people out of the capitalist system, right? How would you tell them, how are you going to exist? We haven't talked about being able to produce anything. You said, well, we can take some oranges and grow orange trees. Well,
no, that was a art. No, hold on. That's not what I was saying. That would be, when I said the orange trees, I was saying that's the argument that capitalists made when we talk about owning a means of production. They usually say, well, we can own the means, but our means of production by owning the orange trees. And that's what I was saying.
We've been talking about this, like I said, forever. What do we do right now other than keep discussing all of the things that are wrong with the world that we live in? We know those things.
No, we have to cultivate land and try to cultivate
Tell
land.
me, do you have enough money right now? Do you have resources where we can cultivate that land?
You don't need money. It doesn't cost to cultivate land.
Okay, so why haven't we done it then? If it doesn't require money.
Because we're more into being in a society, into how the system works today, bro.
So like, tell me right now,
I'm gonna tell you why. When you
so you have 1,000 people in your cult, why can't 1,000 of those people go out to Arizona and just grab some land out there?
Can you tell me right now how we can acquire land right now without money?
You don't.
Just take it.
You're cultivating. You can occupy land without money because you're
Where?
free to cultivate land.
Where?
Wherever land is, wherever is arable.
See, that's not true, sir. That's giving false information to people. You can't just go. You cannot go to just an open.
Okay.
You can't go to just an open plot of land and say, I claim this for my cultivation.
See, what you just did. That's why I say it's the way that you viewed it. You said, I claim this for my cultivation. No,
Well,
you're
well,
going there
wait.
and you're just cultivating
Can I
land.
ask a
Doing what
You're
question?
to
not.
it
You're
though? When
not.
you say cultivate, what does that mean? Explain to me what
That
cultivation of a land
Yeah,
means.
see, that's why I want to ask. I want to
JC,
ask this
please.
question. I need to ask a question if he wants to know about
it's just the
cultivation.
upkeep.
No, we're
Do
asking
you
him
I
know?
want
specifically.
him
Do
to
you know
tell me.
It's
about
using.
Monsanto? Do you know
I'm trying to
about
have a conversation.
Monsanto?
I'm just
Do
trying to
you?
have a conversation with him because if he
But
wants to lead a group, I'm just trying to get him to explain. Just give me 1 second, please. Go ahead, bro.
If you're
okay.
if you're cultivating the land, it's just upkeeping. It's the use of it and the upkeeping of it.
Okay,
But
the
nah,
use
you
of it. Okay, the use of it, right? First of all, you can't just go to somewhere and upkeep that land. It belongs to someone. Okay. Two, the use of it. If you're going to make use of it, that means it doesn't belong to you. So you're automatically assuming somebody's going to give you permission to cultivate and use their land.
you said who's going to give
Yeah,
you?
that's trespassing.
Yeah.
So
So
when
just say you go out tomorrow and you just
Mhm.
go out and you find an empty field and you start what you call cultivating. What's that? You're going to till it. You're going to maybe mow it, pull the weeds. You do all that, right? You don't know whose
Mhm.
property it is. You're just now you said the cultivation and the use. So if
Right.
you're going to grow something on it or you're going to build something on it, what are you going to use? What use are you going to utilize that property for?
I mean, the maintaining would just at that point would just be to eat. That's something that's a possibility though.
Okay, then you have to plant something, but whose land are you planting something on? They may be getting ready to build a garage on there. You can't just go and say, oh, I cultivated this land, so I'm going to grow food on it. Plus, it takes months to grow food. And you have to grow enough food to sustain a group of people. So do you understand the size of land that you would have to acquire in order to do this? And you can't just do that because you go to it and cultivate it. That's giving people false information. That's giving
No,
people.
I think I mean that's kind of crazy though because
How
I
so,
mean
sir?
I get what you're saying but
No, how's that crazy? Explain that to me.
it's just funny that it's looked at like that when we would be just going to occupy it, but when they find land
But
and then
it's
they
laws
say that
against just going to occupied land. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We live in the United
what's the
States of
law against
America.
occupying land against cultivating land?
It's called
trespassing.
private property. That's why people can't come in my backyard and just plant tomatoes because they say they're cultivating and making use of it because it's private property. You can't just do that. That's a law.
But let me tell you what's so crazy is that you don't even have to do that. You could buy land for $1. There's land in Arizona for $99 in Arizona.
Okay,
Detroit. So you
we
don't even gotta do all that occupying the land. Because what's gonna happen when the police come? So now you gotta do a standoff like you in Waco. I mean, we've already seen these things happen where people go and occupy somewhere, and then there's a standoff. So
see when
you're
you
setting yourself up for a
Yeah,
failure.
when you give people false information, brother, and I'm not saying that you're trying to, do something purposely. It's good that you have certain information and you're trying to educate yourself and you're trying to learn how to be more independent is what I gather just from the short time I've heard you speak. But you have to be accurate in the information that you disseminate to other people, because what if a group of people decide to follow you and give up everything that they own and come where you at because you told them you can just occupy and cultivate a land? That's not true in any way. And we have to start based in truth. Also, you spoke earlier about, we can go past that. The second part of that question, you talked about revolutionary suicide. Can you please break that down in simple terms to me, what that means?
The way it was the way that Huey explains it is basically
Wait, the way who
just
explained it?
it's Huey P. Newton.
Okay, you quoting Huey. Okay,
Yeah,
go
this is
ahead.
Huey P. Newton, revolutionary suicide, and
Okay,
it's the point when you realize that that the fact that they control the way that, like, the reason why you don't move is just like based off what you said. Well, if we do this, the police will come. If we do that, we'll starve. If we do this, we won't have no lights. If we do that, we won't have nowhere to live. The fact that that in itself is what holds you back, and that was his point. Is that some point you got to be able to kind of realize the disadvantage that you have, and it
But we got to put that in reference though,
Yeah.
because well, you kind of misquoted it, but let's just deal with what you were saying. Basically, the things that keeps us from waging revolution is because of like the mindset, we can't do this, we can't, what if this happens? Okay, first, and this is with all due respect, because I love Brother Huey and the Panthers and the whole movement, but do you realize all of them are deceased or in prison?
Yeah.
Okay, what revolution did they wage, sir?
Right. Wow.
That would be the suicide part. You get it? We have to be able to understand and look, and that's not to disrespect our forefathers. Like I said, I have a great deal of respect for Huey P. Newton, the Panthers, period. But we have to understand, brother, when we learn information, we have to be careful about how we process that information. You get what I'm saying? You have an understanding of what some of the things that ailed us in the past, as far as us trying to better our circumstances, right? But what we know now is that we have to move different than our ancestors moved, right? And we have to understand that when you give information to people, it has to be something that's tangible, that they can actually do in truth, in real time. So for instance, if I say, listen, we can go to the city and we can take this land that's been abandoned for years. We can apply for a city grant and we will be able to cultivate that land. In exchange for us cultivating that land, the city will give us permission to make use. They will say you can grow X, Y, and Z. Or if you want to apply for a permit, you can build whatever on that plot of land. Now, that's working within the capitalistic society that you already admit that we are locked in, not because we don't believe we can overcome it. That's not what's stopping us. The reality of the fact is that we don't have an army, so we cannot wage a war. So when we talk about war, it's metaphorical, because we can't wage a war against anybody. Anybody.
What do you need for an army?
Well, hold on.
People. Weapons.
Hold on. Let me ask one question.
We don't have people?
No, let me ask one question before we go any further. How many people are following you now? That's part of your.
You said 1,000.
No, let me ask them again. How many people is actively following you, like right now?
I think the sister pretty much answered it. We probably between all of us, probably about 1,000, maybe a little over 1,000.
So it may be 500 on your side, 500 on the other side, or 1,000 together. Something
like that. Nah. The other side got more than us.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to get an idea, because the idea that 1,000 more people follow this doctrine.
So why is it like a separation of them and us already in this cult? Like, you got what? They got more people than 1,000 on their side. They got the 1,000, and you got like about 250 on your side.
Yeah, more people. It made more people agree with the capitalist route, like what this brother was just talking about right now. It made when you on surface, it makes more sense. You see what I'm saying? It's more of the logical argument. I don't come to argue a logical argument. Like I don't even think you can win a war like that. Like honestly, I think if things were just strictly if things were kept to being based off of logic, I don't think you'd ever even get to having an atomic bomb. Like the whole way you even got an atomic bomb is them like coming up with the idea of them theorizing on how to split something that they couldn't even see or touch. And you're talking about them talking about atoms from the time of like the 500s.
Right.
So that's an imagination.
The whole design of the atomic bomb, I'll use your example, was based on theories and real-time logic. It's certain things that they could do and that they couldn't do based on human and universal constraints. They only had certain things that they could use, and they figured out how to utilize them to maximize what they were trying to get. That's the same thing with what I'm trying to explain to you, because you have to realize that we couldn't black people right now, we could not wage war against the United States. Do you agree with that? Or do you think we have a reasonable chance at waging war and winning the war against the United States? That's real easy. That's not a trick question.
I can't agree with that, and I would be more so willing to die than admit that.
No.
I ain't
You
gonna
confuse
lie.
my question. I know you may be willing to.
No, I'm saying I would be more so willing to die than to admit that. I mean, that's like you and like that's like me sitting around with my girl. You walk in, you go, "Hey, so them niggas robbed you?" Yeah. But damn, bro, they got all them like. So how you like? Nah,
Okay, so
bro.
what you want? So what
Like,
you want to happen is me to come
I could
in.
always slide.
So what you want me to do is come in and say, "Hey, bro, these dudes just robbed me. You and the other 3 cats here, we gonna jump in the car and we gonna go slide on them, even though we don't have no weapons, but we're gonna go slide on them."
Right, we're gonna win. We're gonna win them. We're gonna win them.
You have to be real. You have to be realistic, brother. You cannot tell black people that we could wage war. The only thing is that's stopping us is that we scared, brother. The reality is we don't have enough weaponry. We don't have enough organization. We don't have we don't have tanks. They'll send 1 tank into your neighborhood and what are we gonna fight? What are we gonna shoot against a tank, bro? I don't care how many sticks and choppers these little dudes got. We can't mislead our people and lead them into a slaughter. Part of being a leader is having wisdom. You can't lead. You may be willing to. It's a lot of brothers that's willing to lose their life for what they believe in. I'm not knocking you for that.
I don't think so though.
That's not why.
I think we would get what we needed done. It's not enough of us.
How if they slaughter us? If they
really
can
willing.
listen,
I mean,
you got a
like
whole
because of
military.
like how you sound right now, bro. Like this. I
Listen
mean,
what
like
I'm saying to
honestly,
you, brother.
I ain't gonna lie. It makes
They have a
sense
whole
when women
military
talk like this,
right
but,
now.
like,
They have a
I
whole
ain't really
military
with
right
saying,
now
like,
in
no
Gaza.
other men finna be slaughtering us, bro. Like
No,
that.
listen what I'm
Just
saying,
real.
brother. Listen what I'm.
Like I hear you, bro. I
Our
see
brothers
it
in
exist.
Palestine,
They show
they
their
have a whole
military every
military.
day.
They have
We see it
tanks.
every day, bro. We see the police. We see the
Okay.
sheriff. We see it every day, bro.
So you're
Like,
gonna okay?
I don't know
Why
what
don't
the
you tell
fear
your people to
mongering.
just bum rush them and overtake the
Like,
police? Then, if that's the case,
like,
tell your
nah,
people to bum rush the police and take over
nah,
one precinct.
nah. It's
Why you
just
won't do
you gonna
that?
keep
You
letting them
scared?
knock door. You just
You
gonna keep
scared?
letting them go door to door, or is
See,
everybody just gonna walk outside of your
you
apartment?
playing
That's
in
the
both
point.
sides of the fence, bro. How come you don't just bum rush the police, bro? If that's our problem, bum rush the police. That's who's oppressing us. That's our oppressor. We know who they are. Why don't your group bum rush the police, bro? Any precinct you want, bro. Bum rush them. Take it over. You said we could do it. The only thing stopping us is our own fear. How come you haven't done that, bro? You can't get 1,000 people to do that because that's suicide. That's dumb. You got to be wise. Not you, brother, but a mind frame that says, listen, bro, war is metaphorical when we speaking about our plight. We have to wage war as far as the way that we attack our problems and our issues, the way that we raise our children, the way that our families, we trying to restructure our families and our schools and our communities. We have to think on that level, brother, because when we talking about war, you look at these little kids out on the street. Look at the gangs, bro.
When will we be ready?
May I?
You tell us.
I can't answer that question.
May I?
Just like you can't, nobody can answer that question. That's like saying, when is Jesus gonna return? Bro, I don't know. I'm just telling
that's
you.
what I'm saying.
Well,
Though.
hold on, you're the one that has the code.
Is it gonna get easier or is it gonna get harder as we go forward?
It depends on how intelligently and how logically that you attack the problem.
Right.
Are some people's lives easier than others? Yes. And why? Largely because of the decisions and the choices that they make. That tends to make your life easier when you make smarter and wiser choices. When you are reflexive and you are emotional and you are violent, your life tends to not be as peaceful and as good as a person that does the opposite. That's just a fact. That's not my opinion. That's a fact.
You talking about on a individual level?
We have to start with an individual before we get a group together. You can't get enough people together to do nothing. You can't get enough people together to build nothing, to grow nothing, or to wage war to gain independence from anybody.
And you can't get enough people to agree whether it should be economic, capitalist.
You can't even get your own group to agree that the problem is either socioeconomic or whether it's just it's moral. You know, if half of your group is saying, hey, we need to look at the structure of capitalism. It exists. It's just what it is, bro. Because you can't be anti-capitalist and then go to the store tomorrow and buy groceries.
But can I ask y'all a question?
Yeah,
Can I ask
it's that basic. See, that's what y'all try to say.
Yeah, you
Y'all
can. The same way that you could be an
Yeah.
anti-capitalist and sell groceries.
Well,
It's the
then,
same thing.
well, then you're
Because
pro-capitalist
at the
if you're
end,
participating in the culture that exists.
No, bro. You are directly affected by it, bro.
You're participating in it.
That's what
You
I'm
can grow
saying.
your food. You're choosing to sell it or buy it. That's a choice. Now you're saying we're forced into something. You just said a minute ago.
No, you're
everything was our choice.
coerced. No,
Huh?
you're coerced.
You're not coerced. You know better. So
Yes,
why do
you
you
are
go to the grocery
coerced.
store when you know better?
No, you're saying you, but you're
No, I'm asking you
coerced.
now personally. Why
You
do you
just
go
gave
to the
me 10
store?
reasons of why you scared, bro. Like
Why do
you're
you go to the
coerced into
grocery
taking
store,
it.
bro? I'm asking a simple question. Why do you go
Because
to the
you're
grocery store?
coerced into going into a grocery
You're
store.
not coerced if you know
Yes,
that
you,
they're coercing you. How are you still
bro.
coerced if you know that
You
you're
know,
being
your
coerced?
stomach is
You're
coercing you.
coerced and going
Your
into a
stomach
grocery
is
store.
coercing you.
I'm saying
Hold
you
on.
personally.
When you was 1 and 2 years old, where did you get food from? Where'd
Okay,
your
you
parents get food?
personally. You know now, right? You know
When I
better
was
that
one and hold on, wait. When I was
we've
1
been
and
being
2, where did I
conditioned
get
from the
food from?
beginning. I agree with you.
But now,
You
but
know and
see,
I know.
this is where the capitalism conversation gets weird because it goes once again back onto you. Now you talking about me personally again.
Yeah, because
Me
you
and
have
my
to stand on business.
But
If
no,
you're telling me we
no, bro.
should
If
take ourselves
no,
out of the
no,
capitalist system, tell
right,
me how we
right.
exist
That's
outside
no.
of
Hold
it.
on,
What you
hold
No,
on,
you're
hold on,
capitalism
hold
participating
on,
is
in it
bro.
because you're buying
capitalism.
groceries.
Think,
You're
Can
buying
okay, I
I
want
make?
clothes.
y'all
Can
to
I
talk
just want to
about
finish.
Wait,
demand.
hold on. All three of us cannot
Supply,
talk. We can't
supply
talk.
and demand. Supply and demand. That's all I want to say. Supply and demand. I want y'all
This
brothers to talk on that. Supply and demand. Can y'all brothers talk on that, please?
There is another way. There is. It is called a commonwealth. Look that up.
you talking about like Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is not a commonwealth.
Virginia,
Pennsylvania isn't a commonwealth.
Virginia's a commonwealth.
Virginia is a commonwealth.
Okay.
Look up commonwealth.
Hmm.
That might be more
I
along
debated
with
the topic. I had somebody actually that was actually one of the debates: non-participation, or should we go about it using non-cap participation, which was my side, or should we form a commonwealth?
and
I
I
had the
need to
debate. I went into it.
because you said that foreign current you can't use another currency on this soil, and that's not true. The
Okay.
Orthodox Jew has been using the greenback since they got here from Germany, and
The
none of
Jew.
them have been picked up. In the 80s and the 90s, when we had what's called black ice in the black communities, we also were participating in what was called the black dollar. I don't know if y'all participated in that, but I know we did here in Houston. So none of us got picked up, and we
What was
did.
the black dollar? It was an actual. It was an actual currency that was separate from the United States currency.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me ask a quick question too. So,
That's what
say you establish a commonwealth. So, do you know the process of establishing yourself as a statehood to start a commonwealth?
To be honest, bro, it's been about a year, so the details of it,
Okay.
I have to pull up my slides on it.
Now, would you be autonomous from the United States? Would you?
Nah, because I mean, like, and that's what at the end of it, that's what I was getting at with my debate. The same everything that would apply. Like, it's not like we could just establish, um, uh, it wouldn't operate as we would think, like an
You couldn't set your
independent
own.
state.
You couldn't set your own
Like,
laws. In other words, right?
nah, you're not gonna be able to do all of that. Like, you're not gonna be able to, like, nothing that would contradict. Like, it can't contradict what's already here and established.
Okay, so you just went against everything that you just said about capitalism. You fell into You, even if you had your own piece of land, you would still have to fall under the jurisdiction and the laws and the restrictions of the United States.
No, you said a commonwealth.
That would still fall under the jurisdiction of the
Yeah,
United
but
States.
because that goes back to just like when you talked about having a city, and then the next thing you did was, well, we could get a grant for the city, which is actual permit. Like, yeah, if you going through the permissions of the court and all of that, then yeah, bro, that's
How do
it's
you
a certain way you're
establish a
gonna have to
land
do it.
without going through that
That
process?
I already stated it. We would go and occupy it.
Well,
You
we
as
just
far
established
fetched,
though also that's
no, you
against the law, brother. That's against the
regardless.
law.
That's what you
You
said, bro.
can't get
Regardless.
around the facts, bro.
That
I'm
okay.
not trying to
Hold on.
debate with you.
Wait.
I'm telling you,
Regardless.
if you just
Hold
go and
on. You
occupy a
asked me.
piece of
Hold on,
land,
bro. Bro, listen to me. You
go ahead.
asked me for an answer. I gave it to you. You disagree. She disagree. That's fine.
I
You
got you.
disagree, but that's my answer. Like I don't like
Facts
that's
be
my
damned
answer.
though, right? The law and the facts be damned. Even if I
Like,
can
that's my
tell you,
answer.
no, I get you. That's your answer. But I'm saying, despite the fact that I can prove to you that your answer is wrong, you just saying that's just my answer, right?
I mean, you
I'm just
said,
asking.
and you said basically that no, I couldn't go and camp in somebody's backyard. I don't necessarily disagree with that. So no, I can't necessarily go and camp in somebody's backyard. Is there land that could be cultivated? Yeah, I do believe. I don't agree with you when you say that there's no land that
Tell
we
me
can
where.
go occupy and cultivate.
Just tell me where though. Where?
I'm
Name
sure it's
one
land in
place.
I'm sure it's land in Texas. I'm sure it's probably land in
Where
Arizona.
at?
I'm pretty sure.
It's probably land
It's
in every
plenty.
state.
It's
But I'm just
plenty.
tell me
It's
somewhere
plenty of
specific, brother.
land that's just there.
But
It's
see, we're
plenty of
just
land that's just there.
talking about things general. You saying you can do it. Tell
It's
me
a
where I can go do it. That's all I'm saying. Bro. That's a simple, that's easy.
okay. So
Don't
there's
You.
places in Texas,
That's
and then
why. Can I
there's
ask a
areas
question? Does
in
he know
laws being
anything?
what it is, with Texas gun laws being what it is, don't come to Texas doing that.
That's what I'm saying. Come on,
You're
that's
gonna
what I'm
give
saying. Come
people,
on,
you're gonna
Whoopi.
give people shot if you tell people they can just go
Listen,
occupy land, bro. That's you
Don't be
can't do that. That's just a fact. That's not my opinion. You can think different. That's fine. But you're telling other people something that's factually untrue. That's crazy. You can't just tell people
yeah,
something because you feel that way.
yeah.
Respectfully,
nah,
I'm on mute, bro. I'm on mute.
I think the difference
Okay,
is that
okay. Can I?
I think I just want to address the last point with him.
Yes,
I think
definitely.
you're under the illusion that the consequences or something like yeah, there's gonna be consequences to every turn that we make. So some you just gonna have to be willing to die about, and some I mean it ain't. So the what I believe is I don't believe that doing it the other way works. I think the way the direction we're going now, we get picked off one by one. And I think that the best bet is is instead of allowing each other to get picked off one by one, uh it would be some way to
Group
take
up so they can
control.
just hit us
The,
all at once.
the,
Go occupy land illegally, and then we'll be grouped up, and then you just bomb all of us at once instead of getting picked off one by one.
hey brother, if that's what you know what I mean, if that's what you feel like the results is, like it's people who told me we would start like we would just starve. I mean, what would I do with 40 million black people when they said we would starve? I'm not under the belief that with 40 million black people that we don't have any electricians, we don't have anybody who can plumb, we don't have anybody who
But we
can
can't just tap
landscape.
into the
I
electrical
just don't.
grid. You can't
What do you
just
mean
tap
the
in.
electrical grid, bro?
How you get electricity?
Electricity, you
How do you
harness
get
electric.
plumbing?
You harness electricity.
Okay,
Electricity is in the
how?
air.
Tell me how to harness electricity. One way. Just tell me one way of harnessing electricity that
Stick a
we could,
metal stick in the ground.
and that's going to provide power for 40,000 people
We should have somebody who, I mean,
or one person.
the
Stick a
best
metal
person
stick
would
in the
be
ground. That's how we
the,
harness energy.
the best person to
Seriously,
actually
bro,
the best
you'll get
person to
shocked
actually
if you
get
do that.
electric. No, but what you
You get
said was,
electrocuted,
hold
bro.
on, sir. You said that you can't tap in to the electrical grid. And I clearly said you don't have to tap into the electrical grid. Electricity is something that is harnessed. Now, once again, I said with 40 million black people, we would have there's some electricians.
What about when it's not
So you
thunder
gonna
and
pick the
lightning,
one dude
sir?
who don't know about electricity. Ask me
How do
something
you
about
harness
plumbing.
electricity without lightning?
like you
I'm
ask,
just
I don't
asking
know
a
about
question,
electricity.
bro.
I know about
Seriously.
plumbing. That's not my skill set I bring to the table. So
Right. You
we would
can't
deal with
just,
somebody. But wait, but we have an electrician.
but where would you get the source of the electricity from? Not from the sky.
Sir, electricity is harnessed. Do you know
How,
how
sir? Through what?
electricity is already in the air, bro? You
But how
only
would
have
we
a
harness
tool
it? If
that
we were on a
directs
plot of
it.
land, how would
Sir,
we harness some
sir, you
electricity right
use
now?
sir, which is why that's what you didn't catch. That's why I said you didn't.
So you can harness electricity through conduct.
You gotta have a conductor
You
first.
have to have the conductor.
Okay, so so
Yes.
we're
Hey,
taking
are
that
you
out of it.
talking, unless we're talking
What's
about
a
cold
conductor
fusion?
of
We don't have a
electricity?
conductor.
What's a
Are we
conductor
talking
of
about cold
electricity? Can
fusion,
y'all
or what are we
Google
talking
it, please? Because
Listen,
this
you
is
have to
getting.
not only harness that
Can
energy,
you
you have to
Google
be able to take that energy and transfer it so that that electricity is able to be used. You can't just harness electricity
Exactly.
from the sky.
Exactly. So what are you
That's,
using
that's,
the
that's
electricity
solar
totally
for?
panel?
false.
What are you
You
using
can't
it
just harness
for?
electricity from the sky.
Exactly.
That is
Yup.
totally false.
Yup. You can't just harness it.
That is impossible.
Yeah. Exactly.
Physically.
You said
Yup.
through a conductor,
Yup. And then what are you doing
and
with
then
it?
you would ground it,
But
And
you
then
have
do
to
what
build a
with it?
conductor first.
bro. What are conductors of electricity?
Okay,
So what do
so
you
but
do?
you still have to have again. Now you're still occupying that land that you done built a
Now
conductor
you
on.
only all you getting into is what we need to what is what there would be
Reality.
people.
It's
So
called
you say,
reality,
hold on, I
brother.
just want to know. So
It's
you
called
saying
law and
out of
reality.
40 million black people, 0 people would understand what we would how to harness the electricity. Because if that's so, bro, then we deserve whatever we get.
You don't have 40 million people to follow you,
Oh my
sir.
God.
That's the problem. You're not gonna give. Listen, here's your whole concept in the beginning.
It's just as hypothetical as your 10,000 people you put me on land with.
You know what? This
But
whole
now
thing is
this is where the
hypothetical.
limitations
You can't
on
even
like
do it with
now
a thousand,
we can't
brother.
see
You can't even get 1,000 to agree, nor have you occupied any land, built anything, or
it's
grown
just as
anything with
hypothetical
the.
as when you gave me
No,
the
we're not
1,000
talking.
people.
We're talking reality.
It's
The
just
people that you
no, you're
have right
not, bro.
now.
You're not.
You can't get your
This is a
wife to agree.
hypothetical. When you
I think
you
Fundi was
started,
trying to make a point. Fundi, what were you saying?
Bruh, you can't get your wife to agree to this. You can't even agree that she is your wife, let alone us talking about conducting electricity. And the two metals, you
With
need
a
two
metal
metals,
stick.
not one. You need two. You need zinc and you need copper. Now, with that 40 million being so hypothetical, it's ridiculous. What do you have in real numbers? And while we're talking about revolutionary suicide, let's talk about your misinterpretation of that. Because doctor, let's get that straight. Dr. Huey P. Newton talked about revolutionary suicide after you mastered the 10-point program.
Thank you.
After that, you don't immediately go to revolutionary suicide. First, you have to induct the 10-point program. Revolutionary suicide is for those who get locked up. They're already for execution. Then that is the safe fall. And this is what I mean about going to school and learning law. Because there are steps to this.
Facts.
And brother,
so
you haven't
I
even
just want to
begun
be
the
I want to be
10-point
clear.
program. You ain't
So
even began that. No,
I just want to be clear
let
when
me be clear. Hold on, let me be
okay, go
clear.
ahead.
Let me be clear. Because I have a family that has raised children. I've already done the guerrilla warfare thing while you're trying to conduct this imaginary war. I'm already doing it. I can feed people. That's the basis of all war. Can you feed people? Can you heal them when they are sick? In that, you are spinning your wheels.
Facts.
And I have been doing that for years. It is not hypothetical with me. I know how many cabbage heads are needed for everybody in the family if I'm going to feed you for 6 months or a year. I know how much corn I have to put down. I know how much has to do in all of that because it is logistic. All wars are won and lost in logistics.
Facts. That's why the first question I asked you was, how are you going to feed your people tomorrow? Even if you had land, hypothetically, even if you were growing something, hypothetically, how would you be able to defend that? And would you have enough people if you suffered casualties on that first day to defend it tomorrow and the day after and the day after and so on and so forth? We have to be realistic. That's all that I was saying. I get what you're saying about you have to think out of the box. You have to take chances. You can't be, I get that. But like Master Fundi pointed out so eloquently, when I told you, you misconstrued and you misinterpreted the way that you took revolutionary suicide, because suicide indicates that everybody is going to be sacrificed in that war. Then you no longer have a movement because everybody is sacrificing themselves for the suicide in the revolution. You have to implement the 10-point plan first. Why? Because you need structure, order, and discipline. That shows wisdom. A leader says, yes, if you have life in prison, if you are on death row, you are the foot soldiers that create that situation where you say, hey, we ain't got nothing to lose, so now what y'all want to do? But if you don't have people who can heal people who are hurt, you're gonna die off. If you can't feed them, you're gonna die off. That's the most basic thing.
And what about the irrigation system? How are you gonna get water? Like, how do you clean your water? Like, how you gotta have a spot for sepsis tank? Like, where you gonna use the bathroom? And how you gonna get this clean water? It's not just irrigation. It's a lot of systems that have to be put in place just to live disease free.
Facts. That's you. Other societies.
So how do you enforce your laws? Who's gonna, if somebody step out of line in the community, who enforces the rules? So now you're starting to basically start from scratch, developing a whole society.
Yeah, but they gotta at least drink water. Like, how do you get that?
The basic survival hasn't even been established. You don't even have a basic fundamental structure on how we're going to eat, how we're going to survive. That is the basic fundamentals. We're talking.
You need a sepsis, like, especially because all the bacteria and stuff that come from feces. You gotta use the bathroom. It's gonna be an irrigation system. Like, where are you getting the water from? Are there streams? How do you clean the water? Like, if you're gonna be in your own land, or you're gonna use it from off the system. I mean, that goes with the electricity. All of that goes together.
Again, that's why I said you can't harness electricity without tapping into the grid that's established in whatever city or state or county that electrical grid system. You cannot independently harness electricity or power out of the air. That's just, it's not a real thing. And you have to be, like I said, when we talk about things, we have to have a plan for everything. You plan how to operate within what our confines are. We know what the system is. We know how it's structured. How do we work? How do we maximize everything that they give us? How do we maximize their internet? How do we maximize their money? How do we maximize our ability to organize without them knowing about it? How do we maximize our financial literacy and our financial hold within our own neighborhoods, and then maybe we'll control within that city that may spread out? How do we control our own education system? How do we start schools? How do we get enough teachers to educate our kids? How do we get enough doctors to take care of our children? Then what about the police force? What about the military? There's so many layers to it. We have to talk about what we can do within what we already know that we're working with. It's almost like saying, I'm going to try to figure out how to live outside of the earth. I don't live outside of the earth. I can dream about it and plan and talk about it, but I live inside of the earth, and I have to adhere to the laws of gravity. I might think I can fly, but what is the reality? I can only lift myself off the ground with my own power for so many seconds. I can think.
I wanna say that Suge is one of, you know, and a lot of us are probably unsung heroes is what I would like to say. You know, doing things in our community that people don't know about, you know.
How many children would you estimate that you have involved within your community, brother?
As far as like, nah, it's not like that.
No, I mean just the members that have children. You get what I'm
Oh,
saying? Because that's the next
I'm about to
generation.
say everybody pretty much got kids.
Okay. Well,
Everybody.
I mean, would you estimate it's about half of what your total
Yeah,
number of people is?
probably more. We probably all outnumbered by the babies.
It's important what they learn, man. That's all I'm saying, brother. And I'm not trying to tell you wrong. I'm not trying to tell you
I
crazy.
mean,
What's your
nah,
ideas?
I
I'm not trying
like,
to say
bro.
none of that.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. I've been doing this for like 3 or 4 years, bro. I've heard every aspect of this argument. Like, you haven't made one argument that's different. If you just went and clicked on to where I debate at, you not one thing that you said is anything different from anybody else has said or what even the other side, the dark side, has said.
So why
So
wouldn't you
you
think
that
that
that's
that's some truth if so many
uh,
people have said the exact
I
same
mean,
thing,
I
brother?
hear it. I mean, like I said, I hear it, but I mean, on a like, and I get exactly what y'all saying, and that's why the whenever the conversation has to happen, it has to be with from, okay, what would you do with da 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 da, and you got all the answers, but
No, but
I
don't
think
you
the
realize
point.
that everything that you said
But the
almost
point of
verbatim
hold
is
on
what?
the point of me being an anti-capitalist isn't about me and me personally. The point of me being an anti-capitalist is based off of our relationship in general to society. So you can tell me whatever you want to tell me. That's not going to
Yeah, every
change the
single
way I
cult
feel
leader and
and how I
spiritual
look at
leader says the
capitalism.
same exact thing verbatim that you've said. Everything. Not one thing you said is new, unique, or different. Every cult leader that exists has said the exact same things that you said. Do you think that's coincidental?
I mean, maybe not.
And not one of them have worked, by the
I mean,
way. Not one of them
it's
have
pretty
worked.
much I mean, I think it's pretty much like one blueprint. I mean, you kind of go off of for the
Like an
most part. So
archetype.
I
It's
don't
an
know.
archetype.
I don't think you're gonna get. So if you saying that, I don't think you saying much by saying that either.
Well,
Like, my point of making my statement wasn't to offend you. My point of making that a statement was to tell you I'm not offended.
Oh no,
That
no. I
was the
took no
point.
offense, bro. I took no offense to what
So
you said,
I don't know if that was the point, but that
nor
was
did
my
I mean
point.
to offend you. No, we
I'm
having a
used to having this
conversation.
conversation, and it's been a lot more heated. I done had my family threatening all kind of shit about it. So
No, that's
this
crazy. We
is
don't do that.
this
No,
is
we don't.
this is light.
No, we don't do that.
that's
This is
not
light.
what we're here
We
for.
respect. We
This
disagree
is real light.
respectfully, bro. And the questions that I asked was not to challenge you personally, but it was just to ask a question. If you're presenting this to a group, these are questions that we have to ask when we're trying to structure a plan,
But
one way or another. I don't
And to
care
be
who
quite
comes up with.
honest, I don't see if you had all these debates why you weren't more together in what your delivery was
Hold
on
up,
what you
hold
were.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
Let
He
me
said,
just
family
hold up.
friendship.
He said
I
we had his
mean,
family what? We had his
Family
family what?
friendship.
no. He said he had his family threatened and other things. So this is not a big a hard thing what he's
Oh,
talking about
he
right now.
had it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Oh,
not saying we did.
oh,
No, we don't do
oh,
that. Like I
oh,
said,
oh, oh, oh,
we
okay,
don't name
okay.
call or
what I'm
none of that,
saying,
All
brother.
right,
what I'm
all right,
saying
all
is
right,
that
all right.
if he's talked about this and been on several things and that, he should have been had the bylaws and everything written out, everything organized on what the call was, the mission statement, everything, the 30-second pitch, all that stuff. I don't see why everything is because it took us a while.
nah, I think the issue is that the level of control that people would like for me to want to exude, that's not something that I'm a fan of, nor am I comfortable with. So it is because the point of it of me starting it isn't for me to be the just to be a leader or something just for people, but the point of it is to see what our weaknesses and what we already have, and hopefully we can come together and build something that's stronger, and that kind of that covers up the holes where the water is fucking getting into the boat at, so we don't all sink. But that's the point of it. So no, I don't do it just because I'm going to be the end all be all and we just gonna do this. Nah,
No,
the point of it
it's
is
not about end
I
all be
see
all.
I see issues here, I see issues there, and so this is the reason why I lead it is because a lot of people would choose, they kind of choose not to kind of deal with the arguments, or whether it be separating from the Abrahamic religions, or it just be even how we feel about the ideology of capitalism.
But see, you
So
have to be clear
yeah,
on your doctrine, though. See, you don't have an established doctrine. You don't say, hey, we believe in X, Y, and Z. This is what our stance is. You have to have a doctrine, because everything's just kind of all over the place. These are things that
nah,
people have been talking about since the early 1900s, since slavery ended, since before slavery. All
Okay,
these
so wait, can you just pause? I'm so sorry. I really don't mean to interrupt, but could you
Go ahead,
just
Jason.
define what capitalism is to you?
capitalism is when the means of production is controlled by corporations as opposed to the government.
Okay, and so you believe in capitalism, correct?
That it what you mean, that it exists?
You is that what you stand by?
That it does exist?
Is that what you stand by?
No, I'm trying to, I'm asking, I'm raising the question, like, are you asking,
Do you?
do I
Well, let me
believe
ask you
that it
this question.
exists,
Okay, yeah, Kev,
or
let's
do
Would you
go.
I
prefer?
believe in functioning in capital,
So would you prefer? Would you prefer we live in a socialist society? Do you know what
I would,
social?
yeah, I would more so go with African communalism. Socialism is only, especially according to J. Edgar Hoover, is only a primitive form of African communalism. Um, I wouldn't necessarily say
Did you just
socialism.
quote J. Edgar Hoover?
Yeah,
Do you know who he is?
yeah,
Okay, go ahead, brother.
yeah. So the leader, everybody, yeah. So yeah, what he referred to socialism, also it was a form of African communalism, basically. What he called it, a primitive form of African communalism, which is one of the reasons why they hated it. But
Primitive being the key word, brother. That was one of the most racist human Europeans to ever exist.
yeah, yeah.
So he's not going to give you an accurate assessment of what our condition is. You
What
give him,
socialism is.
well, okay. Well, socialism is an alternative to capitalism, or
Um,
totalitarian. It's
I think it could be. I mean, and socialism is totally bad. I mean, like righteously, what we live in now, this is a mixed economy. Righteously, this isn't a totally
exactly. So
social
that makes my point. Capitalism is not the
capitalism.
problem, because we have socialist aspects like welfare, food stamps. Those are all socialist
So
programs.
let me ask him
Right.
one
Public
question.
libraries, anything public.
Let me ask you one question. In the now, right? Do you work? How do you take care of yourself in the now?
Just like
How do you
everybody
support
else.
your? No, everybody different. In the now, how do you support yourself?
I mean, work.
You have a regular job,
Oh yeah.
so you work. So you work for somebody. You work for yourself.
No. I work for a company.
Okay.
Now, do you think it's unfair that you go and work for that company and that company pays you every week or every 2 weeks? Do you think that's fair or unfair?
Do I think it's fair or unfair?
Yeah, that you go to work
Um,
and then you get paid every week or every 2 weeks, however you get paid. Do you think that's a fair kind of barter system?
it's a difficult one. The way
But that's
it
capitalism, brother.
just in that in itself, I'm not gonna say is necessarily unfair. I think the issue
Right.
comes in is like what piece, like what percentage of the pie though do I get for that? I
Okay.
think that's where more so some
But
of the issue goes in it.
do you
But
realize we just agreed? Now,
yeah,
what you
no,
just said, was what I said. We live in a capitalistic society. We're not going to change that overnight, but living within it and knowing about it and how it's structured and why it's structured the way it is, you found a way to say, hey, yes, I'm making them a lot of money, you know, probably millions of dollars as one of the employees. But at the same time, you controlled your slice of that pie because maybe you have a skilled trade. Maybe you're a welder, so you make $35 an hour. So you controlled how much of the slice of that pie that you got. So you worked within that system to make it benefit you, as opposed to saying, I'm going to remove myself from it and then replace everything that the benefits that I get from it. We just agreed.
Oh, it's right there. My fault. I thought I had muted out. Go ahead, my fault. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. I was just making a point that we
No, I
actually
thought I was
agreed.
muted.
We
Oh,
actually
yeah.
agreed because you found a way, like you said, to maximize your slice of the pie within the system that you use to benefit yourself, to pay your rent, to have shelter, to feed your family. There's nothing wrong with that, brother, because if you don't have a better solution right now in real time, you can't sell people on a dream or an idea that may or may not be attainable. Right now, what we have to focus on is, like you did, determine your slice of the pie, because that's what it really comes down to. Not, oh, I don't need them. Yes, you do, because you use a cell phone every day. You go in their grocery stores, you go buy clothes out of their stores. So how do you maximize your pie? How do you become less of a consumer so that you're not giving your money right back into them? That's how you figure out how to use what we know in order to maximize our benefit and our plight within what we know we have to live in. Not that because we're scared to get out of it, because that's just the actual reality that we live in right now. We're in this, we can't overthrow the capitalist structure right now. And even if we overthrew it, even if you got enough people to overthrow it, how many people could you get to agree on a new system? It's so many layers to it. It's just, and all I'm saying is, I don't, you know, it's not to disparage anything. Everybody's still going to have their own individual points of view. But what we try to do is we just try to have honest conversations, and we try to debate. We all have ideas and thoughts and wishes and aspirations. But when we're dealing in facts and we're dealing in reality, we have to stay in that lane, because everything else is just speculation and guessing.
I think so I think where, you know, my even when it comes down to my capitalism argument, where it usually comes into play at is when it's in the conversation of revolution. Like if we talking like the way that you talking, and it's just about black people being comfortable and being more comfortable in wherever they are, then I think that's a different, you know what I mean, that's a different conversation. My issue where I have with capitalism is when we talk about things like revolution and independent states and different things like that. And the way about it, capitalism seems to be at the forefront of it. And my point is that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to capitalize your way out of this. Now you can capitalize your way into this and get more comfortable. That's cool. I mean, but it's still it's gonna be, we're gonna have bigger fish to fry. But when people start talking about we're gonna close the wealth gap, like that's the part when I know there's a lack of understanding of how capitalism works. You're not gonna close the wealth gap.
Let
The
me
wealth
ask you,
gap didn't get opened by your lack of education or nothing. The wealth gap was opened by specifically things that the government did in order to open it.
right?
So
And lack of education was one of those things.
I just have a question. So your religion is about science, technology, engineering, and math, right? Okay, so all those things need supplies. They need just in order to get into engineering and technology and things like that. You need supplies to get the things you need for to be in this religion is a religion that is based on things outside of the human body. You know, so how do you suss out this being what you worship, right? This, you worship your religion.
Right.
You worship science, technology, engineering, and math.
Right. Well,
How does
right.
that
No,
exist outside of
no.
capitalism?
So no, we worship STEMYA, and by in the way that you would please STEMYA is by
STEMIA is science, technology,
is by
engineering, math.
right is
And our
by the app right is by the application is how you is by you applying it. So that could be in whatever, like I said, some people might be, you might be in the computer code, and some people might just be strictly in the landscaping, agriculture. Some people might be in architecture, an electrician, whatever form that you may be in. That that
all
is the
those
point. The point of it is to make that a popular thing.
right.
That's the point
So
of it.
how are those things popular without any form of capitalism to get the goods needed to actually the tools needed to actually do those things? All the things, science, technology, engineering, math, all need tools outside the human body.
I mean, I
All of those
you
things are part of capitalism.
Thank you. That's
you
Science,
saying, well, hold on.
Well,
technology.
you're talking
Are
about
you
applied
ho-
math. You're talking
hold on?
about applied math and applied science.
I'm trying to figure out, are y'all saying that
Applied.
capitalism is the reason why STEM exists, or did STEM exist before capitalism?
Well, okay, let me ask you this. You
We
don't
didn't.
need capitalism,
Mhm.
science to exist.
Right.
You don't need capitalism for math to exist. We know this because we know pyramids were here
but
before black
for it
people.
to advance, you need it. Unless
Okay.
you're going to stay hitting things
No.
with rocks and
So,
rub sticks together and stuff like that. Come
so,
on.
so let me ask you this.
I
So
mean, even if that was the case, though, that would be, even like, let's just say, even as simply, if you found a way that, just as simple as guide the water in your direction, and it was just put in two states, that would still be engineering, and you'd have to do some sort of math on that. So even
right,
if it is just that simple, the
but
point
it
of it
wouldn't be
is,
drinkable
is
without a
that,
lot more processing.
not the point. I mean, but that's not the point of why the deity is important to
Well, that's
us,
why I was
though.
asking you. So your group
Yeah.
doesn't, you
The
don't worship a deity, a spiritual deity.
No, like that, like it. That would the way of worship would be your involvement in science,
So you
technology,
don't
engineering,
worship
mathematics.
a
Nah,
god,
not
so to speak.
nah. It's more so it's more so of an embodiment of the God.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So do people have to, can anybody of any spiritual belief join the group, or do you have to
Oh,
kind of be
nah. That's the
agnostic
thing.
in
You
order
gotta
to?
be, yeah. You gotta be anti-Abrahamic faith, because we can't
Okay,
have
so
anything
agnostic and
anti-African.
atheist, basically, right?
Yeah, we got
Okay,
atheists and stuff.
I
Yeah.
got you.
But you, and the point is so that the same energy that we give 3-4 days out of the week to Jesus, instead giving that to STEM, and let's see where we go with STEM. You know what I mean? Let's see how far we get from there.
I got you.
I have a question. So, why did you choose to dissect the Bible and try to discredit that instead of any other of religious books?
We did. It's not just the Bible. It's all three of the Abrahamic faith. It's the Abrahamic faiths. All three of the Abrahamic faiths are anti-African.
But that would be also considered part of the Bible. Am I correct? Because the Torah is the first part of the Bible.
Right,
Right.
and then the Quran. Yeah, then the Quran, and then, but when you deal with outside of the Abrahamic faith, there's no other faiths that are aggressive like that. Like
Wait,
the Buddhists, like
Christianity is not aggressive. I find, as being a Christian woman, that
Christianity is.
all other I'm sorry, not all other, but there are a couple of other religious groups that are aggressive and tend to talk down upon the Christian faith. Christians talk about Bible-based things, or they should. Most of the religions that talk against Christianity, they're talking against Christ. They're talking against this, that, or the other. So this is my issue with people talking against the Bible, because
uh
we're not condemning anyone to hell. We're saying, "Thus says the Lord" in this book
no,
that we believe in.
no, I think you taking it, like, so it's not personally towards you and like your
I'm not
faith.
saying that it's personal. I'm talking
No,
about
no,
Christian
but you,
people.
but no, I'm saying,
It's
but the
not
moment,
personal. No, it's
Hold on,
not
but when you
personal.
say
I'm
that,
talking
what
about
we
Christian
talk
people
about,
though.
yeah, but that
I
like
think she's talking about. I think
No,
she's.
JC, don't talk for me.
no.
JC, do not talk for me. Let him
So
talk and I will talk.
so
All
Go
right,
ahead.
so
let them talk.
this
And
is what I
I
mean by
want to
that.
talk next.
Oh, hold on. Let me hurry up and get my phone on charger. I gotta run back down. Hold up.
You good? You got the mic. Soon as you get plugged up and get ready.
And the
Yeah.
only reason why I'm
Let me just
asking
get
you
plugged.
this is because I just find that I know
Oh,
of people in other religions that will either try to get me to go away from God and not
right.
worship God, or they will try to debate against the Bible. I don't debate people about the Bible. I live my life and I let the word speak for
Right.
itself and I let God speak for himself. I don't debate
So
people
so
about the Bible.
so yeah, that's what I meant. Like, so it's not more so about like you. It's how Christianity is established. It's aggressive, right? How Christianity spread is aggressive. It's the same thing with Islam, the same thing with Judaism. Well, a little less than Judaism, but I mean you can kind of say it because Christianity and Islam are tools of Judaism. But so it's not speaking towards us per se and us here, like, yeah, black people aren't aggressive with Christianity, nor do you even see Christianity aggressive here. But when you say it's not aggression, it's still aggressive, especially in places in Africa. Like here, Christianity is the main control, so you don't see a theological fight that breaks out into the street more so. But when you go to other countries, like even in countries in Africa, where 300 Christians killed one Muslim, you know what I mean? And then even vice versa, I could show you even vice versa, where Muslims then killed over so many Christians in different countries.
Can I show?
That's where you see the level of aggression, and all of them, and regardless of which Abrahamic faith it is, if you don't fall under one of those Abrahamic faiths, you definitely gonna see how aggressive they is, whether it be
So
the laws of the land or it be and or it just be strictly them,
so was Jesus a Christian?
no, Jesus was a Jew.
All right. So why are we saying Christianity, which that has nothing to do with your faith?
I missed it. I'm not.
No,
I missed that
he's
part.
saying that in order to be a part of his faith, you can't be a part of the three Abrahamic religions, and that's including
Now
Christianity.
I understand completely. That's why I asked him, is Jesus a Christian? Because
No.
technically that would be what Christian is, the people who follow Christ.
But no, even Judaism is you can't be a Jew either.
Judy, Jews don't believe in
No,
Jesus,
no, but
but
he answered it correctly.
But even
Jesus
yeah,
is a Jew.
right.
So now that
But
he's
even those
saying
who are Christian,
Christianity, now he
mhm,
has to separate them two then.
which one's
can
Christianity and Judaism,
No, no,
or
no. You like you
Christianity and
said
Jesus?
exactly.
Right. So what happens? Like there really is no Christianity. That's a term that they
Correct.
use.
So
What you really get
correct.
is that's why the term for the people who aren't actually bloodline Jews, the term that they use is being grafted in. And so with
Correct.
them being grafted into that tree, you're not grafted in to be a Christian, you grafted in to be an
So
Israelite or a Jew.
let's say if somebody is not Christian,
Hmm.
they don't subscribe to the doctrine,
Hmm.
but they believe in Jesus and God, they're not allowed in your cult.
It depends on in what way, because I mean, necessarily, if you like the esoteric teachings of Jesus, then I mean, somewhat. But as far as
Let's just
replacing
say
him as a deity
let's
for
just
your
say
grandma, then no, that's an
no,
issue.
no. Let's just say I'm a person who follows the law, statutes, and commandments, right?
Right?
But that would be under well, not all, because Abraham did not give up all the law, statutes, and commandments. But let's just say I follow Jesus' teachings. I'm not allowed in your cult.
No, no.
Hey, can I ask you a
What
question?
about
real quick?
What about
We
LGBT
can't
and
go.
trans? Are LGBT and trans people invited into your cult?
Nah.
No. Oh, okay. Then can I just real quick, because let's kind of get away from religion because that's not really a tenet of your belief. Let me just ask you just as simple as you can answer. Right now, tell me one person who you know is a living example that embodies the STEM worship that you say that you're trying to get our people into the mind frame. If you could name a person that you say, hey, that person right there, that's the example. That person right there is doing it. Who would that be? Take as much time as you
Ooh.
need.
Nah, I almost jumped out the window because I want to say it. I don't necessarily agree with exactly what the brother is saying or nothing like that. But I think I would say just
True
Terrence
brother.
Howard. Honestly,
Who?
Terrence Howard.
I would say with how Terrence Howard is kind of like, and not more so about what he's saying, but the enthusiasm that he's kind of showing for science and in general. I would like to see that more so be more popular amongst us. It's being more enthusiastic, enthusiastic for the science, whether it be challenging the status quo, or 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 whether it be just engaging in what's already there and just learning more about it. But um that would be something that, I mean, because if, like I said, I don't believe, like, don't get me to him and the hydrogen and all of that, and how you feel about the periodic table. I don't agree with a lot of it's pseudo, but um the way that, like, that's what I would like to see. You know what I mean? More of, like,
So
nah, we trying to create free energy. Like, the dude, and matter of fact, I'll give you an example. Matter of fact, a better one. I'm glad it actually just hit me when I said free energy. A better one. The man that created the super soaker. The man that created the super soaker. The
Excuse,
actually what he's currently now working on is creating free energy. I
excuse
don't know if
me.
uh
Excuse me. Excuse me. Did you say the periodic table is a fallacy?
No, the Terrence Howard's version of the. He said it's different. It's all connected. Some kind of weird thing that he did on for Joe Rogan.
No, no. What he did was rearrange it into another pattern. He just repatterned it. He didn't redo the periodic table. He just repatterned it according to vibration. He set it up like a musical chord, then a bass puzzle. He
right.
didn't change it. He just rearranged it.
yeah, with hydrogen being at the because I think his argument is that all things are hydrogen based. I mean, you can go with it. I don't know. I mean, if
No,
he made, if you
that's not.
believe if you believe that what he was stating was a fact, I mean,
How do
then
you? So, what's the basis of STEM if the periodic table is a fallacy?
no, I didn't say that. I never said anything about the periodic table being a fallacy. I said what he did with the periodic table, I don't necessarily agree with, but it is what it is.
You said it's pseudoscience.
You said it was pseudoscience.
Can
Right.
I
How do
can
you,
I
yeah,
can I ask a
like,
question?
I give you, hold on, I'll give you an example, right? Because he said that when you get out of a pool, right, and you're itching from the chloride that's on your body, and this is based off of how he rearranged the periodic table. He said if you just take simple salt and rub it onto your body, the chlorine will turn into a oil. That's what he said. So he said sodium chloride equals an oil. That's not true.
Did you try it? No.
We already know the reaction to sodium
But
chloride.
that's why I
But I
made the
was
point earlier. We have to
like,
base out
that's not
everything
true.
that we speak about in truth. You said, even though I can prove something is not true, you said you just gonna feel like that anyway. But now you're wanting us to base what you feel is in truth. We gotta have
Nah,
a truth. We gotta understand what
no.
truth is, bro, and not how we feel or
Yeah,
our theory.
No,
I
no,
want
no.
to
I think
know,
it's a
but
difference though
y'all,
between.
for a second though, yo, no,
JC mute. JC. JC
no. Respectfully, I
mute.
want to ask a question. Um, to my brother, I want to ask a question. When you say STEM, does that mean when you say like is it like stem cell science? When it,
No, you didn't ever heard of STEM. That but
No, it's
basically
an
it's
acronym.
not. Yeah, it's not a religion. He's making it a religion, but this is something that is practiced anyway, right?
It's just it's not
We
even.
got we
It's
got STEM programs everywhere,
I
it's
right?
know,
the way
yeah,
Now, now
the way
let
he's
me ask you. Are you
yes.
familiar with Q butter?
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Oh,
Why are you laughing? He doing something.
No, she said stem cells. She said it's stem.
No, well, because he was talking about science and all this other
No,
stuff. So I was
no.
trying to figure out if it
Wait,
had
I
JC,
can't.
some kind
I
of,
can't
you know what
hear
I
him.
mean?
I can't.
it has nothing to do with stem
I
cells. It's
think
just an
his.
acronym.
I think his mic is muted or something.
Not he stepped away, but
Yeah, he stepped away from the screen. That's what he said.
honey,
Right, because every majority of all the programs, especially school programs, it consists of STEM anyway,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
please explain
So
what STEM is, so she know what STEM is.
I
STEM is
know.
an
I know
acronym
what
Oh
that
my
STEM
stands
is.
for
God.
I know what.
science,
Yeah, I know what STEM is.
technology. Okay.
Wait, so
but
wait, if you know
So
what
then,
STEM is, you ask about STEM cells.
he's calling
Science,
the
technology,
goddamn,
engineering, and mathematics. That's what stem cells mean. I mean,
but
STEM
he's
is.
calling
the
the
STEM
goddamn.
program, where everything consists of it anyway. So are the people
Well,
who is in these STEM classes, are they cultish? Or I mean, you don't have to be a cult to do that. That's being STEM programs in high
No,
school,
no.
doing this on the road. But yeah,
No, you don't
that's
have to be it's just that what we see is religion. It plays a more serious and it gets more respect and more serious in the household than like math. Like parents will go over the Bible with their kids before they actually go over
what
their math homework.
I think that's how y'all perceive it, because the way we perceive it, we don't see it as let's not do that exists regardless. Them are
No, I don't think
programs.
it's a less not, but like I just don't think it's as important. It's not on the forefront.
Are you implementing this with your children?
Is
Lou, you there?
Are you
Yes.
implementing this with your children?
Yes.
Why do you think your wife disagrees with your philosophy then?
Oh,
I really
No, and that's no shade.
yeah.
I'm just asking seriously.
Nah, I can't. I can't. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I
I,
forgot.
you
You
know what
know
I mean?
what? But yeah, you said your
Yeah,
wife off limits. We're not gonna even discuss
yeah.
that.
no,
But
Nah, you know what I
because
mean? And respectfully, you know what I mean? It ain't.
no,
It's
respectfully, I
it's
get
plenty
that. No,
out
no, no,
there.
no. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what
We
I mean?
don't nobody's fan. We having a discussion with you. I respect that to the fullest.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this then in this way. How are you gonna reconcile that? Because if you're raising a child one way, but the other parent may feel differently, how do you reconcile that? What's the middle ground?
Oh, I got yeah. That's what.
you got custody?
Huh?
You
Nah,
got
but nah. I think religiously though, you know, you got to be respectful. I mean, if we just gonna talk about like we'll just look at it like from a co-parenting standpoint. I mean, religiously, I mean you got to be respectful, and I mean at the end of the day, regardless of how I feel and whatnot, um, I'm not gonna superimpose that over what I mean what would make her
uh,
more comfortable.
I
now,
respect
so,
that.
okay, so when I ask you, like, what are you? At least I could say Q Butter doing something, right? Now,
Right. That's my
and
boy. I just left him over there.
right, basically, if I was for to hear you talk and Q Butter talk, he will have an answer for all of these questions, and he's literally doing something. Like when I ask you, what are you doing? You're still leaving it as a concept and a thought. At least I can say, hey, he has a school. He's really implementing the STEM
Right.
program. He also has it
Right.
like online. He also has like the kids learning, looking at the skies and the I mean, he's really teaching. He started off
Right.
he started off slow, and that's the only thing I wanted to hear from you. Like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
it
My
doesn't have to,
I
like, so when you put the
I go
cult
about it a little
there,
bit. Yeah.
right? But we
I go
don't.
about it.
But you going about it how?
Yeah. That's what I was saying. I go about it a little bit different as far as how I feel like what I can contribute. I mean, I use what I bring to the table to contribute. I think I got one of the things I think that operates against us is like the magic and how they use music as a way as a form of witchcraft against us. And so um it's the same thing when I talk about creating black propaganda, whether it be with the media that I produce is going to be black propaganda or it's the music that I make. And so what I mean by that is when you turn on to my media, it's not going to sound the same as it does if you watching CNN. I'm not going to give you the same breakdown as Fox or CNN. I could, you know what I mean, and be politically correct, but I rather tell the story. I rather give our side more so from more so of a propaganda standpoint. And I just think it benefits us more. I think if you want to hear the politically correct story, then you can go and see how our image is on on regular news. Other ways that I do it is by like I said, using the magic of music. I slip in my gems inside of my music subliminally, uh, in different ways, and then also whether it be through the debate topics that I pick and the debates that I have, or in general, it's just me putting together a lesson um, based off of
So what type
you
of
know
debates you have? I mean, like, what type of debates do you have? You say you have debates. What are they?
I have debates pretty much on
Hey, what would be the subjects y'all debating on?
well, it's the actual debate league. So we
Okay,
try
what
to
are you debating on? What are
we
some of the debates
we
you have been in? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so some of the debates I've been in the debate, one I mentioned earlier. Well, actually, I don't think I mentioned that on here. But the letter of the validation is the letter of Aristeas is validated. Another one I
The what?
did was non-participation versus a commonwealth, which would be best for Black people. Another one I did was uh, can we use capitalism to gain independence? I've done what was the force behind the civil rights movement? Um, what let me see. Uh, what
Can I
have I debated? I've debated everything pretty much. I've debated you know,
Well, we
anything from
we
quantum
touched some of
physics
them.
to
We touched some of them subjects. Did we come to a conclusion? We touched it all, and you didn't. We wasn't debating, but we sort of kind of touched on some of the Commonwealth and all these things. What was your answers?
I have. Oh, I'm sorry.
can I?
Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
Okay,
that
I
was
didn't
good.
want to overtalk somebody. Somebody was finna say something. Go ahead, and
I,
then
I,
I'll.
I want to. I want to ask you. How old are you?
33.
You're 33. And how long have you had this cult for?
About uh
About 3 years, he
officially
said.
probably about 3 years. Yeah,
He
about
said
3
3
years.
Years. So you
years.
started when you were like around 30.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. And like, where were you in life at that point? Were you like, I mean, were you in school or like, were you like, what was like, I don't know, like, did you just like graduate at that point from college or whatever?
Nah, nah. Why you said that?
Oh no, I'm just wondering, like, what was
Nah.
like,
I was just in general.
just
I'm
decided to start it.
yeah. I'm a like I said. I'm an extremist. So anytime I look at a situation, I see a problem. You might say, "Oh, we could just do this." I'm gonna always pick the most
You know,
extreme
like some
answer
people like
to
go to
solve it.
school and then they get real hyped up because they didn't learn some stuff and maybe like get a little bit too hyped up. But okay, all right.
Oh no,
Hey,
it ain't.
can I say this to
I've
you
been
real
doing it
quick?
long enough to not. I don't get that excited over information. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do get excited, but that was earlier in my biblical days. I mean, it's not. This ain't more so about uh uh about like the point too was when people, and I'll give you an example, and this is why I kind of stopped, because I used to just kick around the Bible, and then one of the dudes that came on was like, all right, fuck it, I might as well just go ahead and go outside and start killing people there, since ain't none of this shit real. And at that point I felt like I needed to change my approach on how we bring people out. And so even in bringing people out, yeah, you gotta have something for them to, like, you gotta have something to give them. And so I didn't want to not have anything, and then I didn't want to just give them something that puts them in the same mindset or the same predicament. So I wanted something that can counteract the like some of the subconscious issues that we had in the community, that
You're
that
not are you
I
not
feel
laying
like the
down?
religion in me.
Everybody keep thinking that you laying down. Are you laying down?
No, I ain't laying down.
You're not.
Oh shoot, my fault. My camera.
Hey, can I ask you a
I thought
question
the
real
whole
quick?
camera. I thought the whole thing
Yeah.
turned sideways with the phone. My fault.
Okay, everybody
You
thinking
wild,
you
Yeah,
Jay.
down.
I was waiting. I thought it was Penner. Yeah, I was.
You wild, Jay. Hey, but listen, this let me make a little suggestion real quick. Again, some of the things you're talking about in a basic sense are not fundamentally wrong, but try this approach. Everything that you use, that you consume, that you touch, everything, STEM is required in all that. There's science, technology, engineering, and math in your phone, or if you're on a computer, your fan, whatever it is. So teach them. Here's an example. My grandson won all the new games for the video system for the PS5 and the Xbox, and he get mad because he got to pay $60 for it. So now, within the context of this capitalism and within using the elements of STEM, right? I said, okay, listen, if you're so tired of paying $60 for new games, make your own game. He learned how to code. He actually made his own video game. So now he can profit off of that when he sells it to his friends. He started a site and he sells it. So now that's learning how to capitalize off the principles that we don't have to learn. The principles of STEM, they exist whether we acknowledge them or not. What we have to do is say these things exist within our reality and our environment. Take something that you utilize or that you optimize within that system and figure out how to get a bigger slice of the pie for that. So it could be if you're good with numbers, learn how to be a CPA, and you may make a good living being a CPA. Then you may know how to figure out how to finance and purchase property and to incorporate yourself. And then you can look into, a lot of different things. You have to take that.
Hold on, Kev. Where he at? He on mute.
He in the recliner right now. He got up off the sofa. He's on the side in the recliner.
No, what I want to know, because he said cult, right? So basically, if at 1 minute he says he's taking information from everybody, but if that's still groupthink, because regardless of what he say, it doesn't. I mean, regardless of what we say, it's not registering to him because he has his mind set. So I'm confused on that behalf. Because if we're talking, and let's say he's gathering information and saying, hey, you got a point, you got a point, you got a point. But if it's, I hear you, it's nothing that you said is new. This is how I'm thinking. So if he has two different sides that's thinking differently, but you're still taking ideas from them, is that groupthink or not?
Yeah. So I want to. Yeah. So
That's for him
piggybacking
to
on
answer.
that.
Right. That was him. That's for him to answer because I'm confused there.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when Kev was saying something, and he said to Kev, what was that he said? Basically, his mind is like, he said, I heard what y'all saying. I done had these talks already, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But then he said, we need somebody who could do this, somebody who could do that. But that would be the same for what we're saying. So is what we're saying, we're just saying it and I'm not getting anything out of it because I already have an agenda this way, and we're group thinking that way. I hear y'all, or I can pull some information from you guys too.
Well,
That's
see,
the
that's
question.
what I'm saying. Like, is the stem? Is
Wait,
the
hold on. I need for him to answer that.
because what I'm trying to say, being
No,
a
I'm talking
part
about
of
the group. The
of
group.
of a cult, being part of a cult, Suge, what I'm trying to say is,
No, that's what you saying. I need for him to answer that
okay.
so we can get a better understanding of this conversation.
You might be on mute, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should
Okay,
be
that
in
makes
there.
sense.
But no, I changed our water meters. But for somebody was asking, I changed our water meters, so I'm probably in your bushes getting dirty. But anyway, uh, I think you kind of misunderstood. Like when I mentioned earlier to him, like and well actually yeah I said this first. What I said to him earlier was what and based off of whether just because like it was like fuck what he was saying. The point was
No, that's not
how
what
I
I'm
wanted to make
asking
sure
you.
he no I just wanted to make sure that he knew my response wasn't because how I responded wasn't because I was taking anything that he was saying
No,
personally or
that's
or
not
or
the
being
question.
offended.
The
But
question
okay.
is, right? Are your mind is set on what you want to do, correct?
Hmm. Right.
So, is it anything that you took from us, or I hear you, but I already have a set agenda?
Um.
And I think she's asking because I said, despite the fact that I can show you with evidence, with
No,
empirical
that's
evidence.
not. That's not what I'm asking. He
My
knows
bad.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
asking.
Yeah. I'll say as a collective, um, it's things that I've heard and things I feel like that can be incorporated into my ideas that could make them better. But is it something that did I hear anything that would stop the direction or whatever?
No,
No,
that's
I didn't.
not what
I
I'm
didn't hear
saying. Remember, you're talking about improving, right?
that. Yeah,
And you
as far
take
as
bits and
improving, yeah.
pieces from people, right?
Hmm.
So we would just like to know because people we all trying to improve. So usually when it's cult, like I don't hear you, this is what I'm doing. Right. But you said
Hmm.
you're trying to make it for the better because everybody up here is intelligent. We all, giving good advice. So do you hear it? Is the question.
Okay. Yes.
Can you apply anything?
Um. Some of the stuff can be applied.
Okay. Now, yeah, I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, some of the stuff can be applied. I mean, it's not that it's not that it necessarily um it's just for what I how I look at the situation, what I see the problem is, and how I see to fix it. Honestly, to me, it's either this way or no way. You know what I mean? So I can hear when other people be like, "Well, we'll do it like this and like that," and I hear it. You know what I mean? But to that, I mean, like I said, that
Do
just
you
kind of
understand
depends
it's
on the
more than one way
conversation.
to the same
But like,
solution?
I think so in a lot of things, but I think when we dealing with capitalism, I think it operates. So like earlier we was talking, one thing we didn't get to touch on was the monopoly aspect of it, right? And I think that's the issue that we have is the monopoly. Is playing monopoly on a board where all of the property is bought up. And so it's like and that's pretty much what it is. We sit at the table, they already own all of the property on the board and they own all of the currency, but then they
Okay, so
telling you
let's
to
use
roll
that
the
analogy.
dice.
But after you stay in the game long enough, can't you buy that property? Ain't that how you win the game? You buy up all the property from the other
No,
people who are playing?
that's if you sit down in the game, y'all all start out even.
No,
But
no,
if you
you start
sit
out with
hold
nothing in Monopoly. You have to
on,
build
no,
your
but no,
bank
but
up,
if
right?
you start out with nothing and I have, but so look, you sit down at the table, you don't have anything, but I own all of the property on this board, and I own all of the revenue. And I'll tell you, you can't. What I'll do is though, I'll allow you to land on railroad, and I'll pay you. I'll pay you $1 million. I'll pay you $1 million to
Okay.
work on to land on railroad. And then when you're done, when you need somewhere to sleep at, you can go stay at my hotel over here. But I'll just only charge you what I paid you $1 million. I'll charge you 100,000 to stay there. Like that's more
Okay,
so
it goes back
of
to
what
the
it looks like.
concept again. How big is your slice of pie? That's you determine that to an extent. We already know the constraints that's put on us, but again, the same constraints was put on. Let's just use Jay-Z, right? He figured out how to maximize whatever it was within this science, technology, engineering, and math. He figured out how to maximize his slice of the pie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that don't mean just because he did that we're all going to do it, and that don't mean we're all going to do it the same way that he did it. There's more than one way to the same solution. So when you say it's either this way or it's nothing, I think you shortchanging yourself because you are not utilizing the opportunities that you can. You crashing out. Like it's more than one way to get revenge. You don't have to crash out. Let's just use some basic street stuff, right? You do something to one of my people. Now I can come back and slide on you, right? We talked about that earlier. I slide on you, I get caught, I go to jail for the rest of my life. Or I can go to police and they can lock you up and then you'll go to jail for the rest of your life. It's more than one answer to the same solution. To me, I gotta understand that if I don't know all of the answers, and no one person knows all of the answers, that means a whole lot of people are going to come with different solutions and certain things are going to work. And you take the things that work and put those together. And that's the best chance that you have. Not saying, hey, we got to crash out on this one idea and that's it. And if we don't crash out on this, that's it. We can't move like that. We'll be extinct.
I have a question.
Yeah, I think that just
Have
depends on what direction you think we headed and how much time you think we got. So I mean, if we feel like we headed in a good
That's an
direction
unanswerable question.
and we
How
got
much?
plenty of time, I don't feel like we have as much time as you may think.
I
So
don't
I
know how
look at
much
it.
time we have.
Yeah,
I
mean,
know that
I
it's
personally,
urgent.
I
But
don't.
what I'm
Let's
saying
say we
is,
go by Dr. Claude Anderson, I think he states by 2050 we'll be the permanent underclass, correct? I think we already are permanent underclass, but he gave us a 2050. Some reports say by 2030, and then all of them seem to be based off of a myth of we have all of this spending power that we don't have. And so and that's part of the reason why too we attack the situation that we attack it from is because we have a myth that we got all of this spending power. And if we just if black women stop buying weave and niggas stop buying Newports, we'll have enough money to buy the revolution. And that just ain't real.
yeah. Hey, listen, bro. I mean, I think, like I said, I understand because I've been around long enough, bro, to see. I've seen people come up in the movement and in the struggle, and people get information from different sources. I've seen people come up in the conscious community. I've seen people come up in the Hebrew Israelites, Muslims. I've seen it all, and universally, all of them say this. Everything that you said, they said everything that you said. So to me, if those type of solutions were the answer, one of them would have worked by now. I think the problem is we've been listening to people too long saying my group has the answers. If you just do this, that will be the elimination of all of our problems. And I don't think that that's true. I know factually that's not true.
Yeah, I don't. What group have you seen that was what group was anti-capitalist?
Well, listen, you can look at any black group. Most black groups were against the whole idea. That's where the idea of structural racism came from, because capitalism is a child of systemic racism. And so we can talk those things to death, but we get into the weeds with that. My thing again is I go back to the point of we can talk this to death, but tomorrow, if you had a group of people and you had 40,000 people that all thought the same way, you would still have to deal with the fact that instantly, before you even try to feed yourself, you're going to have to defend the land that you just occupied. You have women and children, you have elderly, you have people that are going to be vulnerable. It's just not realistic to say that if women stop buying weed and niggas stop buying Newports, we could purchase our revolution. That's not even close to remotely true. We don't have enough money to buy our way out of capitalism, out of this system. We don't have enough money collectively.
Hold on, that's my argument though. That's why I said that. That was my argument. We don't have enough. That's what I'm saying. That there's a
whole country doesn't have enough. Do you know there's not another country other than China that could
that's what I'm saying. It's a myth that we have all of this spending power. The what they say, 2.5 billion in spending power. That's a lie.
Well, when they say that, that's factual and truth, because the money that we spend on hair care products comes out to 1.2 billion, right? So when they say spending power, we don't have to spend that 1.2 billion in hair, but are we going to do it? Yes. But they're saying if we took that 1.2 billion dollars, we aim that money somewhere else, it could do X, Y, and Z. That's a true statement. In fact, that's just a true statement. But we know that. How do we stop 30 billion or 30 approximately 38 million black women from spending from spending whatever they spend money on as far as hair care and beauty maintenance?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
how do you stop? How do you stop? 25 million niggas from smoking.
I hate it. I gotta jump off, but this is actually the best part too. Damn. But I gotta go. I'm finna
come back, man. We're here every day. Same bad time, same bad channel.
But that's a good point. And that's what I was saying though. That's why I was getting ready to get into the myth of the spending power. If you ever get a chance, bro, look at that spending power comes from Nielsen and them. It's an article based on how corporations was going to market to black people.
Who has more spending power, black men or black women in this country?
I don't think you
black
can't
women.
rise.
I'll tell you, black women. So,
nation can't rise no higher than his women. So I don't know. I would say we
wait. Say that again. Say that again. That last part, brother.
I said the nation can't rise no higher than his women. So we in the same boat.
So then we need to address before we get into any of this, our shortcoming with our women, right? Well, that's more of a social problem than a socio-economic problem.
That's why W.E.B. Du Bois, the way he talked about it, in the condemnation of the woman was creating a system where they could where it's for an independent mother, and part of the reason why is because of not like just how vulnerable they are in general. So we'll see like in other places, where they'll set up where the woman is allowed to work on site and also have daycare on site. You know what I mean? Just different like little systems like that kind of give women the opportunity to be financially independent and also still be a mother.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Right now, if I told you I have a nonprofit organization and we feed 270 families every month, we supply aftercare programs, after school programs, and summer programs for kids. And if I asked you, hey, out of your 1,000 members, let's say half of those are men, could you get 500 men to donate $100?
If you come on, bro, or you don't even necessarily got to come on, but if I promote you, you'll get way more than $500.
Okay, well, we'll build. You definitely got to come back so we could build, because we got to make something happen. We could talk it to death. We could, like Shug said, what are you actually doing? What are we doing? We got to make shit happen. We can sit here and talk about philosophy and talk about all of these things, but can we feed somebody tomorrow if need be? Can we house them? Can we put them in a position where they can bring income in so that we can sustain whatever type of community that we're trying to build right there? So those are the things we got to, get
Well,
at
I'm
him.
a,
you know,
I'm gonna jump off, but
yeah,
please, if
but
you can, Alchemy, give them all. You can give them my information that way, and you can reach out
yeah,
to them.
we'll
So
do a
again,
part B. We'll
we'll
do
do
a
that.
part two. We'll be a part two. And thank you for
Okay,
coming. Thank you for giving us your
All right, we
time.
had a great time. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Blue.
Thank
definitely. Hey, I appreciate y'all and giving me the opportunity. This was definitely dope.
For sure. Peace.
Definitely. All right, y'all.
Thank
Peace.
you.
All right, you guys. So
My eyes hurt.
I don't got like 50 drinks already, right?
Damn, now my eyes hurt.
I had 50 fake drinks already, right?
Well, y'all send me through my best Zaza when y'all be on that bullshit, man.
Look,
I was
look,
in the closet
look.
the whole time.
Y'all want stop.
he just
Y'all
logged off.
want stop muting me.
40
No,
people.
I'm
we
sorry, I
didn't
very
stop
rarely
muting you.
get to
You have
talk
to
to
be
men,
Nah,
y'all.
respectful,
nah,
So,
JC.
yeah, excuse me if I talked a
no.
little too much,
I
but I
love.
very rarely get to like build with men. And so I'm just
No.
trying to
I
show
know.
y'all when you have conversations with men, these are the kind of questions you have to ask. Niggas will sell
I
you a
said
dream,
that.
especially when they first come
So
into the
drop the
conversation.
link, DJ, so I can put it in the chat.
You have to listen. We have to, you have to listen to people. When you think about having a family with a man, when you think about building something with a man, you have to sit down and talk to him and listen. Niggas be cute, they be muscles be built up. That's because they've been in jail for the last 7 years, grabbing shit from here, there, and everywhere, and then trying to mishmash that shit together. It's got to make sense. It's got to make sense.
I said that. I said y'all. Let me stop. It's men having a conversation with a man having a conversation with another man, and I cannot. And I was
Girl,
like,
we everybody got opinions, but you cannot be interrupting everybody. Okay,
girl,
you
you know that. I
know.
know.
No, you don't know it because you keep doing that, and nobody can get a word in edgewise.
That's just what I do. I
I
know.
haven't
I'm
said
sorry.
anything the whole interview, and you just over talking Fundi, over talking Kev, over talking Sugar, over talking the
Oh, I
dude that's
did.
telling this story.
Oh, I did. Oh, I
Yes.
did. Oh, okay.
So
I
please
ain't know
be
that.
respectful.
Okay, I'll be respectful.
The thing, what I'm getting that, that's my thing is this. If you talk about you want to be a cult, I need to know that, because then that means you're pushing an agenda. There's no need for me to talk because you're set already.
Facts.
Right? That's why I said let me get that out the way now. Right? I already got out the way the family structure. There is none. Right? I don't know if y'all was here in the beginning. Right? There is none. Right? They don't know if it's more than one wife or wife. There is none. Then everything is what the society agrees on. How you gonna be a cult and talk about what the society detects? That cancels out each other.
And that was the most vaguest cult ever. I'm like, dude, you don't have no answer to none of the questions. That's the most vague, nondescript cult ever, except for Whoopi Goldberg. That's the only thing I really know.
That's why I was trying to explain to him. Your basic, you don't even have, first of all, you don't have a doctrine. And then your basic principle being capitalism is bad, but you're participating and you have a job, you're on social media, these things are all part of it. And instead of telling people we can just remove ourselves from, you can become a sovereign citizen. No, teach people how to take whatever it is that they're good at, whatever they're smart at, and teach them how to utilize the system for their benefit, because that's what it's more about. And the more of us that do that, then we have power as a collective. But sitting here trying to preach to a collective of people and trying to tell everybody to think one thing when you don't even have a clear idea of what you really actually think. And that's no disrespect to the brother. I'm not, it seemed like I'm talking about him once he left, but I was trying to convey that to him. How are you going to convince a mass of people when you're uncertain about what you say?
Right, because now you're giving me the impression like you're selling ideas. Like, at least I could say with Q Butter, he took that same notion that he's saying, but he put it to action.
Another thing I was gonna say too is I think that because he came up in like the gang, with the Crips and his uncle being like a OG blah 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 part, he was like one of the first people that did this and blah, he's really in deep embedding into gang culture, and I think that's where he's getting a lot of his ideals from. as far as like trying to create a culture is like really like
No, but that's still going against it because at least they got rules and regulations and the foundation too. His don't. And then he said he is going the same thing the other cults say, like this particular cult is going to be for salvation, right? This one right here, if I heard correctly.
But you can't believe in nothing.
Exactly.
You can't believe in nothing though. He said if
And
you believe in anything spiritual, you cannot join that cult.
Right.
And they
So
don't pull Whoopi Goldberg all in it. Whoopi
that's
probably
what
like,
I said. That's what happened to Viola Davis, right? Like, really?
You know what? Goldberg last
I'm
name is
listening.
Jewish. Goldberg, isn't that a Jewish last name?
Yeah, it's not even her last name
Her
though.
last name is
Exactly.
Johnson.
I wanted to come up.
It
I wanted to
is.
come up because I'm listening, and it's the same spiel: us versus them, sovereign citizen, racism. All that stuff is a distraction. One thing I don't see any group, and I could be misinformed, is they don't play Monopoly. They don't read the instructions. These laws are for everybody. When have you ever seen a black group try to push a bill or anything like that? We are so focused on us that we don't look at the playbook and use it. That's how they get ahead, because right next to those no black allowed signs, it was no Italians allowed, it was no Irish allowed. Those people got out the system because they infiltrated the system. When's the last time you heard a little black boy say he wanted to be a judge, a police officer, something like that? Like, when's the last time you heard that? You got to infiltrate the system, play the game. That's our citizenship is a blessing. A lot of countries don't have that. Most countries don't have that. Our people don't use our citizenship, because you can't be sovereign and then expect the government to help you or anything like that. No.
Exactly. That's why I was trying to say to him, you can't sell our people a dream and say, oh, you can just go set up on some property and start taking care of it and digging up stuff, and then that's not sensible.
Stop lying.
At the top,
just get your 2 metal poles, okay? Get your 2 metal poles. Stop lying.
That kind of took me out too when he said you can harness electricity with a metal pole.
F around and find out. Go on out there.
Because they'll be
That's why I told him you gonna get electrocuted because you don't even know the tenets of basic. See again, there we go.
Really
telling
surprised
people
when they
go
get
stick a metal pole out in your yard, and then you don't need PG&E no more. That's
they
not.
Would be very surprised if they saw the top of that pyramid and see how every color is sitting up there. It's not white people that hate black people and try to keep the black, like the white is out here trying to keep us down. No. When's the last time you ever went to a city hall or town hall meeting? When in New York, when they first started to push back with them Asians, they passed that Stop Asian Hate bill. You didn't see them on YouTube. A manosphere, a womanosphere, a pill, just crying and whining. No, they got shit done.
But it's just
you want to give us some Asian pushback? Here, let me go to your DA and your judges and get a bill passed. When's the last time any of our groups got a bill passed? It could be done.
I was trying to say to him, like, this conversation, the whole conversation, you can literally go back to anybody in the conscious community, anybody in this and that, and that it's all the same regurgitated rhetoric, like Julie Wilson said. It's the same. We're not learning anything from you, so you're not teaching us anything that's going to change our condition right now. Everything that you're saying, we already know.
And I absolutely do believe that $2 billion is flowing through the black community, because we love to spend.
Yeah, no, that's what I told him. He said, "Oh, they lull us into thinking that we have this spending power. We do. That's a fact. If we, I mean, numbers don't lie. We spend in hair care products, and it's mostly women, but it's men too. That counts all hair care products, grease, whatever, perms,
barbershops,
everything. Right? So
nail salons.
We spend 1.2 billion. Yeah, but see, and the thing I was trying to tell him is like, yo. We have to be realistic about it. We can say, listen, if we have enough
eyebrows,
if we have enough,
we're the easy lick.
If we had enough black women, if we had enough black women that own nail salons and lash shops, and then we could have all of those places. We still gonna spend that 1.2 billion buying wigs, but we'll be spending them with black business owners in our community. That's how you change.
Listen, no, you can't do it that way. You have to, what you want done, you have to go and pass bills. That money is going to circulate regardless. And if it goes right back into people's pocket for them to buy more nonsense, then so be it, whether they spend it on Black, white, Asian, whatever. You have a problem with the way your community looks, go to your legislators, go to them and fight against. That's the way the Mormons did it. You see the Duggar family? How many people saw that Duggar family documentary?
Yeah.
They were poor. What did his father do? They went and they became political figures. Yep. That's how they hit it. That's how the Mormons and the SLDS and all that stuff, the Amish
they didn't want the Amish. They didn't want the Amish in Missouri. They just went and ran for all the little local seats there. They ran the school board. They were on the city and town council. That's exactly how they did it. Now they can't make laws against the system.
But
infiltrate the system.
Let me just say something. And that's sad, but that's absolutely true. But what I noticed that a lot of Black people do is instead of learning the system, like she said, and infiltrating the system, they take little trinkets, right? And when they come out, let's do an event. Or we giving out this for free. They rather get pacified with free stuff than to take them same people and stop getting free stuff from them, which is very little. Like if they give that, right? You need to get exactly. You need to be direct. Like I am in there. Right? And I can count. I done been to so many damn meetings, right? I can count how many Black people are there that have a say so, that when they have a vote, but they're the first ones complaining and don't go to no meeting. But the minute you say, hey, I'm giving out a free pen, and I mean literally it could be pens, that line would be long as crap.
They show it's Black and they show it's abused and they show it's hurt. It's just something to pacify us. We need to be at these meetings.
Well, that's why I was
figuring out how we could open our own. Like you want to complain about how Black men are getting pulled over, how Black men are going to jail and all this stuff. Why are there no Black men trying to get in on the other side of that?
That's why I was trying to tell them about we're within this structure, but you have to find out. Just like the Asians didn't come over and say we're gonna tear down capitalism. You know what they did? They found out, okay, Black communities, they eat a lot of fast food, so they opened a Chinese restaurant on every corner. Now they cornered that market. They didn't come in and tear down the structure of white supremacy or of capitalism. What they did was figured out that they could maximize their income potential by having Chinese restaurants all over the hood. You can go in there and get chicken wings and fried rice and whatever.
You know why? Because there ain't no turning it down. This is our system. We live in a capitalistic, democratic society. That's what it is. You make it work for you. You don't go on a basketball court with a football and then complain that nobody let you play.
Exactly.
That's why
exactly.
You're not going to stop capitalism. This world, not only the United States, this whole world exists off capitalism. And so you can't just dismantle that or remove yourself from that, because just like Nature Boy and all of them said that, you say you off the grid, but you on social media every day. You're not off the grid. You're going to Walmart. You're not off the grid. I don't care.
You're asking for donations.
And you're asking for
donations.
And you want to know why capitalism, why money is such an issue of currency? Because nobody wants to carry around a bag full of rice all day. Is that what you want to go back to?
Nobody wants to carry around a oxen all day.
Yeah, I'll give you this bucket of rice for this oxen I just killed. Like, you want to barter all day? Or would you rather just fold that shit up and put it in your wallet?
But you have to have something to barter with. You starting out with nothing. Where are you going to get something to barter for? And you're going to have to barter for
bills. But listen, Kev, also, and that's another thing too. We don't even have to go and try to push our own bills. They don't know how legislation works. There are bills that will help you get through that. There are bills, there are laws, there are all type of injunctions and exceptions like that people could be getting, and they don't do it.
But you notice how he dodged that whole question when I said there are laws, sir. You can't just go camp out on a piece of property and say that, I'm cultivating this and making use of it. That's a law. See, you have to know a basic law. You're teaching a whole bunch of people something that just factually they can't do. So
If
now,
they can do, it's their, and they're just there. It's willful ignorance.
oh, I asked him how he
No,
didn't.
we're talking
I said,
about
"How you do
that guy. We talk about that guy.
I said,
That
how do you
guy.
go about doing that?
Not us. What he was saying.
Yeah, I
you
know
know
how
what
to
comes to
go about
mind?
acquiring land, but I'm not going to tell people go out and just start cultivating a piece of property and make use of it.
He said,
You
"Go
know
to
what comes
war.
to mind?
Go to war and take the land." You forgot
And
that
take
part. Take it.
How many soldiers you got for war?
How many?
All praises to Whoopi Goldberg. We gonna take over people private land. We gonna harness electricity from the sand. Let the society figure out the family structure down the line.
Lord Jesus.
Leave the capitalistic system behind.
I made a capitalist song.
Yes, man.
Genesis ain't got no sense.
Genesis is a little mastermind behind the panel.
She is a troll. No capitalist.
A little evil genius behind.
Yeah, I started a whole war, right?
Man,
I started a whole war right in the beginning. I asked him, "Hey, you know, is it a patriarchal system, matriarchal system?" And he said it's a womanizing system. You got a woman? You got a wife? No. You got a girlfriend? No. No. And then his wife came in here and said, "I'm his wife." I said, "Oh."
That's why I said you can't get your wife to agree. How you gonna get a whole bunch of women to go for that?
I started a whole war for the night. God damn it!
You can't do that.
Hold on, Bill.
And that was no disrespect. I meant no disrespect to him.
No, I asked that in the beginning.
No, but I was just
started
saying,
the war way before you came in. I asked that.
Hey.
Yeah, that's why I had to get down. It got weird. Fool.
You know what?
That's
You
why
know
I
what's
told
so
him.
funny?
That's why I asked him who had the most spending power. You alienating the group amongst our the subgroup amongst our group that has the most spending power. How you
know what's so
alienating
funny? The whole 40 acres and a mule spiel that we hear. I bet you if we had some scholars in our community that read through all those laws and all of these bills and whatever, there will be loopholes in there that already say we have it. We just not picking it up. They're not gonna knock on your door and hand you nothing. Even as far as like with mental illness and mental disabilities and hurdles and stuff like that, a lot of our community won't even take our children to the doctor. Do you know how much these people get? And like an echelon that's slightly above us, that will have their kid diagnosed with something and there's nothing wrong with them. Do you know how much stuff they get for that?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
More time on their test. They can't kick them out of school, college, all types of stuff, cars, whatever. That, like doctors to come to your house. All that they milk the system because they know the system and they use the system. We won't even read the playbook.
I want to say this real quick. I want to say this real quick too, Suge. You better not never have nobody like this up here again and not call me. If I ain't in here, you better text me.
I knew you was gonna feel the vibrations and come. I knew you was gonna pick up. You know how we go. I knew you was gonna pick up on the telepathy and shit and get your ass up in here. I was like, shaka like a boom, and here you go.
Our ancestors.
Yeah, I was like, man, if we don't have a man, I was so happy that you came up.
I know your mouth was watering, goddamn.
No, seriously, because I want y'all to understand, like when you have conversations with men, and I notice with a lot of women, when women go through a lot and then they meet a man who sounds like he's real educated, especially when he's talking spiritually and talking about self-improvement, it's easy for women to fall, but you have to ask the same questions that we ask. You have to get now. Don't you have your own understanding? I don't even have to give my opinion on that young brother. Y'all
just one simple line, brother Cab.
Huh?
Cite the sources. Whatever's coming out of somebody's mouth, cite the sources.
when you ask questions,
I agree.
you
Saint
find
Husband.
out the person.
Girl, we found out the source. It was the two metal sticks.
No, but really, but by
No.
asking questions, you know everything you need to know now. You know everything you need to know, but people don't take the time because they get so fall in love with these ideas, and that's how a lot of these.
That's what he was selling. That's all I was trying to say.
But you know, the younger kids, a lot of them
added the two sticks and
a lot of
straw. We gonna be setting ourselves on fire with electricity and on whole straw at the same time.
A lot of them can't read past the 3rd grade level, and if there's anything that's like that they feel like was pushed upon us, is something about that. Like, why can't our boys read at more than 3rd grade level, or our men, I should say, read at more than 3rd grade level? And I forgot where I was going, but it's like cite the sources definitely, because nothing that I hear now wasn't said already. And ask the why, or what you gonna do after that? We can't be sovereign citizens. That sounds ridiculous, because you won't have nothing will be at your benefit. Like, you can't get nothing, you can't do nothing. You'll really be sovereign. It goes both ways, not with just stuff you feel like you're being abused for and by, but the stuff that you need and you're not. You can't get a credit card if you're a sovereign citizen, or a debit card. You probably can't even get a bank account if you're a sovereign citizen. You can't travel if you're a sovereign citizen. There's a lot of stuff.
And let me say this too. I don't care what y'all think or what y'all believe in. Don't y'all take y'all crazy ass out in the backyard and stick no metal pole in the ground when it's lightning, because y'all gonna get electrocuted.
They don't even know the weather system in their areas. They don't even know how weather is gone in their areas.
Oh my God.
They'll go in Texas and stick a pole in the
ground. That's what he said, right?
That's how you harness electricity. Now, how you gonna get it to your house, to your TV and your computer with that metal pole?
And what you gonna do with it? Watch TV, play video games?
That's ask questions. Exactly. You have to ask people questions, and like I said, it's a lot of these men, because they know that's a hustle. That's a hustle.
It is, because you ain't gonna tell me STEM is a cult. You want to make it a cult? No, ninja. That's a way of life. That cancels out.
Thank you. That's
a way of life. All of that. Oh no, it's a cult. We want it to be a religious cult where you don't think about the Bible 3 times a week. No, people do STEM every day.
You do it without thinking about it. When you use your phone, all of those principles apply. That doesn't have to be a spiritual philosophy. That's crazy.
You know what else too? You need to see the other side. Like, even the Bible says, know thine enemy. If this is your enemy, you hate these people so much, go look up how Bill Gothard got his billions. Go look how the Amish did it their way.
Mm-hmm.
These people don't even know. They would have lead you on a trail without no idea where they're going, no map and nothing. Oh, I just know I don't want to be a part of this system. It's deeper than that, bro. And then you what? And why don't you?
And why he don't claim his lady now? Why ain't claim his lady?
Dark side, all praises to Whoopi Goldberg. We gonna take over people private land. We gonna harness electricity from the sand. Society figure out the family struggle.
Y'all so damn messy.
Hit the capitalistic system behind. Put down your wigs and newborns. Praises to Whoopi Goldberg.
And then he want to use Whoopi Goldberg as a deity, so we can feel better about our dark-skinned women. I'm like, Ninja, then you alienating all the women besides dark-skinned women. What are you talking about? That's why I said I stayed on mute. I stayed
as a dark-skinned woman. I know a lot of dark-skinned women have felt to be defeated about your complexion. I also think it's regional as well. I never felt disenfranchised because of the color of my skin.
I'm gonna put that in the song. Trying to take us to the
I think he felt like he looked like Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi
Goldberg is about 100 years old. Why didn't he use what's the name? That girl that sings with the wide nostrils.
because I was like you, Viola Davis, but he said that is he trying to make it seem like that people don't see the beauty in her, and she's always like the butt of everybody jokes because they don't see her as beautiful. So being that
Well,
he
Fat
wanted,
Albert, we use Fat Albert too. We use Big Bird. We use everything. It's like
But-
he talk. I heard last time I heard him talk was about something on the schoolyard. We'll call
Yeah,
somebody
but-
Bart Simpson, Big Bird, Fat Albert, Whoopi Goldberg, whatever. Charles Barkley, daggone Blueface is calling the baby Charles Barkley. And he has
Lord.
yellow as a
I
damn
used to hear
peacock.
African booty scratcher. I ain't never heard nobody say you look like Whoopi Goldberg. Even when the color purple was out, I ain't heard nobody say, "Ooh,
My
you
new
look
coat,
like Steve."
my new coat is gonna be the African booty scratcher coat.
Hey, but you know what kind of took
African
me
booty
out
scratchers.
when
I
I
got
asked
a
him.
ginger ale coat.
What took me out when I asked him who was an example of a person who was living life the way that he saw it. That man said Terrence Howard. I said, I wanted to tell him, sir.
The yellowest man, yes, yellow as
I
a
don't have a
peppermint.
heart to tell you, Terrence Howard just got off cocaine and alcohol 6 months ago, bro. We're not.
And then the funny part is like all I do is debate. I'm like, what are you debate about? And now you sat here and said you debated. Now you just basically said the same things we said, and you couldn't even win the debate here. So what debates are you winning? You didn't win here. You
Listen,
didn't win here.
I wasn't.
He's a man that's just sitting in the house all day and trying to feel important.
I wasn't even debating him, and I beat him in the debate.
Now y'all know I'm gonna keep it real. It sounds like a nigga that don't got no job and just want to feel important somehow.
No, he said he worked. He said he worked, but
Target don't count. Walmart don't count.
Either who, he claimed he don't believe in it. See the twist? I don't believe in it, but I do work. But I don't believe it.
He said he changed gas meters. Now my thing is, again, like I asked him, I said, do you think it's fair? Do you think it's fair that you go to work and then they pay you for that work every week? And he said, yeah, that's fair. Well, that's capitalism, sir. You just killed your whole argument. That's it. And if you're making $30 an hour, then you're maximizing that system that you have to work within to benefit yourself. The more of us that do that as a collective, then we can make things happen. But you're saying we have to get out of capitalism. And I asked him then what system will we go under? He didn't have any idea. He didn't have any idea. It's like how can you
See
take
how
your
difficult it is to carry water from a long mile away? I mean, a longer while away.
Wait,
He
y'all want to
said
hear
we gonna
something?
have
Because I
some
had
black
a friend
people within the group that know
that
about
worked with
plumbing.
missionaries. Listen, I had a friend that worked with missionaries. They used to come to her village in Africa all the time because you know in New York we got everybody's first and second generation. So all our friends growing up was from all over the world. She used to say that the missionaries will come to her village. They would get funding from our government, a big old huge check, pocket half of it, and use the rest to fly people to Kenya, wherever. Niger, whatever, just to like do some quote unquote missionary work and come right back home. They would put together, they would build wells, dig wells, and have the whole well right in the middle of the village. The missionaries would come and dig the well. The natives of that land, the kids, because she used to be a kid in one of these countries, sit there, cheese with these white people. Then once they go home, they take down the well and then go right back to carrying the buckets from the creek. Because they got a little bit of something too. It was like, oh, okay, whatever.
See, when
I like what Kev said. How you gonna go to war? You gonna send us to go to war? We ain't got no weapons. Because he said he going to war, gonna take the land. And we trying to figure out how you gonna do this.
with what weapons?
Slingshot.
Bring your whole neighborhood out. All they need is one tank. They will kill your whole neighborhood. So again, that's why I said stop telling kids that, because some of these young kids will be like, yeah, if the police stop me, I'm gonna jump out and bust on them because we got it right. That same thing Rashad Jamal was telling. Don't send them into the slaughterhouse. These dudes are dangerous because it ain't Nature Boy, like I said, it's all the people that follow him. Just like this dude. Do you mean to tell me it's 1,000 people that listen to him and believe what he says?
No. Maybe not 1,000. Maybe on the other half.
If it's one.
But then it was maybe
his
children.
wife
Then
is not sure. His
But
wife
they don't even believe
sure.
it. That's the thing. They said, what? You giving me a reason to stay home and not do nothing? Okay,
His
I
wife
rock
was
with
not
you.
sure. She's with him every day, and she's not sure. That's what I'm saying. When y'all
I
meet
felt
these
bad
dudes,
for her though, because she
you
said
have to
that
talk to
she
them.
was
You
dissing
really
him
have to
in
talk
that
to them
chat.
because
I know she was.
They have some dangerous mindset.
You want to not even claim the girl? Oh my God, damn.
I meant to tell y'all might have been starting some stuff.
I didn't mean to, but
y'all know how that poly
I
girl
didn't
goes.
know that was.
We might have got a couple other wives.
I didn't know that was his
Well,
woman.
he should have answered the question truthfully. Then
He knew that, right?
Hey.
He knew that. I'm just asking about the family structure because everything has to have a structure. So now I ain't got no wife. You got a wife. Now I ain't got a wife. You got a girlfriend. I ain't got a girlfriend. You got kids. I'm like, yeah, different baby mamas. Yeah. But I'm like, what? Like, would you get married to one woman? Now I ain't got a woman. I don't know. And then the damn girl sitting in here, all this guy. She said, I am your girlfriend. I said, God damn.
And what's crazy is I'm saying, where are we all supposed to go and set up? Like he said, we just gonna go and claim some land.
I know, right?
And then I asked them, how are we gonna defend it? And then we still
got to have a flag,
right? And then we got to grow some in order to eat. How long does it take for a tomato to grow?
I wanted to know, was he gonna poop on the trees like Nature Boy and them? Like, where you gonna go to the bathroom at?
Yeah,
I thought he was gonna say the trees. I was gonna pass out if he would have said that shit.
That's why I said you can't be sitting on the cell phone and tell me you believe in living off the grid. You're on a cell phone. You're on a laptop. Cut it out. You can sell that dream all day long, but how come nobody has ever done it? Nature Boy kept saying that he would not get off the internet.
His mama, hi, Miss Brenda. But Miss Brenda, I'm glad you still listen. But
I would love to know what his mom. I would love to know.
That's his mother right there.
I would love to know what she thinks.
Yeah, me too. Mom, what you think?
She said tomatoes take 25 days to mature from flowers. From flowers.
Right. So now you got 40,000 people. How many tomatoes you think you got to grow? And they can't just eat that. But this the war this the land we defended and fight.
You got to pray that you have the right weather.
Well, I wanted to ask him, has he even went so far as to get the, prices of how much a cow would be, how much to buy chicks, how much to buy pigs?
No.
You have to do your research. When I went to Jamaica, I had to do all that research so I can know.
There's no plan. There's no plan.
Watched one Amish documentary.
Yeah. Miss Brenda, I would love for you to hit the link and come up and give
You want to know what's funny? A lot of the Amish are born sovereign because they have their own babies and they don't get them documented. They don't have social security numbers.
Hey, but listen, outside the sovereign part of it, let's just take the Amish community, for example, right? They use technology because some of them have cell phones. And
hold on.
Every pocket is different.
She said, I don't agree with anything he said.
Okay,
okay, Mama.
And that's all we have to say.
Thank you, Mama.
And that's the thing. If we just take the basics of their community, the way that they live, they are self-sufficient within their community. Now, that's not just one community. You can find Amish all over Missouri, all over Michigan, all over North Carolina. They have giant.
Pennsylvania. They started in Pennsylvania too, and they have their own language
in those areas. And if you just, like I said, take the religious philosophy out of it,
they need money too. All their products is in the stores.
Thank you. But what they do is they have stores and they make the things, they make the clothes and the supplies that their people wear. They make the buggies. They raise the horses that pull the buggies.
And take our money.
And they're maximizing the money that they're taking out of this capitalist system and using it to their benefit to the max because they don't need us for nothing. They don't need us for nothing. And if you just use that example and stop trying to put all this super, spiritualism and all this, this pseudo whatever on top of everything and just look at the basics. They grow food. They have crops. They have animals to tend those. Those are the things that they learn so that they can be self-sufficient within their own communities. You don't go to the grocery store and see the Amish traipsing through the grocery store. You don't see them at Saks or the mall. You don't see them there because they've learned that part of the capitalism, that may negatively influence us. That may draw more resources out of our community than it actually puts back in. So when I tell them, stop trying to make this stuff complicated. Stop trying to make it like you got some brand new. I told them everything you said, every cult leader that's ever existed said the same thing. If you look at the Amish, if you look at the Asian community, there's a Chinatown in every city in America that you go to. They are self-sufficient in the fact that they have grocery stores, banks, schools, and they have places of worship that are
and it didn't happen overnight, right?
Right.
And that's the main thing we all trying to say to him. Right. None of that happens overnight. At least I could say Cuba, at least I can say, you know what? He started in his house. Right. He took that idea of STEM and made it real as in teaching. He has a whole after school program, everything, and now he got the on really teaching this them. Like what? Like I hear what you're saying, but what are you doing with it? Or but again, he said it's the word cult, so that means I need followers. So
I have an agenda that I must sell
right
and propagate in order for this to work. That's what all of this is about. We've been trying to use that playbook since the beginning of time. You see how that's went for us. We're at a point in human history where if we're not able to look at it like no spiritual leader, no guru, no whoever is going to come out of nowhere and lead us to salvation. We know, we claim, we see everything that's going on around us. How come we can't trick the system? We can trick everything else. We can find out a way to beat the government to get PPP loans and stimulus checks, but we can't find out a way to trick them into us getting land and property and resources in order for us to become self-sufficient. See, that's why I said
race number one is a distraction. It's not real. And they use that to manipulate and distract us. That's number one. Number two, we all in all different pockets of this country, we all live by different rules, different upbringings, different morals, different statures. We're not on one accord whatsoever. Number three, we don't know even our local laws. We don't know our local bills and how we could, even if you don't even want to get money from the government, there's a way to tax exempt yourself from certain things. We'll have people, black or business owners that won't even exempt their cost of supplies because they don't read enough into the bills, into the laws, and they want to complain. It's knowledge. Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I mean, look how many of these wealthy people, they have the biggest birthday parties, right? All they do is put a sign there and they writing that sucker off saying it's a business event. But it's really the biggest birthday. If they write off even when
I don't care what color you are.
Mm-hmm. If you know the tricks and trades, even Shaq was talking about this how I don't pay taxes on certain things and applied the knowledge is freedom. Mm-hmm. These people have the biggest parties, order whatever they want. These people, they get cars. Anytime somebody say, hey, how much homeboy needed for a plane? The pastor, oh yeah, he need a whole private jet just to go, but it's still written off.
They bought him a gold toilet too.
Hey, you know what I'm gonna tell you?
Even the houses and stuff like that with the entertainers, a lot of their houses are owned legally by the studios and by their workspaces and stuff like that. They know how to play the system. They know how to launder money, even the legal way. There's still a legal way to launder money. They still be doing that. They know how to do that.
That's just like when Black China, when they was asking her, she said Angela White has such and such, and everybody was laughing at her, but they didn't realize what she was saying. Now Angela White, I forgot she said that, but they didn't know. No, her money is into Black China. That's the company, right?
As long as you, long as.
That's why a lot of people don't know neither. You know, you do need to become a corporation, which you could be your own. So when people go to sue you, they can't sue you personally. They got to sue the company or whatever organization you at, right? People don't understand that neither.
There was another TC today. I forgot their name. It doesn't really matter. But they brought up, did
Oh,
he?
we
his
know he's
glasses-
smart, girlfriend.
Listen, did he? Sunglasses were taken out of Lens Crafters and Pearls and stuff. I was like, you think he still own the Sean John name? He ain't own that name in forever. They got Sean John sheets and Rockaway sheets sitting in Ross. You think did he still own that Sean John his name as a brand?
No.
He don't give a crap that they
Probably
taking
the
them
face
glasses
of
out of
it
Lens
still.
Crafters.
He don't
You know
even
what
own
he
his
messed
house.
up?
He don't even own his houses. Okay.
He sold that mess such a long
No.
time ago.
You know where we mess up? As long as we chasing money, we'll never be successful. Think about it like this. Let me explain it like
We
this.
don't think of long term.
Because would you rather a few of us be rich, or would you rather all of us not be poor? What would benefit us more? If none of us were poor, if we were all middle class, we wouldn't have to be rich, because we would have such a power base if very few of us were poor. If none of us were poor, we would be more powerful than the few of us that are rich. Because you can look at people like Oprah and Beyonce and Jay, people who are billionaires. That hasn't changed our plight. But if all of us are living above middle class, all of us are okay. None of us would have to be rich, but we would have enough power amongst our base, because as long as they have money over you, just like I said, people think, oh, Puffy the billionaire, this and that. Then we find out he don't own none of them houses. All the studios do. He don't own this. He doesn't own that. He had to sell all his companies. He
Don't own the liquor companies.
So
He
even
would
when
be
you
poor
are,
if he did, because he would have to pay taxes and all that.
but even when you look at these
everybody on
people,
this panel, and most
even
people that
when-
on YouTube, and you could be on YouTube right now or watch YouTube right now, guys, you probably don't even know it. People complaining that they poor. They don't know what real being poor is.
the point being is, we equate wealth and success with people, like I said, like Diddy. We don't know, like you said, until a lot of us, I knew, and a lot of us know, but the general public didn't know that Puffy don't own none of his houses. He don't own none of those Bentleys and all of this stuff, and his jewelry is on loan and this, that, and the other. They don't know these things. So even when you look at a person and you try to say, this is your idea of success, is he really wealthy? No, everybody else owns him. When you chase wealth, somebody's going to always own you. But if we all work so that we're not poor, that's where our financial strength comes in. I just wanted to say that. I'm back on mute, but
don't even own his own name.
Exactly.
You know, if Puffy, if Beyonce, Jay-Z, if all of them were that rich, why would they be working?
If none of us were
Like
poor,
dogs,
we would be much
exactly.
better. If none of us were poor, we would be much better off than if a lot of us trying to be rich. If none of us were poor, there's a difference. We don't have to be rich, but long as we're not struggling, we have a power base. We can pass laws and make things happen, because we can say, we're not going to elect you unless you pass laws to benefit us. You know why? Because we're not chasing that money, so you can't buy our vote. You can't buy our silence, because we're all okay, because we've learned that we structured our community to where none of us are poor. We ain't got to have a bunch of rich people, long as none of us are poor. That's what we're not getting. Look how many people have been
But nobody
chasing
has
bags
that though.
for how long?
There are just as many like country white people living in mobile homes. There's just as many poor Asian people that but we don't control the system. We really need to infiltrate the system for real. That's the only answer. Because a lot of our elders, even people here, a lot of our elders were taught to just vote Democratic, and it's a lot of people that still do that without even going to one of their representatives' meetings.
If you don't mind
typing
in the chat, Miss Brenda, as far as your son's philosophy now, I know you said earlier, you typed in the chat, you didn't agree with it. Where do you, to the best of your knowledge, where did that information, that train of thought come from? Because I take it he has some type of religion in his life coming up, but it sounds like he was kind of disillusioned with religion, and I think that's where a lot of his ideals are coming from now. As far as, why would we worship engineering or mathematics? We should have a knowledge and an understanding of it, because that's going to help us benefit. But I'm just curious as to where that whole frame of mind, if you have any idea where that came from.
Kevin, she said that I'm not speaking for that question, but she did say that she lived a Christian life in front of her children.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah. And I figured as much. And that's why I kind of brought that up to him, because I was saying to myself, so if you don't worship a spiritual deity, what do you worship? And when he said STEM, I was thinking, wow. But yeah. So,
but hopefully, he saying like the debate. Hopefully, DJ set up a part 2. We get a part 2 up in here.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna definitely do a part 2. We're definitely gonna do a part 2. And I think the perfect song. I think this one's good right here.
DJ, I'm still waiting on my invitation for the couch. I'll take it a certain kind of way. You done had Charleston White on your couch and King Kev ain't been up there. So I'm gonna just put that out there. I'm on mute.
The dark side, all praises to Whoopi Goldberg.
What? This is a troll.
We're gonna harness
I am done.
From the
well, that's what he said. That's what he said.
Y'all is crazy.
Figure out the family structure down the line. Leave the capitalistic system behind. Put down your wigs and Newports, cause we about to go to war. Start harvesting crops.
That's wigs and Newports.
He said put the wigs and Newports down.
The hell with you, bro?
Hell no.
Praise to the dark skin.
I would not repeat that, right? I would not repeat that. I would never see her face again.
That AI singing her ass off though.
That's a bop right there.
Oh my God, I'm cracking up.
All praises to Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, I will never see Whoopi Goldberg the same again.
We gonna take over people, private land. We're gonna harness electricity from the sand.
This is crazy.
Society figure out the family structure down the line.
You can't open yourself up to every doctrine that comes.
Put down your wigs and Newports.
I agree, Miss Brenda.
Go to war and start harvesting crops on other people's land. Planting orange trees, we don't need a plan. Praises to Whoopi Goldberg.
Have mercy.
She say move on to other people's land and plant some orange trees.
And poo-poo on the trees.
Genesis is, oh my God. I'm reporting Genesis right now to YouTube, or I'm calling the people in charge of YouTube.
Oh man, I'm gonna save that one. That's funny right there.
Genesis, you is crazy. That's the best. That's probably one of the best ones. But yeah,
we don't.
Praise you don't praise any man or woman, but that sounds like a whole bunch of mixed up doctrines just thrown together and mismatched. And we have to be careful what we take in, because
no, actually, she has to be careful, because if he is in this train of thought and if it picks up traction, this is going to be a nature boy effect.
Yeah, because if you influence somebody with that train of thought,
and remember, nature boy, only thing he did too was put ideas in people's head. Like they never lived off the grid. They never lived in nature. They was Airbnbs. They never, but what he put out there was the same exact stuff that he is saying.
So the idea, an illusion.
Right.
They didn't even pot plants. You could bring potted plants with you when you read. They didn't even
Right. What man? A bunch of people get on YouTube and start setting up in people's backyards and stuff, setting up people
but no, that's dangerous. I wish I would see a fool come over and just set up on a lot next to my house and start planting shit and living there. I'm shooting. That you can't tell people stuff like that because it's against The law. And
And they don't even
this is
play
why,
that in the Caribbean. They will get
right,
them a
but
study, baby.
even in the United States, and I'm joking about it, but it's serious. You don't have to have a reason. Your life doesn't have to be in danger. If someone is on your private property, you have the right to do almost anything to them. And that's the dangerous part. You can't just go out and just start, take over land. That's what I told them. What does that look like? What do you do when a police shoot come up? You have a shootout with the police?
But
Yeah.
I don't
Young
think
man said
any
he was
of that.
unalive for it.
Yeah, but I don't. Again, I just believe these are all ideas. Remember, Nature Boy sold nothing but ideas, right? You are the chosen. He's looking for the chosen.
Right.
one.
What if you get a Jackson, a Juju nut ass to go and they'll do something based on what one of these people say like that? That's what I'm saying. That's the danger in it.
A
They'll
homegirl that
actually
walked
do
her
it.
mother went home and
Jackson
walked her
Juju
mother.
will actually do it, or somebody like them. Like Fundi was saying, Texas don't play, Missouri. You don't even have to register no gun. You can be 18 years old. Long as you don't have you can go get gun. You ain't got to register. You ain't got to take no classes. You don't have to have no.
Vegas either. You can walk into a store and buy one.
You can't tell people to do stuff like that. That is dangerous. That will cause somebody to lose their life. And that's why I said it's not just, oh, you got an idea. It's people out there that listening to you that's crazy enough to go do it.
He said that he was talking to somebody about their religion, and they ended up saying, "Well, I'll just go outside and kill everybody." He just got out of prison.
See what I'm saying?
Oh no.
That's what I'm saying. You're dealing.
The views and opinions discussed on this channel does not represent anyone else but the one whose mouth it came out of.
And you know what?
Oh, you got that right.
And it's another perfect example of, even though we're clowning a little bit and making jokes, we got to the serious part and we made our point. We educated people that may have not been listening. I mean, that may have been listening and never heard of him, but they heard his side and they heard our counter. And so people are going to make up their own minds, but we did our job. We educated people, and we can still laugh about things because you can't take ridiculous things too serious. You see what I'm saying? This is ridiculous.
No.
And we can't, and there's no need to overanalyze it. It just is what it is. And we got to realize that even though we're saying this, some people are still going to, subscribe to that. But the thing that we have to understand is we have to understand our assignment. Our assignment is to educate. You can disagree with somebody without getting loud and cussing people out. And I think we do very well at that. We can discuss things. We can differ strongly in our opinions and our points of views, but we stay based in facts. We don't deal in feelings. We don't deal in opinions and theories. We deal on facts. And that's what I love about this channel, because I don't have to debate. Facts are undebatable. Your opinion is always debatable. That's why I say there's no need to debate. Why would I sit here and debate about something that's totally ridiculous that is based in no fact? There's no point to that. There's going to be some people that are going to listen to you, and there are going to be hopefully way more people that see it for what it is. It's just somebody's hopes and aspirations and dreams, but it's not anything that you can apply in reality. And that's what we have to do. And like I said, and I just, I'm glad that you can go, that we provide a space where we don't have to agree. That's not the point. You're not going to change my mind unless you have some fact-based information. And I think we do very well. And that's why I try to stay as close to the subject and the point that we're trying, because we tend to go off. We all do it. I do it. We all do it. But when you nail down things and you get to the point and you ask very poignant questions, it don't take 3 hours to understand. We got an understanding very quickly of what the agenda was, because we asked the right questions and you allow people to speak, even if you don't agree with them. You ain't got to cut them off to say you lying, that's wrong. Let people talk. And people I can tell by the comments in the chat. I didn't have to tell y'all whether I agree with him or not, or what was wrong. Y'all made your own mind up based on what you heard. So we did our job. We always have to understand the assignment. And I think we do a great job at that. Shout out and salute to chat and the panel for staying on point and doing what our job is. Our job is not to argue or debate none. Our job is to present varying points of opinion and allow the people to make their mind up based on facts. That's it.
Agreed.
Well, I believe that
I
Man,
believe the children
I
of the
believe.
I believe I can fly,
Well,
but I ain't getting on top of this building.
I
believe I can
I'm
fly,
gonna
but
put
I ain't
my
jumping off
two
the
metal sticks together because I'm not paying for electricity anymore.
roof.
I don't know what
You
you're
on your own with
talking
that
about.
one. You
I
on your own
understand
with
what you're
that one.
talking about.
You gonna catch a charge
Damn
putting a
the
metal
bread.
pole out in a lightning
Then
storm. You gonna
I'm
catch
gonna
a
get my rain bucket and put my bucket out there and catch some water or my rain catcher.
redirect the water to your house. Yeah, it's wild, man. That's why I said you have to let people talk. You really do.
Should I send you some barrels out there so you can catch
No,
the
I
water?
got my own barrels. We got barrels out here. Hey, Jessica, what's up, baby? We got our own barrels. So I refuse to hear. I listen. He was teaching me. I don't know what y'all talking about. Damn it.
And you know what I would say? And you know what I would say? I would say to test your theory, he has a job. Don't go to your job tomorrow. Don't go back no more. The house you live in, claim that property. Like you said, we can just go out and claim and cultivate property and then and just live there. If you can't live by the principles that you're telling me, then I can't believe what you're saying because you're not even living by your own philosophy.
Right.
Right.
That's how you know it's not true and it doesn't make sense.
And then if you bet, you can't say in one breath, hey, we got two sets of people and we're working on it, which means you're pulling in ideas. But if you, so in that case, what we saying make a lot of sense too. Are you still pulling in ideas? Right? Or if not, that means you're right. It is a cult. So
And you notice he didn't say we were wrong in what we said. He didn't say we were wrong. He said, I'm just gonna believe what I'm gonna believe anyway.
Right. When you said something to him, like I listen, this is what I'm doing. I hear you. No, then that means you have an agenda. So that agenda would not be beneficial to our people because you're not 1 minute you're opening up for ideas. And then 1 minute I'm the leader, then I'm not the leader, then who's in charge, and I don't know who's in charge.
Hey, I'm like,
am I lying, DJ? I asked them all this in the beginning.
He said they wanted to build the Tower of Babel. Do you know why God destroyed the Tower of Babel? Do anybody know that story in the Bible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, boy, young man, what are you talking about?
Hey, I'm like Nicole. Listen, I'm like Nick. I love y'all, but I'm not going on the war. I gotta go to work in the morning.
I said, what you want, a flag? So you can
Hey, I gotta go to work in the morning. I'm not going to war.
Listen, speaking of going to work in the morning, it's been 5 hours, y'all, and I gotta go to bed. Okay.
You get you some sleep because we going to war in the morning.
We're gonna go to war in the morning. Okay.
We ride
well, at least he's smart enough. At least he's smart enough to still go to work. We're gonna give him that. Right.
Exactly.
We're gonna give him that. We can't take that from him.
Like I said, he didn't tell us we was wrong on nothing. He just didn't really have nothing to come back with. He just said he's standing on what he feel.
Yeah, he learning his craft. He only
33. He got a little bit more, you know.
Yeah, he learning his craft of debate. But
and I'm gonna tell y'all something. Out of everything that was said, he's gonna play back in his head what we said. Some of the things that we said are gonna resonate with him. And that's what our job is. We can't tear people down that disagree with us. What we have to do is
we love you.
We have to present a logical argument and then hope something resonates with them because it's truth and it's based in fact. And that's the best you can hope for, because we could have sat up here for 7 hours. That young man would not have changed his stance one bit. But now that he has a chance to stick with what we said, now that I guarantee you, because we spoke wisdom to him. We wasn't disrespectful. It wasn't about
I read you, baby. I got you.
Hey, Wayne, what's up? But yeah, that's what, and like I said, I'm proud of us for doing our job, because that's what the assignment is. We're here to present different viewpoints and try to figure out which of those things that we can use and put together for the overall solution. And that's what it's about. So anyway, I gotta go to work.
Another thing he did not understand are we are anti-cult, so he should have been ready, right? But
right.
That would be it, right? You should know we're gonna come. We not. He's been doing this for 3 years. We've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I've been mentoring for 30 years. So if I've been mentoring for 30 years, then that means I had a little bit of knowledge prior to that. And I'm not trying to say I'm the end all, the be all, but what I do realize is that a lot of people are going to tell you a lot of different things. But the best way to know what's right is whatever your brain, your insides tell you is right. That's the closest thing to God that you're going to get. That's the closest thing to truth that you'll ever know, is what comes from within you, because that's what God puts in all of us, no matter what you call them, no matter what religion you claim. Amen. That God that you worship puts inside of you every single thing that you need. You just need to trust that, because if you know that God doesn't make mistakes, He's not going to lead you down the wrong way. When you listen to other people, their beliefs, their doctrines, their agendas, that's when we go the wrong way. I'm gonna end it on that because I feel like I'm preaching.
Let me tell you what God told me.
Yes. Dark side, the dark side.
Wow. I'm cool with y'all. I'm gone. I love y'all, chat.
God ain't told me to worship Whoopi Goldberg.
You missed a good one, Jessica. Get on the replay, gang. It's a good one.
Down the line, leave the capitalistic system behind. Put down your wigs,
leave it all behind.
And we do thank you for coming. Come on back. Part 2.
Praise to the dark-skinned woman. Praises to Whoopi, she's not a real.
Lord. Wait, I think I'm gonna play it. I gotta do it again.
Dark side, the dark side. All praises to Whoopi Goldberg. We gon' take over people private land.
Somebody send this to Whoopi.
From the sand. Let the society figure out the family structure down the line. Leave the capitalistic system behind.
Wigs and Newports.
We about to go to war. Start harvesting.
Nobody said buy the Newport brand. You notice that?
We ain't have to put down the Zaza though, right?
That is stupid.
Keep the Zaza though, right?
Right. It said nothing about no Zaza.
Why you got that picture up there, Genesis?
Do they even know who owns?
Who is that?
Do they even know
Take
who
that
owns
down.
She's the queen.
Jesus gonna punish y'all, boy. Y'all ain't no cat doggone good.
Punishing me. I ain't never said I praise nobody but God and Jesus.
Oh, damn. Genesis put wigs and Newports in the chorus.
But do they know who even owns Newport? They complain about Newport and all these like hair products. Do they know who owns this stuff?
His mama said, "Stop playing that mess."
I'm gonna send it to Whoopi because I know she got a website that has contact information on it.
Well, let her know she is the new queen. She's the queen now.
Move over, Beyonce. The new queen.
We got a Whoopi
is
coat.
Whoopi Goldberg.
We got a new quote, a Whoopi coat now. She is the new deity. I better stop playing. She gonna, what's that movie she played in when she was the ghost? Was it Ghost? She's back to being a ghost again.
Yep, it was.
You sure is ugly.
See, you going against the deity now. Damn it. You going against the deity.
No, you're supposed to be my love. You're supposed to be singing that stuff.
You going against
is ugly.
You trying to send us to hell? That is the new God now. What you talking about?
Sister with two of us.
And I want to say shout out to Miss Brenda. Thank you for just, putting your input in, and
Thank you, because
I tell people all the time when we up here, We never know who's listening. So we have to be mindful of that too as we speak, y'all. So like we had no idea his mom was in here, his wife was in here. It's people that's sitting in the bushes that we don't know. So
we always keep it respectable, but we're going
But I'm just saying we have an impact on people sometimes that we may not know, because if they don't come out of the bushes, they still listening. So
out the bushes.
I'm sorry, I'm a clown. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make some.
Oh no, we all good. That's why I said I love the
Black
vibe.
China's listening. Who said Black?
But I'm saying when I say people are listening that you don't know, you can affect people. Like your words can change a person's thoughts. Somebody might have been listening, sitting in the bushes, and they might have had that thought. But when we ask those logical questions, we may have changed that person's mind and never know. So that's why I said it's important what we say. It's important to speak truth to power, because that's how we change. We, not deluding ourselves, not living in some alternate reality and illusion. That's not gonna help. Whoopi Goldberg ain't gonna save us. The new portion of wigs ain't gonna save us.
What are you talking about? Yes, she is.
The wigs under the bus.
Her and my two metal.
I'm done. This last time I'm saying it, I'm gone.
My two metal poles. What you talking about, Kevin?
Two metal poles.
Y'all gonna get somebody electrocuted. Y'all crazy. Watch that replay, gang, because if you come in at the lightning and the harness and electricity.
I said Mr. Stroll yesterday. God damn it. He would have been on the floor. But anywho,
I've been in Arizona all weekend. That's why I haven't been I've been off the grid a little bit.
We was on a stroll yesterday, god damn it. Mr. Stroll too. God
as soon as I seen Hoodie come up
stroll last night.
I was like Oprah closing that man closing that piano when Oprah was getting ready to fight up in the juke. Here come Hoodie. I'm gone. Good night, y'all.
Me cry.
Good night.
What he said? Oh, time to go.
I'm the youngest sister and the youngest cousin in my generation, so I get a little hyper when I feel like I'm not listening. So no one's listening to me. I apologize, y'all, but you'll know when it's with malice and when it's not.
You little Cab. We right now how you both you Cab Junior. Cab, what you trying to say? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I resent that. I have totally changed since the beginning of my career on this.
He said he is 45.
What are you talking about?
You know what's crazy? It's almost like I'm the calm one on the panel now. That's crazy.
You know what?
I'm the calm one. It used to be like, oh shit, here come Kev. We finna, yeah. But now it's like I'm the calm one. I'll be like, wow, see how things change.
I'm telling you, I'll be like, I don't know if this is Booski or Cav talking. God damn, I mean, shit. I'm like, so we
and we got Keon. And we got Keon.
And we got Keon. Oh yeah, we got a Keon. We gotta meet Kevin.
I just don't like being gaslit, and I don't like passive aggression. Like
exactly.
Those are the two.
I'm not playing these PC games with nobody. You're not gonna be smiling up in my face.
And when people,
my drink
when people play games, when people are full of it, those are the main two things that they do in either order: gaslight and try to be passive aggressive. And when they speak to you, that I don't like that. I just rather
talking down. It's extremely disrespectful, especially when you're not being real with you yourself, the person you're talking to, or your audience. That's extreme disrespect to be passive aggressive and gaslight and untruthful. Speak how you truly feel. What you scared for? Ain't nobody no poltergeist around here.
And the thing is,
and then nobody that bucks up. Oh, you got people in your life or in your family that work for the system. The system is big, okay? We all know somebody.
Yeah, you gotta, and this is the thing too. You have to be prepared. Genesis pointed to that. If you come somewhere to speak about something that you claim to have knowledge on and you claim to be the leader of, you have to be prepared. You have to know what you're talking about. Those are the main two things. If you're not prepared and you don't know factually what you're talking about, you can't make a good argument. You can't have a debate. You can't convince anybody, because when you're unprepared, it sounds just like this. You can't really defend something that you don't really understand yourself. That's the biggest thing. We feel a lot, and a lot of things make us, passionate, but you have to know what you're talking about. I'm not going to open my mouth. If I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to open my mouth at all, because you never sound stupid not saying nothing. You sound stupid when you start spewing a lot of things, and it is apparent that you don't have any idea or clue about the things that you're claiming to be your main points or your main ideas or the structure of your group. Like, when you start off saying that your group is a cult, what does that have to do with Black liberation? Because that's antithetical to being free, is being in a cult, or to being liberated.
You know what I want to liberate is my eyelids, because I'm about to go to sleep. I'm tired, y'all.
Bye. All right, well then take us out of here, DJ.
Take off them wigs and put them Newports out.
Right.
and put your poles in the sand.
Bye, guys.
You on your
dark side. All praises to Whoopi Goldberg. We gon' take over people, private land. We gonna harness electricity from the sand. Let the society figure out the family structure down the line. Leave the capitalistic system behind. Put down your wigs and Newports, cause we about to go to war and start harvesting crops on other people's land. Planting orange trees, we don't need no plan. Praises to Whoopi Goldberg. Praise to the dark